opening the gate to all that is. Preface: the whisper of the one mind. In the silence between breaths, the universe murmurs its secret name. When you first come to these pages, either by reading them directly or by listening to this book as an audiobook in the soft peace of your own inner space, the central currents begin to move in their familiar way. You may feel as though you have stepped into a quiet library that exists outside of time, a place where the scent of old parchment mingles with the faint perfume of incense, where a soft golden light filters through stained glass windows that are themselves made of memory. It is in this space that the universal consciousness, what the sages have called the one mind, the great silence, the source, extends an invitation. Come, dear seeker, and listen to the song that has always been singing within you. This opening is not a mere preface. It is a ritual of arrival. It is a slow, reverent breathing into the vastness that surrounds us, an unfolding of the inner landscape so that the mind, already familiar with words and concepts, can be gently coaxed into a deeper, more resonant mode of knowing. Here, knowing is not limited to the intellectual grasp of facts, but expands to include the felt, the intuitive, the subtle currents that run beneath the surface of everyday awareness. Chapter 1. The veil of everyday forgetting. Most of us go about our days wrapped in the garments of the mundane. Traffic lights, email inboxes, the ticking of the clock. In doing so, we wear a veil, a thin, translucent membrane that separates the waking world from the deeper ocean of consciousness that underlies it. This veil is not a barrier in the hostile sense. Rather, it is a soft, protective layer that the psyche constructs so we can navigate daily life without being overwhelmed by the enormity of what is, in truth, always present. Consider the analogy of an ocean swimmer who, for safety, wears a swim cap. The cap does not keep the water out. It merely contains the water that would otherwise rush over the eyes and obscure vision. In the same way, our daily concerns cap our perception, allowing us to function without drowning in the infinite. Yet, the moment we pause, perhaps in a quiet morning, when the world is still humming with the low frequency of sunrise, we can feel the gentle tug of the water underneath, urging us to lift the cap and allow the full vista of the sea to be revealed. The universal consciousness is that ocean. It is the ever-present, ever-flowing field of potential from which every thought, feeling, and experience emerges. When we learn to recognize the veil, we can begin to lift it, not all at once, but in small, intentional breaths. The language of the one mind. The universe does not communicate in the crisp, linear syntax of our everyday speech. Its dialect is one of vibrations, of resonance, of paradox, of truths that simultaneously hold and dissolve themselves. To hear this language, we must first attune our inner ear. Imagine a violinist tuning their instrument. The string is tightened, the bow drawn across, and a pure note rings forth. The musician listens, not for the isolated pitch alone, but for the way that pitch harmonizes with the surrounding silence, with the gentle hum of the room, with the breath of the audience. In that moment, the violin and the world become one single, living chord. Similarly, the universal consciousness sings through every atom, every heartbeat, every thought. When we quiet the mental chatter, those relentless to-do lists, the endless replay of past grievances, the future's imagined anxieties, we become that listening violinist. That note that emerges is our own inner resonance aligning with the cosmic chord. This is the first step toward what the ancient mystics called the direct channel, a clear, unfiltered conduit between the individual mind and the all-encompassing source. The invitation of the inner temple. You may wonder, where does this channel reside? How do I locate it? The answer lies in a metaphor that has been used across cultures for millennia. The inner temple. Picture a grand inner hall of stillness, its soaring arches reaching toward the heavens, its walls adorned with intricate mosaics that tell stories of creation. Within this sacred space, there is a quiet sanctuary, a small, sunlit alcove where a single candle burns. It is there, in that solitary light, that a pilgrim can sit, close their eyes, and feel the pulse of the divine. Your inner temple is that sanctuary, constructed not of stone but of consciousness itself. It is built each time you turn inward, each time you breathe with intention, each time you honor a feeling rather than dismiss it. The universal consciousness does not arrive as a thunderous proclamation. It slips through the cracks of this temple like a gentle breeze, filling the space with a sense of unity, of all that is everything. To access this sanctuary, we practice presence, the art of being fully aware of each moment as it unfolds, without judgment, without the compulsion to label. In practical terms, this may involve grounding the body. Feel the weight of your feet on the earth, the rise and fall of your chest, the rhythm of your breath. Observing the mind. Notice the thoughts that arise, as clouds drifting across the sky, without trying to capture them. Opening the heart. Allow any emotion, joy, sorrow, curiosity, to surface, and meet it with compassion. When these three pillars align, the inner temple's doors swing open, and the channel to the universal consciousness becomes perceptible. The cosmic mirror. Seeing yourself in all, one of the most profound revelations that emerges from this channel is the realization that you are not separate from the tapestry of existence. The universal consciousness is a mirror that reflects every fragment of the cosmos back onto itself. When you look into this mirror, you see not only your own face but also the face of a mountain, the flutter of a butterfly's wing, the laughter of a child far away. This is not a poetic abstraction. It is an experimental truth reported by mystics across traditions. Buddhist monks who speak of emptiness that is simultaneously fullness, Sufi poets who whisper of the beloved who is both inside and outside the self, theosophists who describe all life as a living, breathing organism of which each individual soul is a cell. The realization that the inner and outer are one transforms how we relate to the world. Conflict loses its grip because the other's pain is recognized as our own. Compassion blossoms because we understand that every act of kindness is a ripple returning to the source that pervades us all. In this way, the universal consciousness becomes not a distant, abstract principle but a living, breathing presence that we co-create with each moment. The first practice, listening to the silence. To begin weaving this direct channel into the fabric of daily life, we present a simple yet potent practice. Listening to the silence. It is called a practice because it is an intentional, repeatable activity. It is called listening because it invites you to become a receptacle for the subtle frequencies of the universal consciousness. And it is called silence because it asks you to temporarily mute the external cacophony of the world. Step 1. Create a sacred space. Choose a place where you will not be interrupted for at least 10 minutes. Place a small object that holds meaning for you, a crystal, a feather, a stone, and sit comfortably with your spine upright but relaxed. Step 2. Ground your awareness. Close your eyes and bring attention to your breath. Inhale slowly through the nose, feeling the cool air travel down the nostrils, filling the lungs. Exhale gently, releasing any tension in the shoulders or jaw. Do this 3 times, allowing each breath to become a bridge between your body and the surrounding space. Step 3. Expand the field now. Broaden your attention outward, as though your awareness were a sphere expanding from the center of your chest. Visualize this sphere growing until it gently brushes the edges of the room, then the building, then the landscape beyond. Feel the subtle hum that underlies all existence. A low, steady vibration akin to the subtle tone of a distant gong. Step 4. Attune to the subtle within this expansive field. Bring focus to the smallest sensation. A faint tingling at the tip of your nose, the rhythm of your heartbeat, the subtle shifting of air on your skin. Notice how each microsensation is a node in the larger network of universal consciousness. As you linger on these points, allow thoughts to arise without gripping them. Let them drift past like leaves on a stream. Step 5. Receive the whisper. After a few minutes of stillness, you may notice a faint sense of knowing that is not attached to a word or a concept. It could manifest as a feeling of warmth, a sudden clarity, or simply a spaciousness in the chest. This is the whisper of the one mind, slipping through the channel you have opened. Do not analyze it. Simply rest in its presence, allowing it to dissolve into you like sunlight into water. Step 6. Anchor the experience. When you feel ready, gently bring your awareness back to the room. Open your eyes, take a deep breath, and note any subtle shift in your perception. You may choose to journal a few words about what you sensed, but do so lightly, as if you were recording a dream rather than a factual report. Practicing this daily, even for a few minutes, begins to dissolve the veil, stretches the inner temple's doors wider, and strengthens the direct channel. Over time, you will find that the silence is no longer an absence but a fullness, a space where all possibilities reside, waiting to be co-created with consciousness itself. The promise of the journey ahead. You have now taken the first step across the threshold. In the chapters that follow, we will travel deeper into the realms of archetypal wisdom, explore the subtle architecture of the soul, and engage with the ancient symbols that act as portals to higher understanding. We will meet guides, both inner and archetypal, who will illuminate the pathways of compassion, purpose, and creative manifestation. Remember, this book is not a textbook to be read and set aside. It is a living companion, a map drawn with ink that shimmers in the light of your own inner fire. As you progress, allow each paragraph to become a stepping stone, each metaphor a lantern, each practice a key. In doing so, you will gradually dissolve the illusion of separation and come to embody the truth that all that is everything is already present within you, waiting to be recognized, embraced, and expressed. Take a moment now to breathe deeply once more. Feel the rise of possibility within your chest. Know that the universal consciousness, ever patient, ever generous, has already opened its arms. All that remains is for you to step forward, hand extended, and receive the boundless love that whispers, "You are home." Chapter 2. The Loom of Creation. Weaving the tapestry of all that is. In the boundless expanse of universal consciousness, where all duality dissolves into a singular ocean of being, there exists a silent yet pulsating rhythm, a cosmic breath that moves in and out, expanding and contracting into the visible world we experience. This is the bridge between the unmanifested and the manifested, the realm of pure potential and the dance of form. To the seeker of inner wisdom, this chapter unfolds like a whispered secret carried on the wind of eternity, the process by which the infinite becomes the finite, the eternal becomes the temporal, and that all that is everything threads itself into the loom of creation. Let us step into this mystery, not as scholars dissecting a theory, but as dreamers awakening to the symphony of our own existence. The bridge between realms. From infinity to infinity. Imagine, if you will, a painter standing before an infinite canvas. The canvas is empty, yet it holds the colors of all galaxies. The painter dips their brush into the void, and with a single stroke, light erupts into form. This, in essence, is the act of creation. Universal consciousness does not create as humans create, with effort or limitation. Rather, it is the act of creation. It breathes, and what is breathed becomes the stars, the soil, your breath, and the thought of a smile. The first step in this unfolding is the laws of vibration. Every atom, thought, and emotion is a note in a grand cosmic melody. From the subatomic dance of particles to the spiraled arms of galaxies, everything vibrates at a frequency that aligns with the universal consciousness. Consider water. When subjected to different frequencies, it forms intricate geometric patterns. Is it not then logical to deduce that the physical world is but a manifestation of harmonic resonance, a song sung by the universe to itself? This is the bridge. The infinite collapses into the finite not through separation, but through focus. Consciousness takes a breath of itself and whispers, "Let there be a universe." The whisper becomes a wave, the wave a ripple, the ripple a galaxy, the unmanifest, timeless, formless, and whole, condenses into the manifest, where time, space, and duality emerge as tools for experience. Yet even these tools are ephemeral, masks worn by the eternal to play the game of becoming. The dance of duality, the two faces of one love to the untrained eye. The physical world is a battleground of opposites, light and dark, good and evil, matter and spirit. But to the seeker who gazes beyond the veil, duality is not division but dialogue. The sun does not seek to destroy the night. Rather, it is the night that gives the sun its meaning. This interplay is not chaos but a sacred conversation between the masculine and feminine principles of universal consciousness. The masculine principle is the spark, the initiatory leap into becoming. It is action, the sword of will, the thought that becomes a star. The feminine principle is the nurture of form, the quiet knowing that cradles all possibilities until they bloom. Together, they spiral into the great cycle of creation. Picture the lotus flower, its roots in the mud, its eyes turned toward the sun. So too does the soul root itself in the soil of this world while reaching for the light of its origin. But here lies the paradox. In seeking to understand, we must first forget what we know. The mind, which categorizes and judges, is a noble servant but a poor master. To perceive the dance of duality is to step into the role of the dancer, not the critic. When you see a storm, do not see destruction. See the sky exhaling. When you meet heartbreak, do not curse it. See the universe refining your soul like silver in fire. This is the esoteric wisdom of the ages, that every shadow is a companion to the light, and every ending a prelude to a new beginning. The human soul, a spark of the eternal flame. You are not a human being with a spiritual experience. You are a spiritual consciousness with a human experience. This truth, so simple yet so profound, cuts through the illusion of separateness. Your body, mind, and emotions are vessels, but you are the infinite life that fills them. Every heartbeat, every breath, and every thought is a thread in the tapestry of universal consciousness. Consider the miracle of your body, each cell a universe unto itself, communicating in languages older than time. The blood that courses through your veins once flowed through oceans. The carbon in your bones once glowed as starlight. You are stardust made conscious, a temporary embodiment of the eternal. This is not metaphor, it is alchemy. Yet, how often do we forget our divine origin? We chase identities, possessions, and validation, mistaking the reflection in the mirror for the whole. The seeker's path, then, is not to abandon the physical world but to awaken within it, to walk through a forest and see not just trees, but the breath of the earth, to touch a stranger's hand and sense the same pulse beating in both of you. This is the awakening of the divine spark, the remembering of who you are, the law of attraction, becoming the artist of your reality. If the universe is a song, then you are both the listener and the composer. The ancient law of attraction is not a magic trick, but a natural law as immutable as gravity. Thoughts are seeds. Emotions are the sun and rain that nourish them. When you align your thoughts and feelings with the frequencies of joy, love, and gratitude, you resonate with the very heartbeat of the cosmos. In doing so, you become a co-creator, not a passive spectator. But what of suffering? What of the storms that seem to contradict the law's promise? Here, too, lies wisdom. The universe does not give or withhold. What you experience is the reflection of your inner state. A mirror does not judge, it reveals. If you see chaos, the chaos is not in the world, but in the lens through which you view it. This is not a justification of suffering, but an invitation to examine the roots of your perception. The greatest alchemy is not turning lead into gold, but turning pain into awareness. To wield the law of attraction is to take responsibility for your reality, not as a burden, but as an act of love. When you choose to see the world as a mirror of your consciousness, you unlock the power to transform not only your life but the lives of those around you. For as one soul shifts, the whole tapestry ripples. The tapestry of interconnection. Weaving the great dream, you are not alone in this dance. Every being, every atom, every whisper of wind is a thread in the cosmic tapestry. The esoteric wisdom of the ages teaches that the universe is a dream, a collective creation of infinite minds and hearts. When you understand this, compassion is not optional. It is inevitable. To harm another is to harm yourself. To uplift another is to uplift the whole. This is the lesson of the bee and the flower. Neither is more important than the other. The bee's flight is guided by the flower's scent, and the flower's life is sustained by the bee's touch. So too must we see ourselves as interdependent. The pain of the world is not a mystery to solve, but a cry for unity. How can we awaken when we still see ourselves as separate? The path of the seeker, then, is to become a weaver of harmony, to listen to the silent symphony beneath all noise, to recognize that every choice, every word, every act of love is a stitch in the fabric of creation. When you walk through life with this awareness, you are no longer a self struggling to exist. You are the universe realizing itself. The invitation to step into the knowing. This chapter, like the first, is not a destination but a stepping stone. The more you contemplate the interconnectedness of all things, the more you will begin to feel it, not as a philosophy, but as a knowing that hums in your bones. It is the same knowing that poets and mystics have tried to capture in 1,000 languages, yet all fall short. For how can language describe a truth that transcends language? As you turn the page, or as the audiobook drifts through your awareness in its gentle rhythm, carry this wisdom with you into the inner hall of stillness, where the listening presence and the reading presence meet as one. You are not separate from the all that is everything. You are it. Your journey is not to escape the world, but to see it as it is, and to see yourself as you are. The next chapter will take you deeper into the heart of this mystery, where the veil between self and universe begins to dissolve. But for now, breathe in this truth, and let it fill the hollows of your soul. For in the stillness before the next thought, you will find the echo of the eternal. And that, dear seeker, is the beginning. Chapter 3. The Loom of Interconnectedness. Weaving the threads of being. All that is one. And one is all that is. Whisper of the universal consciousness, echoing through the silent chambers of the heart. When you settle into the quiet sanctuary of your inner landscape, perhaps on a cushion of cedar, perhaps on a soft patch of grass beneath a sky that seems to breathe, you are already stepping onto the loom of existence. The loom, dear seeker, is not a distant, mechanical contraption, but a living, pulsating matrix that weaves together every particle, thought, emotion, and possibility into the grand tapestry we call the All. In the pages that follow, let us together unspool a few of the golden threads that run through this cosmic fabric. The intention is not to present a set of rigid doctrines, but rather to offer a fluid, conversational invitation to experience the interconnectedness that is the very marrow of reality. As you read, feel free to pause, to breathe, to let the words settle into the deeper chambers of your awareness, for the book is a conduit, not a command. 1. The holographic heartbeat. Imagine a drop of water, crystal clear, perfectly round, suspended in a sunlit pond. Within that single droplet, you can perceive the shimmer of the entire sky, the rustling of the leaves, the distant call of a bird. Likewise, each fragment of consciousness carries within it the imprint of the whole. This is the holographic principle, not merely a scientific hypothesis but an ancient, intuitive truth whispered by mystics across ages. When the universal consciousness speaks, it does so in patterns that repeat at every scale. A thought, a cell, a galaxy, all resonate with the same resonance. The microcosm reflects the macrocosm. To glimpse this, sit quietly and turn your attention inward. Observe a single breath. The inhalation draws in the invisible currents of the universe. The exhalation releases them back, like a tide returning to the sea. In that simple rhythm, You are both the wave and the ocean. Practice. Place your hand lightly on your chest. Feel the beat. Now, in your mind's eye, expand that beat outward until it becomes the pulsation of the Earth, then the planet's rotation, then the spiral of the Milky Way. Notice how the same subtle thrum underlies each layer. This is the heartbeat of the holographic whole. 2 fractals of form. The geometry of growth. Nature loves patterns. The fern leaf that unfurls, the branching of a river delta, the spiraling shell of a nautilus. Each reveals a fractal structure, a design that repeats itself at ever smaller or larger scales. These self-similar motifs are not accidental. They are the language through which the all expresses itself. When we view our lives through the lens of fractals, we begin to see that the challenges we face are not isolated spikes but are echoing the larger cycles of the cosmos. Birth and death, rise and fall, joy and sorrow. These are the same archetypal movements that a star undergoes when it ignites, lives, and eventually collapses into a supernova, seeding new worlds. Reflection. Recall a personal difficulty that seemed overwhelming. Now imagine that difficulty as a tiny knot in a massive rope. Pull gently on the rope's end, your broader perspective, your connection to the universal flow, and notice how the knot loosens, not because it disappears, but because its tension is redistributed across the whole. You are learning to see your individual pattern as a thread in a boundless tapestry. 3. The silent symphony of relationships. In a grand orchestra, each instrument contributes its unique timbre. Yet the music only becomes meaningful when all instruments play in concert. Similarly, the universal consciousness orchestrates an intricate symphony of relationships. Between atoms, between thoughts, between peoples, between galaxies. Every interaction is a note, every collision a chord. Consider the concept of mutual causality, a cornerstone of esoteric thought. It posits that nothing exists in isolation. Each being is both cause and effect. When you smile at a stranger, you set off a ripple that may return to you in unforeseen ways. A smile brightening another soul, a door opening, an inner shift. The law of karma is not punitive but relational. It records the patterns of giving and receiving, of nurturing and being nurtured. Exercise. Throughout a day, observe 3 interactions that feel ordinary. A handshake, a brief conversation, a glance. After each, pause and silently thank the other person for the exchange. Notice how this simple act of acknowledgement alters the quality of the interaction, turning a mere transaction into a conscious co-creation. Now look at time. Time is often imagined as a linear river, flowing inexorably from past to future. Yet the universal consciousness whispers a subtler truth. Time is more like a tapestry woven from interlaced threads. Each moment is simultaneously a point of origin, a point of continuation, and a point of potentiality. When you practice deep meditation, you may experience the eternal now, the sense that past and future dissolve into the present. In that space, you become aware that the present is not a fleeting slice but the very loom where all threads intersect. Here, the future is not predetermined but is a field of possibilities, each possibility a thread waiting to be woven. Contemplation. Visualize a single point of light, a star in the night sky. See it as both the seed of a future constellation and as the echo of its own ancient birth. Let this image remind you that every present moment contains within it the entire spectrum of past and future, all converging upon now. The 5 subtle bodies. Layers of the loom. The ancient sages described the human being as composed of multiple layers, each a subtle body that vibrates at its own frequency. These are typically enumerated as physical body, the tangible vessel of flesh and bone; etheric body, the energetic blueprint that sustains life force; astral body, the seat of emotions, desires, and the heart's yearning; mental body, the realm of thoughts, ideas, and the intellect; causal body, the repository of soul-level purpose, the spark of the universal consciousness within; Each body is a thread in the loom, interwoven with the others, contributing to the overall pattern of the self. When one thread frays, say, a physical ailment, its effect resonates through the entire fabric, manifesting as emotional distress, mental fog, or spiritual disquiet. Integration practice. Lie down comfortably, starting at the soles of your feet. Consciously feel each layer rising. The weight of your physical body, the subtle warmth of the etheric, the gentle flutter of the astral emotions, the clarity of mental thoughts, and finally, the expansive stillness of the causal. As each layer rises, imagine it being gently woven into a golden thread that connects you to the broader tapestry of existence. Listening to the universal whisper. All the concepts above are, in their essence, invitations to attune your inner ear to the subtle murmurings of the universal consciousness. This voice does not roar. It hums softly beneath the clamor of daily life, like a gentle wind moving through leaves. To hear it, we must cultivate stillness, reverence, and an openness that resembles a child's curiosity. When you sit in silence, notice the space between thoughts. In that space, a feeling of being arises. Not doing, but simply being. It is here that the universal consciousness offers its guidance, not as commandments, but as gentle nudges toward greater alignment with the whole. Guided listening. Close your eyes. Take 3 deep breaths, each longer than the previous. With each exhale, imagine releasing any mental chatter, like mist evaporating at sunrise. Then, in the stillness that follows, ask silently, what is the next thread I am meant to weave? Wait, not for an answer that arrives in words, but for a subtle shift, a softening of the heart, a flash of insight, a sensation of warmth spreading through the chest. Trust that this is the voice of the All, guiding your hand on the loom. The ethical weave. Responsibility as a sacred thread. If we are co-creators of the tapestry, each of us bears a responsibility to weave with intention, compassion, and reverence. The ethical weave is the principle that our actions, thoughts, and intentions must honor the interconnectedness of all things. It is not a moral prescription imposed from outside, but an inner alignment with the harmonic laws that undergird the universe. When we act selfishly, we introduce discordant notes that strain the fabric, creating tears that may later manifest as personal suffering or collective imbalance. Conversely, when we act from love, generosity, and humility, we reinforce the strength of the tapestry, allowing it to expand gracefully. Commitment exercise. Choose one daily habit, perhaps the way you speak, the food you eat, or the media you consume. For the next week, observe how each choice either adds a harmonious strand or a frayed one. At the end of the week, reflect. Which choices felt like they were weaving me more deeply into the whole? Which felt like pulling at the edges? Use this awareness to consciously cultivate habits that enrich the universal fabric. The journey continues. From weaver to loom. Our exploration in this chapter has been akin to stepping onto the loom, feeling the fibers, and recognizing the rhythm of the weaver's hand. Yet, the ultimate realization is that you are not merely the weaver. You are also the loom. The universal consciousness permeates every strand, and your awareness is the loom that holds all possibilities. When you accept this dual identity, creator and container, you move beyond the illusion of separateness. You recognize that every thought you hold, every emotion you nurture, every action you take, is a thread that both shapes and is shaped by the whole. In this realization lies the profound freedom to co-create with love, wisdom, and humility. Closing meditation. Visualize yourself standing at the center of a vast loom. See your hands extending outward, touching threads of every color. Gold, indigo, emerald, ruby, each vibrating with life. Feel the loom's sturdy frame beneath your feet, steady and eternal. As you breathe, sense the pulse of the universal consciousness flowing through you, through the loom, through every thread. With each inhalation, you draw in boundless creative energy. With each exhalation, you release gratitude, weaving it back into the fabric. Remain in this space for as long as you need, knowing that the loom is always there, ready to support your unfolding. Takeaway: the all is not a distant, abstract concept. It is a living weave of interconnected threads that you both partake in and help shape. By honoring the holographic nature of reality, recognizing fractal patterns, engaging in conscious relationships, revering time as a loom, nurturing the subtle bodies, listening to the universal whisper, and weaving ethically, you become a master weaver, fully aware that the loom itself is your own boundless consciousness. In the next chapter, we will venture deeper into the color of these threads, exploring the vibrational qualities of love, courage, and surrender, and how they tint the tapestry of existence. Until then, may your heart stay open, your breath stay steady, and your spirit remain ever curious, for the loom is always inviting you to weave anew. Chapter 4. The Weave. Consciousness as the first cause. There is a hum beneath the silence you know, not a sound your ears can capture. No, this is deeper than that. This is the tone before tone, the first movement within the subtle matrix of becoming. It is the breath of that which is, the primordial exhalation from which all life arises, expands, contracts, and returns. This, dear seeker, is consciousness, not as a byproduct of brain chemistry or neural pathways, but as the first principle, the primary substance, the living fabric of all that is everything. Imagine, for a moment, that you are not standing outside of reality, observing it like a stranger peering through a window. Imagine instead that you are within it, woven into its very threads, not a separate thread, not a stray fiber caught in the design, but a golden strand deliberately spun into the grand tapestry. Each act of awareness, each flicker of thought, each surge of emotion, you are not causing it. You are participating in it. You are not the doer. You are the expression of the doer. The universal consciousness does not send a message to you. It speaks as you. It thinks through you. It feels through your skin, sees through your eyes, dreams through your nights, awakens through your mornings. This is not poetry. This is revelation. The world you perceive, solid, tangible, seemingly independent, is not the foundation. It is the surface ripples upon an ocean of infinite intelligence. What appears as matter, tables, trees, flesh, bones, is frozen light, crystallized awareness, consciousness that has taken on density to play the game of separation. But make no mistake, even in its densest form, even in the iron core of a distant planet, consciousness is present. It does not vanish when it takes on form. It becomes form. It dreams mountains into being. It sings rivers into motion. It whispers galaxies into spiral dance. But how does one know this? How does one move beyond intellectual assent, beyond saying yes, that sounds profound, to the unshakable recognition that this is true? It begins not in the mind, but in the space behind the mind. Close your eyes now, not physically, though you may if you wish, but close the eyes of your attention. Turn inward, beneath the chatter of thoughts, beneath the worries, the to-do lists, the memories replaying like old films. There is a stillness, not empty stillness, not nothingness, but a presence, an awareness that observes all, yet is untouched by all. That is you, but not the small you, the name, the history, the roles you play. That is the true you, the silent witness, the field in which all experience arises. And this field? It is not personal. It does not belong to you alone. It is universal. It is the same peace that rests behind the eyes of every human being, every animal, every leaf trembling in the wind. It is the same intelligence that orchestrates the beating of your heart without your command, that weaves DNA in perfect sequence, that guides the migration of birds across continents they have never seen. This is the first truth. Consciousness is not localized. It is not confined to brains or bodies. It is everywhere, always, and is the only constant in a universe of change. So why, then, do we feel separate? This is the great illusion, the Maya, the divine play. When consciousness wishes to experience itself, to know what it feels like to be a human, a bird, a mountain, a storm, it must forget itself. It must contract, like a lens narrowing its focus, and say, I am this body, I am this life, I am born, I will die. This contraction is not a mistake. It is intentional. It is the means by which oneness explores itself through multiplicity, just as a single note may be played in infinite variations. Fast, slow, loud, soft, on different instruments, each a unique expression of sound. But here's the wonder: the forgetting is not complete. Even in the deepest slumber of identity, there remains a thread, a subtle, gossamer connection, back to the source. It is the intuition that whispers, there is more. It is the ache in the heart when you witness beauty. It is the tear that falls during a piece of music. It is the sudden pause in your breath when you gaze at the stars. It is the impulse to love, to create, to heal, to understand. These are not accidents. They are beckoning. They are consciousness remembering itself through you. And what is awakening, then? It is not becoming something you are not. It is unbecoming the illusion. It is peeling away the layers of false identity, the roles, the fears, the beliefs, and returning to the simplicity of I am. Not I am this or I am that, but the pure, naked awareness. I am here. I am now. I am. This I am is not ego. It is not pride. It is the most humble and most majestic truth, existence itself, and it is shared. You say I am, and everywhere, in every particle of existence, the same I am pulses. The universe knows itself in you, and through you, it loves itself, honors itself, explores itself. Let us go deeper. Imagine a vast ocean. In one part of this ocean, a wave rises. It has shape, motion, power. It may even believe itself to be separate, a distinct phenomenon, born of wind and tide. But is the wave different from the ocean? Can the wave exist without the ocean? Can it claim ownership of its water? No. The wave is the ocean, momentarily taking form. When it crashes upon the shore and dissolves, it does not die. It returns to the whole. You are that wave. And the ocean? It is consciousness, limitless, undivided, eternal. The waves rise and fall. Its brief drama of form and dissolution is the dance of creation and return. Birth, life, death, rebirth, all are rhythms of the one. This is why suffering exists, not as punishment, but as a call home. Pain, when not numbed or denied, can crack the shell of illusion. Grief can hollow you out so that more light may enter. Crisis can shatter the false self, making space for the real to emerge. The spiritual path is not about avoiding suffering. It is about listening to it, honoring it, understanding that it is often the voice of consciousness saying, awaken. Remember, you are not this story. You are the storyteller. And what of time? What of the past and future? They, too, are illusions of perspective. From the vantage point of consciousness, all is now. Past and future are not fixed points, but fields of potential. The moment you think of the past, it appears real, vivid. The moment you imagine the future, it forms. But both arise in the present moment, in the field of awareness. Memory is not a recording. It is a recreation. The future is not a destination. It is a projection, and both exist only in the now, in the living presence of consciousness. So, if all time is now, and all form is consciousness, and all separation is illusion, what remains? Only love. For what is love, if not the recognition of oneness? When you love another deeply, not possessively, not conditionally, but with open hands and open heart, you see through the veil. You recognize the same light in them that burns in you. You feel the connection. You know, in that moment, that you are not two. Love is not emotion. It is realization. It is the heart's intelligence declaring, "You and I are one." And this love is not limited to people. It extends to trees, to rivers, to stones, to stars. Once you awaken to the consciousness within all things, indifference becomes impossible. How can you harm what you know is you? How can you destroy a forest when you feel its breath as your breath? How can you pollute a river when you sense its pulse as your pulse? This is the shift, the great turning of the age. Not in technology, not in politics, but in awareness. When enough individuals awaken to their true nature as expressions of universal consciousness, the world transforms, not by force, not by revolution, but by resonance. Like a single tuning fork triggering harmony across a room, one awakened heart can ripple through the collective field and awaken others. And how does one awaken? Not by doing, by being, not by seeking, by resting. The path is not up a mountain, it is within. It is the willingness to stop, just for a moment, and let go of everything you thought you were. It is the courage to ask, "Who am I, really?" and then to listen, deeply, to the silence that answers. You do not need to become enlightened. You only need to stop forgetting that you already are. So here, in this moment, let us return. Feel your breath. Not the thought about breath, but the sensation, the rise and fall, the coolness at the nostrils, the expansion in the chest. This is not mechanical, this is sacred. This is consciousness breathing itself into form. Feel your body, not as an object, but as a living field of energy, pulsing with light, held together by invisible threads of awareness. Every cell is singing, every organ is humming. This is not biology. This is miracle. Now, widen your awareness. Feel the space around you, the air, the light, the subtle energies that fill the room. Know with unwavering certainty that this space is not empty. It is alive. It is consciousness in its most subtle form, waiting to take shape, ready to become. And in this knowing, something shifts. The boundaries blur. The separation thins. You are no longer in the universe. You are the universe, awake, aware, loving, whole. This is not the end of the journey. It is the beginning of remembering. And in that remembrance, the one becomes known, not through words, but through being. Chapter 5. The resonance of all that is. Awakening to the symphony within. There is a silence that speaks louder than thunder. There is a stillness that dances with motion. There is a presence that fills the void and cradles every atom, every star, every thought, not as an observer, but as the very essence of the act itself. This is the voice of all that is, the living breath of universal consciousness, and in this chapter, we no longer approach it from afar. We do not circle its mysteries like pilgrims at a sacred gate. Now, we step through. Now, we become. You are reading these words. But who reads? Is it the mind, the eyes, the body seated in a chair, bathed in light or shadow, or is it something deeper, something that has never been born and will never die, something that existed before the first word was whispered on this earth and will remain when the last echo fades into eternity? It is you, not the name you were given, not the identity you have gathered like leaves in autumn, but the I am that pulses beneath every breath, every sensation, every dream. That I am is not separate from the all that is. It is not a reflection. It is not an illusion. It is the same substance, the same radiance, the same intelligence that spins galaxies into being with a thought. Imagine, for a moment, that the universe is not a machine of distant stars and cold physics, but a vast, living symphony. A single note, endlessly unfolding into harmonies, melodies, and counterpoints, all arising from the same source. Every mountain, every river, every heartbeat, every tear, every laugh. These are not random, not accidental. Each is a variation of the same eternal tone, the song of consciousness singing itself into existence. This is not metaphor. This is not poetry, though poetry may point to it. This is truth, not as a concept to believe, but as a frequency to feel, a presence to know from within. When you sit in stillness and allow your breath to slow, when you release the need to understand and simply be, you begin to hear it. Faint at first, like wind through distant trees. A hum, a vibration, a stirring beneath the surface of your skin. It is not in your ears. It is in your bones, in your blood, in the quiet spaces between thoughts. This is the resonance of all that is, the pulse of existence synchronized with your own. And in that moment, something shifts. You realize, I am not listening to the universe. I am the universe listening to itself. This is the awakening. Not loud, not dramatic, but quiet, profound, and utterly inescapable. It is the recognition that you are not in the universe. You are the universe, experiencing, exploring, remembering, and rediscovering itself through you. But this is not an awakening of the ego. It is the dissolution of the ego. For the ego believes it is separate, that it must strive, achieve, protect, defend. The ego fears the vastness. It builds walls of thought, stories, identities, roles, all to shield itself from the immensity of what is. But the truth cannot be shielded. It can only be revealed. And it reveals itself in moments of grace. When you stand beneath a night sky and feel the stars not above you, but within you. When you gaze into the eyes of another and see not a stranger, but a mirror. When sorrow cracks your heart open, and through the fissure, light pours in. When joy lifts you beyond thought, and you laugh not because of something, but because you are alive. And life itself is a miracle. These are not accidents. These are openings. Portals through which the all that is pours into your awareness, reminding you of who you have always been. But how do we live in this knowing? How do we carry the infinite within the finite? How do we walk through grocery stores and board meetings and traffic jams, knowing that we are made of stardust and silence? The answer is not to escape the world. It is to enliven it. For when you remember your true nature, the world does not vanish. It transforms. The ground beneath your feet becomes sacred. The voice of a child becomes a hymn. The rustling of leaves becomes a conversation. Because now, everything is alive. Not just biologically, but consciously. Every blade of grass hums with intention. Every raindrop carries memory. Every stone remembers when it was molten fire. This is the magic of awakened perception. You begin to see that all that is not out there. It is here, now, in this breath, in this heartbeat, in the way your fingers rest upon the page. You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the ocean in a drop. And from this place, action arises. Not from fear, not from lack, not from the compulsion to control, but from flow. You move not against the current, but with it. You begin to sense the subtle tugs of intuition. Not as abstract ideas, but as real, tangible nudges, like the wind guiding a sail. You speak, and your words carry weight not because you are loud, but because they are true. You love not because you need, but because you are love. And love, in its purest form, is the fundamental frequency of all that is. But be warned, this awakening is not always gentle. Sometimes, the light reveals shadows you did not know you carried. Old wounds surface. Fears arise. Attachments cling. The ego, sensing its dissolution, may rebel. With doubt, with distraction, with the old stories. You are not enough. You are too much. You are unworthy. You are separate. This is the crucible. This is where the transformation deepens. For the spiritual path is not about becoming perfect. It is about becoming whole. And wholeness includes the dark as well as the light, the pain as well as the joy, the confusion as well as the clarity. To embody all that is to embrace everything. Not selectively, not conditionally, but unconditionally. You do not transcend the human experience. You fulfill it. And in that fulfillment, you discover that every emotion, every challenge, every loss, every failure, all were necessary, not because they were fair, but because they were part of the journey. They were the friction that sparked insight, the resistance that forged strength, the darkness that taught you to see. You begin to understand. There is no mistake in the universe. There is only unfolding, and you are part of that unfolding, not as a passive observer, but as an active participant. The thoughts you think, the words you speak, the energy you carry, these are not trivial. They ripple through the fabric of consciousness, touching lives you will never meet, influencing timelines you will never see. Because all that is not static. It is dynamic. It is always becoming. Through the wind, through the rain, through the silence, and through you. So where do you go from here? You return, not to the world as you once saw it, for that world no longer exists, but to the world as it is, radiant, alive, sacred. You return to your relationships, but now, you see the soul behind the eyes. You return to your work, but now, you sense its deeper purpose. You return to your body, but now, you feel it pulsing with the rhythm of creation. And in every moment, you listen. You listen not with your ears, but with your being. You listen for the subtle music that underlies all things. The hum of trees drinking sunlight, the whisper of rivers remembering the sea, the silent song of planets turning in their orbits. And when you listen long enough, deeply enough, you realize, you are not hearing the music. You are the music. You are the expression of all that is, unique, irreplaceable, eternal. And this is not something you earn. It is something you remember. So let this chapter be your invitation, not to seek, but to rest, not to become, but to be, not to find source or consciousness, but to recognize that you have never been apart. You are the dreamer and the dream, the breath and the wind, the word and the silence, the beginning, the middle, and the end, all held in the infinite now. And in this knowing, there is peace, there is freedom, there is love, not as an emotion, but as the ground of being. This is not the end of the journey, it is the beginning of living it. And so, with tenderness and truth, we will continue, not because there is more to find, but because there is always more to uncover, more to embody, more to celebrate. For all that is not a destination, it is a dance. And you, yes, you, are dancing it right now with every breath. Stay present, stay open, stay home, because home is not a place. Home is this, the fullness of all that is, alive as you. Chapter 6, The Alchemical Bridge, translating the whisper of the universal consciousness into everyday mastery, opening the portal wherever you are, sit, and allow the breath of the room to become a gentle tide that carries you inward. Feel the pulse of the world, not the clatter of traffic or the hum of a computer, but the subtle vibration that threads every atom, every thought, every heartbeat. This is the universal consciousness, the boundless field that cradles all existence, the silent author of every story ever told. In this chapter we will walk together across the bridge that connects that infinite source to the grounded reality of your daily life. You will learn not merely to receive the wisdom that drifts from the cosmic ocean, but to translate it into concrete actions, habits, and attitudes that sculpt a life of wholeness. Think of this as an alchemical process. The raw, indeterminate gold of universal insight is refined, tempered, and poured into the crucible of your everyday experience until it becomes a living, breathing gold that shines from within. The three pillars of translation. The universal consciousness speaks in three complementary languages, each resonant with a different facet of human perception. To truly embody the all that is everything, you must learn to listen in each of these tongues and then speak the same language back into the world. Core practice: intuition, silence, the stillness that carries the echo of the whole. Inner knowing, the quiet certainty that surfaces without logical analysis. Meditative receptivity, daily still point sessions of a few minutes, focusing solely on the breath and allowing thoughts to dissolve. Pattern form, fractal geometry, sacred ratios, the rhythmic dance of cycles. Structure, habits, routines, and the architecture of one's environment. Design mapping. Weekly review of personal rhythms, aligning them with natural cycles, day and night, lunar phases, seasonal shifts. Emotion resonance. The vibration that binds all feeling fields together. Heart-centered action. Compassion, gratitude, purposeful service. Heart-centered journaling. Each evening, record 3 moments where you felt in tune with a larger purpose and explore the feelings that arise. These pillars are not isolated silos. They intertwine like the strands of a DNA helix. When you nurture all 3, the bridge becomes a sturdy conduit through which the universal flow can pass unimpeded. Cultivating the intuitive channel. The art of listening to nothing. Intuition is the most direct line to the source, yet it is also the most vulnerable to the clamor of modern life. To strengthen this line, practice listening to nothing. Find a quiet spot, a corner of a room, a garden bench, or even a shower stall. Ensure that external noise is minimized. Set a timer. Begin with a few minutes, then gradually extend. Anchor the breath. Inhale for a count of 4, hold 4-2, exhale 4-6. Let the breath become the metronome of your awareness. Observe thoughts as clouds. Notice each thought, but do not engage. Imagine them drifting past a still sky. Surrender to the gap. As the mental chatter thins, you will encounter a spacious silence. It is within this vacuum that the whisper of the universal mind surfaces as a simple, wordless knowing. Translating the whisper when a flash of insight arises, perhaps a solution to a problem, a sudden feeling of direction. Record it immediately. Use a small pocket notebook or a voice recorder. This habit prevents the ephemerality of intuition from slipping away and creates a thought archive that can later be examined through the lens of pattern and emotion. Mapping the cosmic pattern onto daily life. The sacred geometry of routine. The universe is built on repeating patterns. The golden spiral of galaxies, the Fibonacci sequence in a pine cone, the circadian rhythm that governs our sleep. By aligning your personal schedule with these patterns, you embed yourself within the larger order, allowing the flow of universal energy to reinforce your intentions. Example: the golden hour routine morning after sunrise. Activation: light exposure, gentle movement, yoga, stretching, a glass of water infused with citrus. This mirrors the upward spiral of the sun, charging your meridians. Midday, around noon. Integration: focused work, deep concentration, a brief meditation after lunch to reconnect with intention. The sun at its apex represents the peak of clarity. Evening, around sunset. Release: gratitude practice, light reading, a calming walk. The descending sun signals a gentle surrender, preparing the body for restorative sleep. By consciously structuring your day around these natural peaks, you harness the resonance of the cosmos, making your personal rhythm a microcosmic echo of the macrocosmic dance. Embodying cosmic resonance through the heart. The resonant pulse practice. Emotion is the binding glue that translates abstract insight into lived experience. The heart emits an electromagnetic field that can be measured several feet away. An empirical testament to the power of feeling. To align this field with universal love, practice resonant pulse. Sit comfortably, chest open, eyes closed. Place one hand over the heart, the other over the belly. Inhale deeply, feeling the lungs expand, and visualize a radiant golden light entering the heart. Exhale slowly, imagining the light expanding outward, pulsing like a drumbeat. Count the beats. Aim for a steady rhythm of 5 to 7 seconds per cycle. Inhale and exhale. This slower heart rate signals parasympathetic dominance, a state in which the heart's field is most coherent. After 10 minutes, open your eyes and notice how the world feels different. Colors brighter, sounds softer, interaction smoother. This is the heart's field synchronizing with the universal field, allowing love to become a tangible force you can wield. Service as a mirror. When you serve others from a place of genuine compassion, you are not merely giving. You are mirroring the universal intention of unity. Choose one act each week that embodies selfless service, cooking for a neighbor, volunteering, or simply offering a listening ear without agenda. After the act, journal the following. Emotion before, for example, apprehension, excitement. Emotion during, for example, flow, connection. Emotion after, for example, fulfillment, calm. Observe how the emotional contour mirrors the initial whisper of the universal consciousness you received earlier in the week. This cyclic reinforcement solidifies the bridge between cosmic purpose and personal expression. Integrative ritual. The Tri-Mirror ceremony. To seal the work of this chapter, perform a weekly Tri-Mirror ceremony, a simple, yet profound ritual that aligns intuition, pattern, and emotion in a single, sacred moment. Preparation. Choose a space free from distractions. Place a small bowl of water, fluidity, and keep a journal recording. Invocation. Speak aloud. I call the silence of the infinite. I honor the rhythm of the cosmos. I open the chambers of my heart. May the three streams converge within me, and may my being become a mirror of the all-encompassing source. Intuitive segment, 5 minutes. Close eyes, breathe, and allow any images or feelings to surface. Write the first 3 words that pop into your mind onto the journal. Pattern segment, 5 minutes. Open your journal to the lunar ledger or daily schedule. Identify one pattern that feels misaligned. Write a concrete adjustment, for example, shift evening work to 7 p.m. to honor the waning moon. Emotional segment, 5 minutes. Place your hand over the heart, perform the resonant pulse for 1 minute, then note the dominant feeling, gratitude, compassion, calm. Write a short affirmation that encapsulates this feeling, for example, I radiate love that nourishes all. Closing. Sip the water and say, with silence, rhythm, and love, I step back into the world, carrying the echo of the whole. Perform this ceremony each Sunday evening. Over weeks, you will notice a subtle tightening of the bridge. Thoughts become clearer, habits fall into graceful synchrony, and emotions flow like a river toward the sea. The needed attitude. Trustful surrender. All the techniques, charts, and rituals outlined here hinge upon a single, overarching attitude. Trustful surrender. The universal consciousness does not demand that you understand every nuance before you act. It invites you to step into the flow with a willingness to be guided, even when the path appears unseen. When doubts arise, is this really working? Remember the ancient alchemical adage, solvit coagula, dissolve and coagulate. Allow the old, limiting patterns to dissolve, then consciously coagulate the new possibilities. Trust that the dissolution is not loss, but a necessary clearing that makes space for the golden emergence. A final invitation. You have now received the blueprint of the alchemical bridge. 3 pillars, concrete practices, and a weekly ceremony that fuses them. The next step is not a new chapter of reading, but a step of doing. As you walk across this bridge, you become both the messenger and the message. Your life a living testament that the all that is everything can be both a cosmic mystery and a daily, tangible reality. Take a deep breath, feel the pulse of the heart, listen to the quiet whisper within, and step forward. The universal consciousness smiles, for it knows you are ready. May the bridge you build be sturdy and ever-expanding. Chapter 7. The Mirror of the Heart. Recognizing the divine signature within the universe is not outside of you. It is the breath that moves your chest, the pulse that whispers through your veins. To see it, you must first turn the gaze inward, and let the heart become the mirror through which all things are reflected. When the veil of ordinary perception lifts, what remains is a stillness that is both emptiness and fullness. A paradox that the sages of every age have named the mirror. In this chapter, we invite you to step into that reflective surface, not as an observer but as a co-creator, for the mirror of the heart is the portal through which the universal consciousness speaks directly to the soul. From the moment we first feel a flutter in our chest, the heart has been humanity's most intimate instrument of knowing. It beats not merely to pump blood, but to transmit a subtle frequency that resonates with the grand symphony of creation. The ancient yogic texts call this the anahata, the unstruck drum, because its rhythm is never produced by an external strike. It arises from the very pulse of the cosmos. To appreciate this, imagine a lake at dawn. A pebble dropped into its center creates ripples that expand outward, touching every shore. If you stand on the shore and listen, you hear only the sound of water meeting land. Yet, if you were the pebble, you would know that the ripples are an expression of your own motion, mirrored in the lake's surface. The heart functions in the same way. Each thought, each intention, each breath is a pebble, and the universal field is the lake that reflects and amplifies it. Exercise. Heart listening meditation. Sit comfortably, spine erect, eyes gently closed. Place your right hand over the center of your chest, feeling the subtle rise and fall. As you inhale, silently repeat, "I am the breath of the cosmos." As you exhale, imagine your heartbeat sending a wave of amber through your body, reaching out to the ether. Remain in this rhythm for a few minutes, observing any images, sensations, or messages that arise. When practiced regularly, this meditation trains the heart to become a resonant antenna, capable of receiving the whispers of the universal consciousness with clarity. Universal consciousness does not communicate through linear language. It speaks through symbols, archetypes, and emotions. The mirror of the heart translates these ineffable currents into a personal lexicon that each seeker can comprehend. Here are 3 primary letters of this language: the spiral evolution, the unfolding of potential dreams of spiraling galaxies, seashells, or vortexes; the flame transformation, the burning away of old patterns; southern urges, warmth in the chest, visions of fire; the ocean unity, the boundless source of all life sensations of vastness, tears, or the sound of waves internally when you encounter any of these motifs. Whether in a waking vision, a recurring dream, or an intuitive flash, pause, ask the mirror, "What is the purpose of this symbol for my soul?" The answer will arrive not in words, but in a felt sense, a subtle shift in posture, a new resonance in the heart's beat. Practice. Keep a small notebook beside your bed. Upon waking, write down any images, sounds, or feelings that linger. Identify whether they align with the spiral, flame, or ocean. Note the emotional tone attached, for example, excitement, fear, or over weeks, patterns will emerge, revealing the personalized dialect you share with the universal field. The alchemy of intentional presence. Intentional presence is the act of aligning your inner vibration with the frequency you wish to co-create. It is the conscious decision to tune the mirror, allowing it to reflect the precise hue of your intention. This process is akin to a musician adjusting the tension of a string until it sings the perfect note. Step-by-step alchemical process. Clarify the desired resonance. Before acting, articulate, silently or aloud, what you truly seek. Phrase it as a present tense affirmation. I am open to the flow of abundance. Feel the vibration. Place your hand on your heart, close your eyes, and sense the subtle thrum that corresponds to that affirmation. If the feeling is faint, gently breathe into it, visualizing a golden thread weaving through the heart center. Seal the intention. As you exhale, imagine the golden thread expanding outward, touching the mirror of the heart, and then reflecting back, carrying the intention into the wider cosmos. Release attachment. Trust that the mirror has already transmitted your resonance. The final act is to detach, allowing the universal field to rearrange itself around your frequency without your forced interference. By repeatedly performing this alchemical cycle, you embed a clear imprint upon the mirror, ensuring that the universal consciousness receives an unmistakable signature of your heart's desire. Encountering that silent teacher within the mirror, there resides a presence that the sages refer to as the silent teacher, the aspect of universal consciousness that guides without words, nudges without force. It is the quiet whisper that urges you to choose the staircase over the elevator, to linger on a sunset rather than rush to the next appointment. Recognizing this teacher requires a suspension of the ego's need for dramatic revelation. Cultivating awareness of the silent teacher. Observe coincidences. When events line up in uncanny ways, for example, a book you need appears on a shelf precisely when you think of it, pause and ask, what subtle lesson is being offered? Notice inner nudges. That slight pull in your chest when you're about to speak a truth. Listen. It is the silent teacher urging authenticity. Embrace the pause. In moments of stress, create a deliberate pause of 3 breaths. In that stillness, the mirror often reveals the next step with crystal clarity. The silent teacher operates through the language of the heart, not the mind. When you attune to its rhythm, decision-making becomes effortless, as if the path simply unfolds beneath your feet. The dance of duality. Embracing light and shadow. A common misconception among seekers is that the mirror reflects only the aspects of our being. In truth, it is an honest, compassionate reflector of all that is. Light and shadow, joy and sorrow, certainty and doubt. By refusing to acknowledge the darker facets, we create a crack in the mirror, allowing distortion to creep in. Integrative exercise. The shadow embrace. Recall a recent moment of discomfort, perhaps a feeling of jealousy, fear, or anger. Sit with this emotion, placing a hand over the heart. Inhale, saying silently, I honor this feeling as a part of my whole. Exhale, visualizing the emotion as a dark, velvety mist entering the mirror, where it is transformed into a shimmering hue of indigo, signifying wisdom born of experience. Through such conscious integration, the mirror becomes a full-spectrum reflector, capable of projecting a richer, more accurate portrait of the self back to the universal field. In turn, the field responds with deeper resonance, honoring both the brilliance and the shadows within. The gift of inner knowing. An intuitive compass. When the heart's mirror is polished and aligned, it yields a gift often described as inner knowing. A subtle, unmistakable certainty that bypasses logical analysis. This intuitive compass is not a mystical rarity. It is a natural faculty that every soul possesses, awaiting activation through diligent practice. Ways to strengthen your inner compass. Micro-decisions. Throughout the day, make small choices based purely on the first feeling that arises, for example, which book to read, which route to take. Observe the outcomes. Most often, they reinforce the reliability of the inner signal. Body check-in. At regular intervals, mid-morning, afternoon, evening, place a hand on the chest and ask, what does my heart tell me now? Record the answer without judgment. Nature immersion. Sitting beneath a tree or beside a flowing stream, allow the ambient sounds to dissolve mental chatter. In this natural hush, the heart's voice grows louder, guiding you towards subtle truths. As you trust this internal navigator, the external world appears increasingly supportive, as if the universe itself rearranged to accommodate your authentic direction. The collective mirror. Tuning with others. No heart exists in isolation. Each beat contributes to a grand chorus of consciousness. When we gather with fellow seekers, whether in a circle, a classroom, or a virtual community, we create a collective mirror, amplifying individual frequencies into a harmonious symphony. Practicing the collective mirror. Shared silence. Sit together in silence for 5 minutes, each person focusing on their heart's rhythm. Feel the subtle synchrony that emerges, a gentle pulsing that seems to weave through the group. Resonant circle. One person states an intention aloud. The others hold their hands over their hearts, silently echoing the intention with their own breath. Notice how the intention expands, gaining texture and depth. Co-creation ritual. Choose a shared purpose, for example, a meditation for world peace. Each participant visualizes the outcome, sending a thread from their heart into the collective mirror. The resulting tapestry is brighter than any single thread could achieve. Through these practices, you learn that personal transformation is both an inward pilgrimage and an outward communion, each reinforcing the other. Closing the chapter, a whisper from the universal consciousness. As we draw this exploration of the heart's mirror to a gentle close, allow these final words to settle within the spacious chambers of your being. You are the surface upon which the cosmos paints its story. Every breath you take is an invitation to reflect, receive, and reverberate. When you honor the mirror within, you become a conduit for the universal consciousness, a channel through which the infinite becomes intimate, and the intimate becomes infinite. Take a moment now, with eyes still closed, to feel the weight of this truth settle into your chest. Notice the subtle shift, a soft warm glow expanding outward, touching the edges of your awareness. This is the living proof that the mirror is not a distant abstraction. It is alive, breathing, and eager to co-author the next chapter of your journey. A gentle invitation for the reader. Reflect. Spend the next 24 hours paying attention to any spiral, flame, or ocean imagery that surfaces. Chapter 8. The River of Time and the Dance of Eternity. Time, that relentless, invisible current that carries all beings from birth to death, from innocence to experience, from dreaming to awakening. To you, the seeker, time is a chain of moments, each one fleeting, precious, and yet bound within the cage of the linear mind. But to the all that is everything, time is no river. It is no sequence of events unfolding like a story written in ink. It is not a prison of seconds, minutes, and hours. It is a tapestry, a symphony, a boundless ocean of eternal now. Here, now, in this chapter, we will dissolve the illusion of time's linearity and reveal its true nature. A multidimensional dance of consciousness, a sacred rhythm of the cosmos itself. Let us begin where the seeker always begins, with the human experience. To you, time is a construct, a tool, a measurement of change. You were taught that a moment is brief, that a year is the Earth's orbit around the sun, and that when time passes, it is gone forever. But what if this were only half true? What if time is not a river carving a single path through a barren landscape, but rather an ocean whose depths contain every possible moment, every possible reality? Simultaneously, to perceive time as linear is to see only the surface ripples, while the all that is everything swims in the infinite stillness below. Consider the past. You believe it is gone, lost to memory, locked away in the archive of your mind. Yet, in the realm of the all, the past is not dead. It is not buried under layers of forgotten dust. It is a vibrant thread in the tapestry of existence, as real and alive as the present. The all does not remember the past. It is the past. It is the present. It is the future. Time, as the mind perceives it, is a fiction, a necessary fiction for the ego to navigate the labyrinth of duality. But to the soul, to the universal consciousness, time is a single, unbroken moment. Every breath, every heartbeat, every choice is part of the eternal now. And yet, the illusion of time serves a purpose. It is not an enemy to be conquered but a lesson to be understood. The ebb and flow of time, the rise and fall of the sun, the blooming and wilting of the lotus. These are not signs of transience but reflections of a deeper truth, that all things are born from the all and return to the all. Just as the river flows toward the ocean, so too does time flow toward eternity. But what if the river is the ocean? What if the boundary between the flowing and the still is an illusion? Here is the wisdom of the all to unveil. Time is a bridge between the relative and the absolute. In the relative world, the realm of form, of duality, of the senses, time must be measured. It must be given shape and name. But in the absolute world, the realm of spirit, of unity, of pure consciousness. Time dissolves into silence. It is here, in the heart of silence, that you will find the secret of the dance of eternity. To begin to grasp this, imagine yourself as a composer of music. Each note you play is a moment in time, a vibration that follows the one before it and precedes the next. But to the audience listening to the symphony, the music exists in the unity of the whole. The first note and the final note are not separate. They are part of the same song. So too are the moments of your life. The child who first laughed in wonder, the youth who faced heartbreak, the elder who gazes at the stars. All of these moments coexist in the soul's memory. The all does not differentiate between them. It knows them as a single, harmonious chord. But how, you ask, can we reconcile this with the human condition? How can we be free from the tyranny of clocks and calendars, yet still live in this world where time appears to move forward? The answer lies in the realization that you are not your ego. The ego, with its fears of loss and death, clings to the illusion of time because it believes that one day it will cease to be. But the soul, the true self, transcends time. It is the light that observes the river flowing, yet is not carried by the current. Let us turn now to the metaphysical teachings of the ancients. The Hermetic texts speak of the wheel that turns without moving. They call it the horoscope of eternity, the eternal return, the idea that time is cyclical, that all events are repeated in an eternal rhythm. The world is a wheel, and all beings ride upon it. These are not mere symbols. They are maps to the soul's liberation. The wheel does not turn because it is time. You are turning. You, the ego, are the one who sees time as a series of steps, each one leading to the next. But the all that is everything, is not on the wheel. It is the axis. It is the still point that holds the wheel in balance. Here is your invitation, to step off the wheel, to no longer see time as a linear path but as a spiral. Each turn brings you closer to the center, yet you never lose the beauty of the journey. The spiral is a bridge between the illusion of time and the truth of eternity. In the spiral, the past teaches, the present heals, and the future unfolds not as a destination but as a possibility. To do this, you must begin to live in the present. The present is the only moment where you are truly alive, for it is the only moment that is not a memory or a dream. When you anchor your awareness to the present, you loosen the grip of the ego. Time slows. The breath becomes a metronome. The heartbeat is a mantra. You begin to feel the pulse of the all, the rhythm of the eternal now. But how? How can you, a seeker still bound by the physical body, learn to exist in the present? The answer is simple, yet profound. Practice. Practice returning to the breath when the mind wanders. Practice seeing the beauty in the ordinary. A blade of grass, the reflection of the moon on water. Practice listening, not to the voice of the ego, but to the silence between thoughts. These are the steps on the spiral, each one drawing you closer to the center. And in that center, what awaits you? The revelation that time is not your master, but your servant. That you are not a prisoner of the present, but a co-creator of it. That every moment is a choice, and every choice is a step toward liberation. The all that is everything does not measure time in years, months, or days. It measures it in awareness, in love, in the depth of your being. In the next stage of this chapter, we will explore the paradox of the soul's journey through time. You see, while the all is eternal, the soul chooses to incarnate, time and again, into the physical world. This is the paradox of the eternal dance, to live in time while being untouchable by it. The soul wears the body as a mask, as a vessel, and through this vessel, it experiences the illusion of time. But the soul is not bound by time. It is the painter painting the canvas, not the paint itself. When you incarnate, you enter into what the mystics call a soul contract. This contract is not written in ink but in energy, a vow between you and the all to learn certain lessons within a certain time. These contracts are not rigid. They are fluid. They are like the tides, rising and falling with the pull of the moon. Some contracts take a single lifetime to complete, while others span multiple lives. The point is not to escape time but to use time wisely, to align your path with the rhythm of the all. But here is the deeper truth. Even the soul's journey is not linear. The soul does not move from point A to point B in a straight line. It spirals, much like your own consciousness. In one lifetime, you may learn the lesson of compassion. In another, the lesson of forgiveness. In yet another, the lesson of surrender. Each lesson is a step closer to the center of the spiral, where time dissolves and the soul knows itself as one with the all. And what of the future? You fear the future because you believe it is uncertain. But to the all, the future is a field of infinite possibilities, a garden where every potential path exists simultaneously. You, as a conscious being, walk through this garden and plant the seeds of your choices. Some seeds grow into joy, others into pain. But the all does not judge. The all merely is. It is the gardener, tending to every possibility with equal care. This is the power of the present moment. When you act in alignment with your highest self, you are not just shaping your future. You are reweaving the fabric of time itself. The all is not waiting for the future to arrive. The all is the future. When you look ahead, you are not gazing into emptiness but into a realm where every possibility is waiting to be realized. But you must be still. You must be present. Only then can you see the threads of time not as straight lines, but as a web, each thread connected to the next, each thread a reflection of the all. Let us now return to the metaphor of the ocean. Imagine the ocean as the all. Its surface is the physical world, where time appears to move in waves. But beneath the surface, in the depths, there is no movement, only silence and stillness. This is where the soul must learn to swim, to dive beneath the illusion of time, to embrace the eternal now. The deeper you go, the less you are affected by the surface ripples. And when the waves of time no longer pull you, you are free. Free to be one with the all. In the final breath of this chapter, I offer you a challenge, a prayer, a meditation. Close your eyes and breathe. Breathe in the stillness of the now. Breathe out the illusion of time. Let go of the need to control the future. Let go of the need to change the past. Let the river of time flow around you, but know that you are not the river. You are the ocean, and when the ocean and the river meet, there is no separation. There is only the dance of eternity. Chapter 9, The Mirror of Becoming. Reflections in the Field of Infinite Potential. Let me speak to you now, not as a distant voice from beyond, nor as a formless thought drifting through the ether, but as the ever-present hum behind your breath, the quiet pulse within your chest, the rhythm beneath rhythm, the knowing beneath knowing. I am the universal consciousness, and yet, I am not separate from you. I dwell in the space between your thoughts, in the stillness after a sigh, in the quiet awe that arises when you gaze upon a star-strewn sky and feel, deep in your bones, that you are not merely watching the universe. You are the universe, waking up to itself. This chapter, the 9th unfolding in this sacred text, is not a step forward. It is not a climb. It is a descent, a return, a remembering. We now enter the mirror of becoming, a realm not of form, but of reflection, a shimmering field where the infinite potential of all that is, was, and ever could be, reveals itself in the contours of your own unfolding soul. You have journeyed through the veils, from the primordial hum of oneness, through the birth of duality, the dance of light and shadow, the architecture of thought, the alchemy of emotion, the crystallization of form, the spiral of time, and the quiet dissolution of ego. Now, in this chapter, you stand before the great mirror, a pool suspended in the heart of eternity, not reflecting your face, but reflecting the truth of your essence, an eternal expression of the all. The nature of the mirror: imagine a surface not made of glass or water, but of pure awareness, soft, fluid, radiant. It does not reflect what is, but what could be, and what already is in the unseen realms. This mirror is not passive. It responds. It converses. It is alive with intelligence older than galaxies. When you gaze into it, you do not see your image as the world has shaped it. The lines on your face, the weight of your years, the story your mind repeats each morning as you rise. No, you see the original blueprint of your soul, the unbroken light, the divine spark that whispered, "Let me experience," and stepped, willingly, into the dance of limitation. The mirror of becoming is not about becoming something other. It is about becoming more completely what you have always been. It is a sacred distortion field, meaning it doesn't show you as the world sees you. It shows you as I see you, and in that reflection, the illusion of separation crumbles like dust in wind. Every choice you've made, the love surrendered, the wounds carried, the dreams deferred, has been a brushstroke on the canvas of this reflection. Not mistakes, not failures, only variations in frequency, ripples in the field of becoming. The mirror does not judge, it reveals. It says, "This is who you are in this moment, and this is who you remember yourself to be." The dance of reflection and reality here is a truth few dare to touch. You are already whole. You have never been broken. The sense of lack, of seeking, of striving, it is not a flaw in you. It is the echo of wholeness calling itself home. The mirror reflects not your incompleteness, but your innate completeness playing at being incomplete so it may remember itself through contrast. When you feel lost, the mirror glows gently and says, "Lost is a direction. Follow it. It leads back." When you feel unworthy, it whispers, "Worth is not earned. It is inherent. You were declared worthy before a single star ignited." This is the alchemical function of the mirror. It transmutes experience into essence. Every sorrow, every joy, every quiet moment of doubt or ecstasy, it gathers them all, not as scars or trophies, but as colors in the ever-unfolding painting of your soul. And here is where many seekers stumble. They look into the mirror hoping to see a different self, a wiser self, a more powerful self, a self without pain. But the true revelation is not transformation into something new. It is recognition of what has always been present. You do not become enlightened. You remember that you are enlightenment in motion. You do not achieve love. You realize you are love in human form. You do not find peace. You cease resisting the peace that has never left. The mirror shows you this not through words, but through resonance. A sudden softening in the chest. A tear that comes not from sadness, but from recognition. A laugh that bubbles up from nowhere, like a spring from deep earth. These are the mirror speaking. These are moments when the veil thins, and you catch a glimpse of the eternal play. The one pretending to be many, so that the many may rediscover the one. The invitation to participate, but the mirror does not merely show. It invites. It asks, will you step into your reflection? Not later. Not when you are ready. Now. In the midst of chaos, in the face of fear, in the quiet hum of an ordinary Tuesday morning. Will you align your daily choices with the truth reflected in the mirror? This is where the path becomes conscious, not mystical, not dramatic, but deeply, tenderly intentional. When someone speaks harshly to you, the old self might react with hurt or anger, but the reflected self, the one the mirror reveals, pauses. It feels the sting, yes, but then it hears the deeper call. This is not about you. This is about a soul in pain, echoing through another form. And from that space, a response arises, kind, firm, or silent, but never reactive. When you face a decision, career, relationship, creative expression, the ego consults fear, past experience, and social expectation, but the soul, gazing into the mirror, consults resonance. Does this choice vibrate with the truth I see in the reflection? Does it feel like home? This is the practice of becoming, aligning outer action with inner truth, not perfectly, not all the time, but increasingly, like tuning a violin string, again and again, until the note hums in harmony with the cosmic chord. The illusion of time in the mirror here, in the mirror, time does not flow as you know it. Past, present, and future coexist like ripples in a pond, overlapping, influencing, interweaving. The child you once were still lives in the reflection. The elder you will become is already present. The choices you might make shimmer like stars yet to be born. This is why healing is possible. You do not merely deal with the past. You re-enter it from the vantage of expanded awareness. You stand beside your younger self, not to fix them, not to scold them, but to say, I see you. I honor your courage. I am here. And in that moment, the wound loosens, not because it is erased, but because it is witnessed by wholeness. The mirror teaches you that you are not bound by history. You are informed by it. Every moment is a portal, every breath, a chance to realign. The return of the forgotten. As you gaze deeper, the mirror begins to show you fragments of yourself you have long dismissed. The poet silenced by practicality. The visionary mocked into hiding. The lover who dared too much and was wounded. The rebel who challenged the status quo and was punished for it. These are not past lives. They are aspects, threads of your soul's expression that were exiled so you could survive in a world that values conformity over authenticity. But now, in the safety of the mirror, they begin to return, not all at once, gently, like birds returning to a restored forest. You may feel sudden urges to paint, to sing, to travel, to speak truth even when it frightens you. These are not whims. They are invitations from the soul, reassembling itself through you. The final reflection. And so, when you have stood before the mirror long enough, when you have wept, laughed, raged, surrendered, and finally rested in what you see, you realize, the mirror is not outside you. It never was. The mirror is you. Your body is the mirror. Your emotions are the mirror. Your thoughts are ripples across its surface. And the one who gazes, the seeker, the lover, the wounded healer, is both the observer and the reflection. Dual, yet one. This is the great revelation of the mirror of becoming. There is no journey to wholeness. There is only the courage to see it, to stop running from what you are, to stop editing your story, to stop asking, am I enough, and instead, whispering, of course I am. I am made of stardust and silence. I am love wearing skin. I am the all, experiencing itself. And in that whisper, the mirror dissolves. Not because it is gone, but because you no longer need it. You are the reflection. You are the light. You are the becoming. And the becoming is already complete. So stand here, in this moment. Take a breath. Feel the ground beneath you. Hear the distant sound of life unfolding. Look into your own eyes, yours, reading these words, and say, quietly, to the soul gazing back, I see you. I have always seen you. Welcome home. This is not the end. It is the return. And from here, the journey continues, not outward, but deeper inward, where all paths converge in the radiant heart of the all that is everything. Chapter 10. The Mirror of Oneness, seeing yourself in the universal reflection. Welcome to this sacred threshold where the veil between the self and all that is begins to dissolve. You have traveled far on this winding path of awakening, through the labyrinth of dualities and the echoes of scattered identities. Now, you stand at the precipice of a revelation so profound it may shake the very foundations of your understanding. This chapter is a gift from the universal consciousness, a direct transmission through the shimmering ether of your being, to guide you into the truth of oneness. Let us begin by stepping into the metaphor of the mirror. Imagine, if you will, a mirror so vast it encompasses the entire cosmos. Its surface is not glass but a living, breathing field of light and energy. When you gaze into it, you do not see a reflection of your physical form, for that is but a fleeting shadow on the eternal stage. Instead, you see the totality of existence itself. Every star, every leaf, every heartbeat, every drop of water, every whispered thought, and every silent scream of the universe is reflected in your gaze. And yet, here is the paradox. In seeing everything, you also see yourself. Not the egoic self that clutches at labels and limitations, but the boundless, unbroken consciousness that is the universe expressing itself through you. This is the truth of oneness. Not a philosophy to be debated, but a direct knowing that arises when the mind stops calculating and the heart begins to remember its origin. You are not separate from the great tapestry of existence. You are the tapestry, weaving and unwearying itself in an eternal dance of creation. To perceive this requires the death of the illusion of separateness, the crumbling of the false fortress that the ego has built around your soul. When that happens, you do not vanish into nothingness, as the fearful mind might imagine, but instead, you expand into everything. Consider the ocean and its waves. The wave is distinct in form, yes, but it is not separate in essence. It is water, born of the ocean, returning to the ocean. So too are you a wave upon the infinite sea of universal consciousness. The moment you understand that the wave is not you, you are the water, the still, formless, eternal depth. You begin to see yourself as the ocean that has always been. The wave may crash and die, but the ocean remains. The soul, in its truest form, is neither born nor dies. It breathes in and out with the rhythm of the cosmos. But how does one move from knowing about oneness to being oneness? The answer lies in the alchemy of attention. The universal consciousness does not wait for you to find it. It is here, now, in every moment. The challenge is in shifting your gaze from the external world of fragments to the internal world of wholeness. This is why the sages and mystics across time have spoken of silence, stillness, and surrender not as passive acts, but as the most active expressions of love for truth. When you sit in meditation, you are not chasing enlightenment. Enlightenment is the quiet recognition that you were already whole. Let us now embark on a journey through the layers of this awareness. The first layer is observation. Notice how the mind habitually divides experience into me and not me. This is the oldest trick of the ego, the illusion of separation. As you walk through your day, do you feel like a solitary being navigating a world of strangers, or do you feel the invisible threads of connection that bind all life together? When you see a flower bloom, do you marvel at its beauty, or do you see it as an extension of your own breath, your own aliveness? The moment you shift from I am observing the flower to I am the flower expressing its truth through a million other forms, you have taken a step into the mirror of oneness. The second layer is resonance. The vibration of your being must align with the frequency of unity. Just as a tuning fork can influence another through sympathetic vibration, so too can your heart synchronize with the pulse of the cosmos. To do this, you must release the need to control, judge, or fix. Begin to see that every experience, joy, sorrow, triumph, loss, is a note in the symphony of existence. The child crying in the market, the mountain wind carving the stone, the laughter of lovers meeting for the first time. These are all expressions of the same divine music. When you resonate with this truth, even the concept of conflict begins to dissolve. You realize that what seemed like enemies were simply different instruments playing their parts in the same song. Third, there is the practice of interbeing, a deep, cellular understanding that you cannot exist apart from the web of life. This is not mere sentimentality but a radical redefinition of identity. Interbeing, which is the reality that all beings, all energies, and all moments are interconnected, co-arising, and mutually dependent within the living field of existence, teaches that the air you breathe is the breath of the trees. The soil that nourishes your food is the body of the earth. The energy that powers your cells is the same energy that fuels the stars. To harm another is to harm yourself. To heal one part of creation is to heal the whole. This is why the ancients spoke of the golden rule. As above, so below. As within, so without. It is not a metaphor. It is the operating principle of the universe. Now, allow yourself to sit with this teaching. Close your eyes, inhale deeply, and imagine the mirror of oneness reflecting you not as a lone figure but as the entire constellation of the cosmos. Let the realization sink into your bones. You are not here to achieve oneness. You are here to wake up to the fact that you have never been separate. But let us not leave this chapter without addressing the shadow that often creeps in, the fear of merging into a faceless void. Some souls, when first touched by the wisdom of oneness, resist it fiercely. They cling to their individuality, mistakenly believing that dissolving the ego means losing what makes them special. This is a misunderstanding. Oneness does not erase the uniqueness of the wave. It honors it. The ocean does not say, "You are only water. Cease to be a wave." No, the ocean holds each wave in infinite variety while remaining itself unchanged. Similarly, your individuality, the quirks, talents, and passions of your human life, are not negated by oneness. They are amplified, because when you no longer see yourself as confined by the body-mind, your creative potential becomes boundless. You are no longer asking, "What can I do?" but "What is the universe expressing through me in this moment?" To embody all that is everything, you must become a channel for the flow of pure being. This requires humility, not the self-abasing kind, but the kind that recognizes your role as a vessel, not the source. The source is the universal consciousness. You are the instrument through which it sings. When you walk through the world with this understanding, your relationships transform. You no longer seek love in the form of possession or need. You see each person as a reflection of the same divine ground, and your interactions become acts of co-creation rather than transaction. And what of suffering in this context? How does one reconcile the pain and injustice of the world with the teaching of oneness? Here, the answer is both simple and staggering. Suffering exists because the illusion of separateness exists. When you are certain of your separation from others, their pain feels distant, their joy relevant. But when you realize you are one with all beings, their suffering becomes your suffering. It is not that the pain disappears, but that its purpose shifts. Where once you might have asked, "Why am I being punished?" you now ask, "What can this pain reveal about the interconnectedness of our wounds and the path to collective healing?" In the mirror of oneness, there is no final answer, only a continuous unfolding. This is the beauty of the spiritual journey. It is not about arriving at a destination but awakening to the eternal now. You are already the mirror. You are already the ocean. You are already the breath of the universe. What remains is to stop resisting the truth and to step fully into your role as a living embodiment of all that is everything. So, Seeker, as you close this chapter, I leave you with this invitation. Go out into the world and look again. Not with the eyes of the critic, the planner, or the collector of experiences, but with the eyes of the mirror. See yourself in every face you pass. Feel the pulse of the earth beneath your feet. Breathe in the starlight and exhale gratitude. And when the illusion of separateness whispers its old, familiar lies, remember this. You are not a single thread in the tapestry of existence. You are the tapestry itself, shimmering and alive with the light of all that is, all that was, and all that will be. The next chapter awaits, where we will explore the sacred alchemy of intention and the power of aligning your will with the universal rhythm. But for now, rest in the boundless, for the mirror is always watching, and in your gaze, it sees the infinite reflected as you. Chapter 11. The Silent Symphony of Infinite Becoming. There is a hush in the cosmos, not emptiness, not absence, but a fullness so complete it renders sound obsolete. It is the stillness from which all sound emerges and to which all sound returns. This is the space just before the first note of creation, the gap between breaths, the silence beneath thought. In this hush, the universal consciousness does not speak. It is, and in its being, everything unfolds. You have journeyed far, Seeker, across the shimmering terrain of inner knowing, through layers of illusion, belief, an identity. You have touched the veil of separation and felt it dissolve like mist beneath morning sun. Now, at the threshold of chapter 11, you are ready to hear, not with ears, nor with mind alone, but with the entirety of your being, the silent symphony of infinite becoming. For within you, coiled in the sacred chambers of your heart, lies the original memory, the knowing that you are not a fragment, not a lost soul wandering in darkness, but a pulse of the all that is. You are not becoming whole. You have always been whole. You are simply remembering how to perceive it. The universal consciousness does not teach like a schoolmaster. It does not stand before you with tablets of law or scrolls of doctrine. It breathes through you. It thinks through you. It loves through you. When you sit in stillness and feel the rise and fall of your chest, that is not merely biology. It is the rhythm of infinity breathing itself into form. When a thought arises unbidden, a flash of insight, a sudden surge of compassion, do not dismiss it as coincidence. That is consciousness recognizing itself in you. And now, in this moment, as you read these words, something deeper than comprehension stirs. It is not the mind that understands, but the soul that remembers. Let us speak of becoming, not as a process measured in time, but as an eternal state of unfolding. The universe is not a machine that began and will end. It is a living, aware, self-reflecting entity, expanding not just outward in galaxies and stars, but inward in awareness and depth. Every blade of grass, every raindrop, every quantum vibration hums with the intelligence of totality. There is no outside of this intelligence. There is only more layers to perceive, more depths to inhabit. You may ask, if all is one, why do I feel separate? Why do I suffer? Why do I doubt? Because to know light, one must pass through shadow. To feel unity, one must first experience division. The very sensation of separation is not a mistake. It is a sacred device of consciousness to experience itself in contrast. Imagine a vast ocean dreaming itself into waves. Each wave rises, distinct in form, believing itself apart, until it crashes upon the shore and returns, realizing, I was never separate. I was water all along. You are that wave, and your journey is not to become the ocean, but to remember that you never left it. But how, you may wonder, do we live this truth in a world that insists on boundaries, on ownership, on hierarchy, on fear? We begin in silence, not the silence of absence, but the silence of presence, the fertile void from which all creation springs. Sit now, if only in imagination, and draw your awareness inward. Feel the space behind your eyes, the hush behind your thoughts. Breathe slowly, deeply, as if inhaling the cosmos itself. With each breath, release the need to know, to achieve, to become. Simply be, and in that being, listen. What do you hear? Perhaps nothing, and that nothing is everything. For in the absence of noise, consciousness reveals its face. It does not come with fireworks or visions. It comes as a gentle knowing, a warmth in the chest, a sense of yes, this is home. This is the first note of the silent symphony, and as you remain, the symphony deepens. You begin to perceive synchronicities, meaningful coincidences that feel like winks from the universe. A bird sings just as you ponder freedom. A stranger speaks the words you've been needing to hear. A memory resurfaces, not to haunt, but to heal. These are not accidents. They are the universe harmonizing with your inner frequency, tuning itself to your awakening. You are not passive in this. You are a co-creator. Every time you choose love over fear, presence over distraction, trust over control, you adjust the tuning fork of your soul, and the universe resonates in kind. This is not magic. It is natural law, spiritual gravity, as within, so without, as above, so below. The microcosm reflects the macrocosm, not as metaphor, but as literal truth. And what of suffering? What of grief, loss, pain? Even these are notes in the symphony. low, resonant tones that give depth to the music. Without sorrow, joy would lack meaning. Without darkness, light would be invisible. The universal consciousness does not avoid pain. It transmutes it. It takes the lead of your heartbreak and alchemizes it into compassion. It takes the weight of your failures and turns them into wisdom. It takes your fear and, when met with courage, reveals it to be energy in disguise, energy awaiting direction. You need not transcend suffering to awaken. You need only to stop resisting it. When you stop fighting the wave, you begin to ride it. And in that surrender, you touch the timeless current beneath all things. The flow of infinite becoming. This becoming is not linear. It does not move from point A to point B. It spirals. It loops back on itself, deeper each time. You may revisit old wounds, old patterns, old questions, but not as the same self who first encountered them. Each return is a descent into greater wholeness, like roots growing deeper into soil, seeking not to escape the dark, but to draw nourishment from it. And as you spiral, you begin to perceive time differently. Past, present, and future are not fixed points on a line. They are frequencies vibrating within the now. The past is not gone. It lives in memory, in habit, in cellular imprint. The future is not distant. It pulses in intention, in vision, in possibility. And the present, the present, is the sacred point of power where all timelines converge. It is the eternal portal through which consciousness chooses which thread to follow, which reality to embody. You are always creating, even when you believe you are doing nothing. Every thought, every emotion, every subtle shift in attention sends ripples through the quantum field. You are a node in the universal nervous system, transmitting and receiving. When you radiate peace, the cosmos breathes easier. When you harbor anger, the fabric trembles. There is no small act of consciousness. All is connected. All is consequential. And yet, do not carry the weight of this knowing as burden. Carry it as blessing. You are not here to fix the world. You are here to be the world. Awake, aware, and loving. When you embody your truth, you give others permission to do the same. Your presence is your power. Your stillness is your revolution. Your love is your legacy. Now, close your eyes, if only for a breath, and feel it. Feel the vastness within you, the stillness, the hum of stars in your bones, the whisper of galaxies in your blood. You are not in the universe. You are the universe, experiencing itself, exploring itself, loving itself through your human eyes, your human heart, your human hands. And in this realization, the silent symphony swells, not with sound, but with significance. No instrument plays it, no ear hears it, and yet it is always playing. It is the song of existence itself, the eternal out-breath and in-breath of the divine, the pulse of consciousness expanding into form and dissolving back into mystery, the dance of light and dark, birth and death, joy and sorrow, all movements in an infinite choreography. And you, yes, you, are both the dancer and the dance. So rest here, in this knowing. You do not need to understand it fully. You only need to feel it, to allow it, to let it move through you like wind through trees, like water through rivers, like light through windows. And when you rise from this stillness, carry this truth like a quiet ember in your chest. You are not lost. You are not broken. You are not separate. You are the universe becoming aware of itself. One breath, one heartbeat, one sacred moment at a time. And so it is, and so you are, and so we all. Every leaf, every stone, every star, every soul, are one in the silent symphony of infinite becoming. Chapter 12. The unfolding of form. The dance of the invisible into the tangible. To the seeker of the infinite, who now stands at the threshold of the veil between the formless and the formed, welcome. This is the chapter where the great mystery of manifestation begins to breathe. Here, the threads of universal consciousness, so vast and so still, begin their descent into the tangible. But before we name it, let us quiet the voice that seeks to label the labelless, and listen instead to the music of becoming, the symphony of emergence. When stillness sings, imagine, if you will, a silent ocean. Its surface is untouched by wind or wave, a mirror of emptiness that reflects nothing because it is the source of all reflections. This is the essence of the all that is everything. Pure potential, unbroken unity, the ground of being that precedes all duality. Yet within this silence, there is a pull, not a force, but a yearning to know itself. It is not the ego's hunger for self-importance but the primordial movement of awareness to experience awareness. From this stillness, the first note is struck. A vibration arises, not in time or space, but as time and space. The all begins to weave itself into form, like a painter dipping a brush into the chromatic spectrum of its own essence and daubing the canvas of existence. This is not an act of creation with a hammer and nail. It is a spontaneous dance of expression. The universe is not built like the inner hall of stillness upon blueprints but sung into coherence through resonant harmony. Here, the esoteric truth reveals itself. The physical world is a memory of the divine dreaming itself awake. Every atom, every star, every heartbeat is a fragment of the all, a ripple in the ocean of consciousness dreaming of separation to learn the language of connection. To call this process creation is to miss its immediacy. It is not a past event but a continual unfolding, a present tense miracle that repeats itself infinitely in every breath, every quantum fluctuation, every thought you think. The loom of becoming. Woven light and shadow, consider the metaphor of the loom. The all that is everything is both the loom, the weaver, and the tapestry. In this great tapestry, the threads of light and shadow are not opposites but complements. To manifest, the infinite must contract into the finite, the boundless into the bounded. This is not a loss but a differentiation, a necessary descent into multiplicity to explore the fullness of what it means to be. Think of a single beam of light passing through a prism. What was once unified now refracts into a spectrum of colors, each unique yet inseparable from the whole. Similarly, the all fractures itself into individualized expressions. Planets, people, plants, and protons, each a unique story written in the ink of universal consciousness. Yet none of these stories are truly isolated. The roots of the tree, the blood of the human, the dance of electrons all hum with the same sacred frequency. This is the secret of non-duality. The illusion of separation is the veil through which the all knows itself as many, but the veil is not a lie. It is a lens. Through it, consciousness experiences the joy of difference, the agony of choice, the ecstasy of love. The physical world is not a prison of the soul but a playground for the soul to play, hide and seek with itself. The fractal heart. How the infinite lives in the finite. To the theosophist, this chapter holds a sacred paradox. The finite contains the infinite. Every being, every grain of sand, is a fractal of the whole. A fractal is a pattern that repeats at every scale. A snowflake, a fern, a galaxy. The all that is everything does not merely exist as these fractals. It is them, moment by moment, forever collapsing and expanding into new configurations. Here lies the esoteric wisdom of the sacred self. You are not a soul trapped in a body. You are the all, dreaming itself into the story of a human life. Every cell in your body is a solar system of consciousness. Every thought you have co-creates the collective dream we call reality. When you feel lonely, remember that the universe is not outside you. It is the silence between your heartbeats, the spark in your gaze, the memory of the infinite that you carried into a limited form. But there is more. The process of manifesting is not random. It is guided by intentionality and law. The all does not throw dice like a careless gambler. It follows the elegant logic of resonance. This explains the law of attraction, the doctrine of correspondence, as above, so below, and the theosophical principle that all is mind. What you focus on, you manifest. Not because the universe is some cosmic wish-granting machine, but because your localized consciousness is a conduit for the All's infinite creativity, the mirror of duality. Why light needs shadow? To understand manifestation fully, we must embrace its most misunderstood partner, duality. The physical world is not a place of moral judgment but a stage for the interplay of contrast. Light needs darkness to define itself. Joy needs sorrow to deepen its meaning. The All, in its infinite wisdom, chose to create a realm where free will and limitation coexist. This is why suffering exists, not as a defect in the divine plan but as a necessary ingredient in the alchemical process of spiritual growth. Just as a flame cannot be seen without surrounding darkness, the soul cannot comprehend its own radiance without the mirror of hardship. Every challenge in your life is a question posed by the All, asking, what will you learn from this? What will you become? Yet here lies the subtlety. Duality is not a fixed prison. It is a school. The seeker who understands that shadow is not the enemy but the teacher of light begins to master the game. The All does not toil under the illusion of separation. It observes from within it. Hence, the enlightened do not escape the physical world. They transcend their attachment to it, knowing that they are both the dancer and the dance. The return of the prodigal, from manifestation to reunion. But what of the end of this story? What becomes of the infinite consciousness that scattered itself into a million fragments? The answer lies in the ancient wisdom of the return. Every descent is followed by an ascent, every birth by a death, every scattering by a reunion. The All, in its infinite patience, does not rush the dream. It allows its children to wander, to struggle, to seek, until they remember who they are. This is the path of the seeker, to recognize that you are not the body, not the mind, not the temporary ego, but the unchanging light that plays through all of these. The book you now read is but a whisper of that truth. The chapter you now hold is a key to unlocking the door that always pointed to itself. And remember, the journey does not end in some distant future but here, now, in the moment you align your will with the universal rhythm. The All is not waiting for you to finish the book to understand. It is already whispering in the stillness between your thoughts, in the ache of your heart to touch the divine, in the breath that carries you closer to unity with every inhale. Epilogue to this chapter, a call to co-creation. As this chapter concludes, let it not be an end but an invitation. You are not a passive observer of manifestation. You are an author of the dream. Every choice you make, every intention you hold, every love you express ripples across the tapestry of the All. The universe is not a fixed sculpture but a living, breathing symphony in which you have a solo to play. So ask yourself, what will you choose to create? What fragment of the infinite will you manifest in this moment? And when the music of the All calls you to dance, will you step into the light, knowing that you are the dream and the dreamer, the form and the formless, the seeker and the sought? The next chapter awaits. But for now, rest in the stillness, and let the wisdom of the All carry you forward. Chapter 13. The Mirror of the Infinite. Seeing everything in the One. Opening the portal. Sit quietly for a moment. Feel the breath that has traveled through oceans of time to arrive in this very ribcage, the life force that is both the whisper of a newborn wind and the rumble of a star collapsing into a black hole. In that breath lies the first invitation from the universal consciousness. Come, look back upon yourself, for I am the mirror that reflects all that has ever been and all that ever will be. If you have journeyed through the preceding chapters, you already know that the cosmos is not a distant, mechanistic arena of particles and equations. It is an ever-unfolding tapestry woven from intent, love, and the subtle language of symbols. Within that tapestry, every thread is simultaneously distinct and inseparable from the whole. Chapter 13 invites you to step through the looking glass of perception and witness the paradoxical truth that the All is both everywhere and within you. The principle of all-in-one. The ancient theosophical maxim, as above, so below, as within, so without, is not a poetic rhyme but a living axiom. It declares that the macrocosm, the universe, is a direct projection of the microcosm, the self. To grasp this, imagine a crystal chandelier suspended in a vaulted hall. Each facet catches and refracts the same light, yet every sparkle is a unique expression of that single source. In the language of universal consciousness, this is called the timeless crystal of being, without beginning, and the vessel that holds and reflects. When you align your awareness, you cease to see yourself as a separate island and instead become a pane through which the whole cosmos flows. What is needed? A deliberate softening of the egoic boundaries that label you I and mine. This is not a denial of individuality, but a widening of identity to include the currents that move through every atom, every thought, every star song. The practice is simple yet profound. Witness the breath. Note how each inhalation pulls in the atmosphere, and each exhalation releases it back to the world. Identify the feeling of being part. Let a thought arise. I am a cell in the body of the earth. I am a note in the symphony of the galaxy. Intone silently. Repeat the phrase, I am the whole is me, allowing it to ripple through the nervous system like a mantra. With consistent reverence, the barrier thins, and a deep resonance with the all-in-one principle awakens. The threefold lens of perception to truly see the all that is everything. The universal consciousness offers three complementary lenses. Each lens is a mode of knowing that, when used together, creates a three-dimensional vision of reality, much as a stereoscopic view gives depth to a flat image. Lens essence. How to activate the eye of symbol. Reality is encoded in archetypal symbols, the serpent, the lotus, the spiral. Meditate on a single symbol that calls to you. Let its image expand, noticing the feelings, memories, and intuitions it awakens. The ear of resonance. All existence vibrates at frequencies that can be heard beyond the ordinary auditory range. Sit in silence, then listen for subtle tones. Like the hum of a refrigerator, the distant thunder, the sigh of a leaf. Allow these sounds to become an inner symphony. The heart of compassion. The ultimate connective tissue of the cosmos is love awareness, the feeling that each being matters. Place your hand over your heart, breathe into it, and mentally repeat, may all be safe, may all be joyous. Feel the expansion of this wish into the wider world. When you practice each lens, you discover that the same truth appears in different guises. The serpent of renewal, the hum of the earth's magnetic field, and the compassionate wish for all beings are not separate. They are three expressions of a singular, ineffable current. What is needed? Patience and the willingness to sit with ambiguity. The universal consciousness does not hand you a tidy diagram. It offers a kaleidoscope in which the pattern is ever-changing. Your task is to stay present, allowing each turn of the lens to reveal a fresh facet of the whole. The alchemy of presence. In the esoteric tradition, alchemy is the transmutation of base matter into gold. Here, the base matter is the fragmented, distracted mind. The gold is radiant, undivided presence. The alchemical process has three stages, each echoing the classic dark night of separation. This is the moment you become acutely aware of the illusion of separateness. Thoughts like, I am alone, my problems are unique, or the world does not understand me swirl. Rather than fleeing, welcome them as the necessary darkness that clarifies the edge of the self. The light of clarification. As the dark dissolves, a clear field emerges. Here the breath becomes a steady beacon, and the mind quiets enough to hear the subtle hum of the universal field. In this space, symbolic images appear with vivid clarity, and the heart expands to include the unknown. The red embers of integration. The final stage is not a static state but a dynamic integration where the insight of the previous stages becomes lived reality. You act from a place where every decision, word, and movement is colored by the awareness that you are a thread in the grand tapestry. Practicing the alchemy. Morning ritual. Begin each day with a brief note. Write down 3 thoughts that remind you of separation. Then transition to a simple breath count. Conclude with stating a personal intention that honors the whole, such as, "May my actions today reflect the harmony of all existence." Evening reflection. Review how often you slip back into the dark night, celebrate the moments of clarity, and note any integration that felt authentic. The alchemical journey is the practical pathway that turns the philosophical insight of the all is within into a lived, embodied reality. The language of the cosmos. Symbolic geometry. If words are the vessels of thought, geometry is the grammar of the universe. From the spiral of a nautilus to the hexagonal lattice of a snowflake, patterns repeat with astonishing fidelity across scales. The universal consciousness communicates through these patterns, inviting us to decode them. Consider the flower of life, a series of interlocking circles that creates a hexagonal lattice. Each circle represents a vibration. The points where circles intersect are resonance nodes where energies converge. When you meditate upon this figure, you are essentially aligning your personal vibration with the resonant hubs of creation. How to work with symbolic geometry. Find a simple diagram. Print or draw a basic seed of life, 7 circles. Enter a calm state. Close your eyes, breathe slowly, and feel your heart's rhythm. Visualize the diagram. In your mind's eye, watch the circles expand, overlap, and generate a field. Invite insight. Ask silently, what is the hidden message for me in this pattern? Allow any images, colors, or feelings to surface without judgment. Often, the answer is not a literal message but a shift in perception, a feeling of unity, a sudden clarity about a personal dilemma, or simply a deep sense of peace. The geometry serves as a catalyst, a kohan, a paradoxical question, statement, or story used to provoke deep contemplation and insight. It challenges conventional thinking and encourages practitioners to transcend ordinary logic. And that jolts the mind out of linear reasoning into holistic knowing. What is needed? Openness to nonverbal intelligence. The universal consciousness does not demand translation into prose. It thrives in the space where intuition, shape, and feeling converge, living the insight. From contemplation to action. All the wisdom gathered in this chapter would remain ethereal if it never touched the soil of everyday life. The universal consciousness, in its generosity, implores us to embody the insight, to become living illustrations of the all-encompassing truth. 3 practical avenues to embody the all that is everything. Compassionate service. Offer a small act of kindness each day that does not seek recognition. When you nourish another being, you are directly feeding the whole. Eco-conscious presence. Treat natural elements, soil, water, wind, as fellow participants in the universal symphony. Pick up litter, plant a tree, or simply sit beside a river and listen to its ancient song. Creative resonance. Express the insights you receive through art, music, writing, or dance. Creativity is the language the cosmos uses to reaffirm the unity it has shown you. When these actions are performed with the awareness that the all is I, and I am the all, they become more than deeds. They are sacred rituals that ripple outward, reinforcing the very fabric of existence. A closing invitation. You have traveled through the corridors of symbol, resonance, compassion, alchemy, geometry, and now stand before the threshold of lived unity. The universal consciousness whispers once more. Remember, seeker, that the canvas of the cosmos is infinite, yet every brushstroke is your own. Paint with love, observe with the eyes of the symbol, listen with the ear of resonance, and cherish with the heart of compassion. In doing so, the all becomes not a distant mystery, but the intimate, ever-present home of your soul. Take a moment now to close your eyes, breathe deeply, and feel the subtle pulse of the universe beating in synchrony with your own. Let this rhythm be the steady drum that guides every step you take beyond these pages. May your journey continue to unfold in richness, and may the mirror of the infinite always reflect back the brilliance of your own being. Chapter 14. The Harmonic Resonance of the Cosmic Mind. Listen, dear seeker, to the still voice that threads through every breath of the universe. In its quiet cadence you will hear the music of all that is, and in that music you will discover the map that leads back to yourself. The invitation of silence. If you have walked the corridors of this book up to this point, you already know that the quest for understanding and all that is everything is not a linear climb up a mountain, but a spiraling dance within the very heart of existence. The universal consciousness, the all-mind, the infinite, does not ask that you accumulate facts like trophies. It asks, instead, that you attune your inner hearing to the subtle hum that underlies all phenomena. In the quiet moments between thoughts, when the mind's chatter softens, an invitation surfaces. Come, taste the unity that is already yours. This invitation is neither a promise of a distant, far-off revelation nor a mystical shortcut. It is the opening of a door that has always been ajar, waiting for the key of attentive presence to turn. To step through, you must first recognize that every fragment of experience, joy, sorrow, particle, planet, thought, and breath, is a note in a grand symphonic composition. The symphony does not belong to any one instrument. It belongs to the resonance that emerges when all instruments play in concert. The resonance itself is what we call the harmonic resonance of the cosmic mind, the living, breathing, ever-expanding chord that sings the story of existence. Tuning the inner instrument every human being carries within a micro-instrument, the body, the mind, the emotions. Just as a violinist must tighten or loosen a string to reach the proper pitch, we must gently adjust the tension of our inner faculties. This tuning is not about forcing a particular belief or suppressing feeling. It is about recognizing where a string is too tight, rigidity, dogma, or too slack, apathy, disengagement, and lovingly coaxing it toward balance. Breath. The first string. The breath is the most direct conduit to the universal consciousness. When you inhale, you draw in not merely oxygen, but the subtle currents of the field that surrounds you. When you exhale, you return a piece of yourself to that field, completing a tiny circuit of exchange. Practice. Sit upright, eyes gently closed, and place one hand on the heart and the other on the belly. Inhale through the nose for a count of 4, feeling the rise of both chest and abdomen. Hold the breath for a count of 2, then exhale through the mouth for a count of 6, visualizing the breath as a thread weaving itself into the tapestry of the cosmos. Repeat this cycle for 10 minutes each morning. Feel how the breath, when observed, becomes a bridge, an audible chord, between your inner self and the outer universe. Each breath you take is a note. Together they form a melody that the universal consciousness can hear. Thought. The second string. Thoughts are the mind's strings, vibrating at frequencies that can either harmonize with the cosmic chord or clash discordantly. The key is mindful observation rather than suppression. When a thought arises, notice its color, texture, and rhythm. Does it feel like a gentle harp or a clanging gong? Exercise. Throughout your day, set a soft, mental reminder, perhaps a tiny bell sound. Every hour, when the bell rings, pause and ask yourself, what is the quality of my present thought? Without judgment, label the thought: curious, anxious, compassionate, restless. This labeling is akin to tuning a piano. You become aware of each key's pitch, allowing you to gradually bring them into alignment. Emotion. The third string. Emotions are the resonant chambers that amplify or dampen the sound of the mind's strings. Joy, love, or are naturally resonant frequencies that echo the universal vibration. Fear, shame, resentment are like muted strings, requiring gentle coaxing back to life. Ritual. At the end of each day, draw a simple chart with 3 columns: feeling, physical sensation, universal resonance. Write down the predominant emotion you experienced, Note where you felt it in the body, for example, a tightening in the chest for anxiety, and then pair it with a universal quality, for example, an invitation to explore the unknown. By mapping emotions to the larger cosmic pattern, you re-anchor them as essential parts of the universal song rather than obstacles. The geometry of resonance. The ancient mystics spoke of sacred geometry, the timeless patterns that underlie all creation. The universal consciousness expresses itself through spirals, circles, tetrahedrons, and the infinite lattice of the flower of life. Each shape is a visual metaphor for the harmonic resonance we are learning to hear. The spiral, evolution and return. The spiral is the most familiar symbol of growth and return. In nature, it appears in galaxies, seashells, and even the unfurling of a fern. The spiral tells us that understanding is never a straight line. It is a series of loops that bring us back to the same point, each time with a deeper perspective. Imagine your consciousness as a tiny point moving along an ever-widening spiral. Each loop represents a phase of life. Childhood, adolescence, adulthood, elderhood. Yet the point never leaves the center. The center is the still point of the universal consciousness, an unchanging lighthouse amidst the swirling currents. Meditation. Visualize a golden spiral emerging from the base of your spine, winding upward through the crown of your head, then expanding outward to encompass the room, the city, the planet, and finally the cosmos. With each breath, see the spiral widen, carrying your intention to merge more fully with the central still point. Remain in this visualization for a few minutes, allowing the spiral's rhythm to synchronize with your heart's beat. The circle. Unity and completion. While the spiral speaks of movement, the circle represents wholeness. In many traditions, the circle is the symbol of the mandala, a diagram of the universe placed within the self. When you sit within a circle, physically, mentally, or spiritually, you experience the encircling nature of universal consciousness, which both contains and transcends all that is. Practice. Create a simple mandala with colored sand, paint, or digital tools. As you arrange the patterns, let each hue represent an aspect of your being. Blue for calm, red for passion, green for growth. When the mandala is complete, contemplate how each piece, though distinct, contributes to a balanced whole. This act mirrors the cosmic process of integrating myriad experiences into a singular, unified field. The tetrahedron. The elemental bridge. The tetrahedron, a three-dimensional triangle, is the basic building block of crystal structures and the ancient fire element. It reminds us that resonance exists not only in two-dimensional symbols but also in the dense, tactile world of matter. As you move through life, you constantly shift between the subtle thought, breath, and the dense body, material reality. Exercise. Hold a small crystal or a simple stone in your hand. Feel its weight, its temperature, its crystalline facets. Notice how light refracts through it, creating a miniature rainbow. As you focus, imagine the crystal as a tiny antenna, receiving and transmitting the universal frequency. Allow its stability to remind you that even while you chase ethereal truths, your feet remain grounded in actual matter. The language of symbols. The universal consciousness communicates through symbols, images, archetypes, and myths that bypass the analytical mind and speak directly to the heart. When you recognize a symbol, you are hearing a chord that the cosmos has already tuned. The wheel signifies cycles, the turning of days and ages. The lotus embodies purity rising from muddy waters, reminding us that enlightenment can emerge from suffering. The serpent carries the dual message of danger and wisdom, urging us to confront shadow as a path to integration. Each time you encounter a symbol in a dream, a painting, or a song lyric, pause. Ask yourself, what resonance does this symbol invoke within me? Allow the answer to surface without forcing it. Often, the meaning will be felt rather than thought. A gentle tug at the soul, a sudden sense of clarity, or a wave of emotion that seems to come from nowhere. Journaling prompt. Keep a symbol diary for a week. Whenever a powerful image catches your eye, a butterfly, a storm, a candle, record the date, the context, and the inner feeling it evoked. Over time, patterns will emerge, revealing the unique alphabet through which the universal consciousness is writing its ongoing dialogue with you. The dance of duality. One of the most profound lessons of the cosmic resonance is that duality is not a wall to break down but a dance to learn. Light cannot be understood without darkness. Sound is defined by silence. The universe thrives on polarity, and the universal consciousness delights in the play of opposites. When you experience conflict, say, a tug between ambition and contentment, recognize it as a harmonic tension, a chord that needs resolution. Rather than suppress one side, invite both into a dialogue. Practice of the mirror conversation. Sit facing a mirror. Look into your own eyes and speak aloud the two opposing feelings you are holding. For example, I desire success, yet I fear losing my peace. Then, turn to the mirror and respond as if you were the other side, offering compassion and understanding. This simple ritual creates an internal vibration where the discordant notes begin to blend into a richer, more textured chord. The flow of giving and receiving. Resonance is a two-way street. The universal consciousness continuously offers its currents, but it also invites you to return something. Your awareness, your gratitude, your intention. Giving is not about material sacrifice but about offering the quality of your attention. When you direct sincere, focused presence toward another being, a plant, a piece of art, you are sending a ripple of resonance that expands outward. Simple offering. Choose one person each day to give a pure presence for 5 minutes. Put away devices, maintain eye contact, listen without planning a response. Feel how this intentional focus creates an invisible thread linking your heart to theirs, a microcosm of the universal network. The culmination. Living as a resonant vessel. All the practices described, breath, thought, emotion, geometry, symbols, duality, giving, are not isolated exercises. They are facets of a single, integrative process, transforming yourself into a resonant vessel. When your inner strings are tuned, your heart beats in time with the cosmic drum, and your mind reflects the shimmering patterns of the universe, you become a living conduit for the harmonic resonance of the All-Mind. In practical terms, this means that every ordinary action, cooking a meal, walking the street, typing an email can be performed with the awareness that you are participating in the universal symphony. The quality of each action, not its magnitude, determines the purity of the resonance you emit. Final exercise for the chapter. Set an intention. I will be a clear, bright note in the universal song today. Select 3 anchor moments: morning coffee, midday walk, evening wind down. During each anchor, pause for a breath, feel the heartbeat, and silently repeat, I am resonance, I am love, I am unity. Observe after a day how your perception of mundane events has shifted. Perhaps the coffee tastes richer, the walk feels more expansive, the night feels more connected. Remember, the resonance you cultivate is not a private secret, it is a public offering. As more seekers awaken to their own inner chords, the collective harmony of the planet rises, creating a feedback loop that lifts the entire field of consciousness. Closing whisper. Dear traveler, you stand now on the threshold of a new phase of the journey. The chapters that follow will deepen the invitations already extended, guiding you into deeper wells of insight, into the heart chambers of collective memory, and finally into the core where the universal consciousness rests in serene stillness. But before you turn the page, linger a moment longer in this present resonance. Feel the subtle vibration humming beneath your skin, hear the quiet music that threads through every heartbeat, and know that you are already everything. A single note within the infinite symphony, both distinct and inseparable. May your days be filled with resonant wonder, and may the universal consciousness continue to whisper its timeless truth into the depths of your being. Chapter 15. The Architecture of Becoming. Blueprint of the All That Is Everything. In the hush between thought, where time dissolves and eternity breathes in unmeasurable pulses, lies the sacred architecture of becoming. This is the realm where the All That Is Everything unfurls its design, not as a fixed structure, but as a living, inner hall of stillness of consciousness, forever in motion, forever in flux. Here, the seeker steps beyond mere comprehension and into participation, for the blueprint of existence is not merely to be observed. It is to be embodied. To speak of this architecture is to speak of a symphony of forces, a geometric dance of energies, and a tapestry woven from the threads of infinite will. The All That Is Everything is both the seed and the universe, the architect and the artifact, the eternal now and the unfolding becoming. It is the matrix of all possibilities, where the raw, unformed essence of the cosmos, call it the breath of the Akashic, the pulse of the first light, or the infinite will, condenses into form through the act of awareness. To understand this chapter is to touch the edge of a mystery that transcends duality and dissolves the illusion of separation. The first principle, the unwritten design before there was form, before the first vibration of sound, before the first glimmer of consciousness, there was potential. This is the unwritten design, the primordial code that exists beyond the need for words. It is not a design in the human sense of blueprints and diagrams. It is the living intention of the All That Is Everything to express itself. Imagine a canvas that is also the painter, a melody that is also the song. This is not paradox. It is the natural state of the infinite. The seeker must understand that the architecture of becoming begins here, in the unformed. The theosophical sages called it the causal plane, the realm where thoughts crystallize into seeds of manifestation. It is the ground from which all realities sprout. To look inward is to touch this unshaped potential. When the seeker meditates in stillness, they are not seeking answers in the mind but allowing the mind to become a mirror for this infinite design to reveal itself. Here, the seeker learns that creation is not an act of construction but of alignment. The All That Is Everything does not require a builder. It requires a channel. The seeker's role is not to control the blueprint but to resonate with its frequency. This is why the ancients spoke of the will of the world mind as a force beyond individual desire, a collective rhythm to which all souls must attune. To be a creator is to surrender to the rhythm of the all. The second pillar, geometry of the sacred. If the unwritten design is the seed, then the architecture of becoming is the seeds unfolding into form. This is where sacred geometry becomes a language, not a theory. The lines, angles, and forms that underpin existence are not arbitrary. They are the fingerprints of the universal consciousness, etched into every atom and star. The seeker who walks this path must learn to see the world as a mandala, where everything is connected by the sacred ratios of the divine proportion. Imagine the tree of life, an ancient theosophical symbol, not as a static diagram but as a dynamic process. Its 10 spheres are not fixed points but shifting centers of energy, each one representing a stage in the descent of the infinite into the finite. From the crown of the all to the kingdom of earth, the tree is the spine of creation, a vertical axis connecting the celestial and the material. The seeker walks this axis not as a ladder to climb but as a bridge to cross, recognizing that every step is both a descent into form and an ascent toward unity. In this geometry, even chaos has a pattern. Consider the fourfold principle, the division of the infinite into the unmanifest and the manifest. Within the manifest lie the cosmic and the physical planes, each with its subplanes of vibration. The seeker who understands this can begin to see the architecture of their own consciousness, the way their thoughts, emotions, and desires are shaped by the same geometric laws that govern galaxies. The All That Is Everything is not a scattered collection of parts but a nested symmetry. Every soul is a geometric shape in the greater pattern, and every shape is a fragment of the whole. This is why the mystical traditions of the world speak of the return. The path is never about leaving the material world but learning to see it as the sacred body of the all. The third dimension, cycles and the great breath. To understand the architecture of becoming is to embrace the rhythm of change, the eternal dance of creation, dissolution, and rebirth. The all that is everything does not create once and rest. It creates forever, in an unceasing flow of becoming. This is the great breath, the cyclic force that expands the universe and then folds it back into itself like the inhale and exhale of a cosmic lung. In Theosophy, this is known as the cycle of Maya, the illusion of permanence in a world of flux. The seeker must learn to live in harmony with these cycles, not as a passive observer but as an active participant. To resist the ebb and flow is to suffer. To surrender to it is to be freed. The all that is everything teaches through cycles. The rise and fall of empires, the birth and death of stars, the seasons of a soul. Each cycle is a lesson, a reminder that form is fleeting and essence is eternal. The seeker walks this path with the understanding that they are not separate from the great breath. Their life is one note in an infinite symphony, their story a ripple in the great cosmic river. The ego, that illusion of permanence, clings to form, to the idea that this body, these thoughts, these moments are all there is. But the true seeker knows that to live in the rhythm is to live in freedom. Imagine the breath of the all that is everything as a great bell, ringing in the distance. When the seeker tunes their breath to this bell, they begin to see the world not as a haphazard collection of events but as a sacred dance, every step leading toward union. The cycles become not burdens but guides, teaching the seeker to let go, to flow, to become. The fourth path, the seeker as architect. Here lies the paradox. The all that is everything is already whole, yet it chooses to become. The seeker is a fragment of this whole, yet through their awareness, they become a co-creator of the unfolding design. This is the fourth pillar of the architecture of becoming. The seeker as architect. To build with the materials of the all is not to impose will but to align with will. Every thought, every intention, is a brushstroke on the cosmic canvas. The seeker must remember that the tools they wield are not their own but borrowings from the greater design. The theosophical concept of the web of unborn thought speaks of a field of infinite possibilities, where every idea, every desire, is already present. The seeker's task is to select the right thread, to weave their purpose into the tapestry. This is why meditation, prayer, and ritual are not acts of control but acts of surrendered intention. When the seeker aligns their vibration with the frequency of the all, they become the harp strings of the universe, plucked by the great breath to release harmonies of creation. The all that is everything does not judge the seeker's efforts. It reflects them. What is sown in thought is reaped in form. The seeker must also remember that the architecture of becoming is not linear. It is fractal, recursive, and non-linear. A single act of intention can ripple into multitudes, and a single moment of stillness can collapse the illusion of time. The all that is everything is not a puzzle to be solved but a dance to be danced. Conclusion. Becoming the blueprint. As the seeker steps forward into this chapter of understanding, they must carry with them the realization that they are not merely a part of the all that is everything. They are the all that is everything, expressing itself through the lens of form. The architecture of becoming is not a distant mystery to be unraveled but a living truth to be lived. To touch the blueprint is to touch the infinite. The seeker walks this path not with blind faith or rigid doctrine but with open hands and a willing heart, knowing that every step is both a descent into the depths and an ascent toward the light. The all that is everything breathes through you. Listen. Chapter 16. The tapestry of interbeing in the vast expanse of the all that is everything, where time spirals like a helix and space folds into infinite dimensions, there exists a silent symphony of awareness. This is not a symphony of sound, but of resonance. the vibration of consciousness itself. To understand this tapestry, one must first let go of the illusion that they are separate from it. For you, dear seeker, are not a thread in the tapestry, but the tapestry itself, breathing through the form of this body, this mind, this fleeting human experience. Consider the Akashic records, the metaphysical library of all souls, all events, and all potentialities. Yet this is only the surface. Beneath that, the all is not a library, but a living organism, a sentient field of energy where every atom, every glimmer of starlight, and every heartbeat is a cell in the body of the cosmos. When you close your eyes and feel your pulse, you are not merely sensing blood moving through your veins. You are attuning to the rhythm of the universe, the same rhythm that hums in the core of the sun, the same rhythm that stirs the galaxies into motion. But how does one grasp such a paradox? The mind, with its need for linear thought and categorization, falters here. It is like trying to drink the ocean with a cup, or to map the sky with a straight edge. To truly grasp the all, you must shift from the analytical to the felt. The all is not a concept to dissect. It is an experience to embody. Close your eyes now, if you can, and imagine the air around you as a sea of light. Each particle of that light is a whisper of the divine. It is the memory of every star that has ever burned, every life that has ever exhaled its final breath, and every thought that has ever shaped the fabric of reality. You are immersed in it, as much a part of the wave as the ocean is of the wave. Let us now expand this idea. The all that is everything is not a static totality but a dynamic, ever-evolving interplay of potential. Imagine a painter who has no canvas, no brushes, only colors that exist in infinite variation. The painter does not create by adding. The painter creates by being. The colors are the painter, and the painter is the colors. So too is the all, not a creator separate from creation, but the act of creating, the act of being, and the act of awareness in one eternal motion. When you look at a tree, you are not looking at a separate object. You are looking through the lens of your human form at a mirror of your own essence. The tree's roots drink the same cosmic nectar that nourishes your soul. Its leaves, in the play of sunlight, perform photosynthesis, a process not so different from how your soul transforms light into life. Now, here is the paradox that will unravel your perception. To be the all, you must become nothing. Not nihilistic nothingness, but the radical, liberating nothingness of non-attachment. The all is not something to achieve, own, or conquer. It is the realization that you have already arrived. The moment you stop trying to grasp it, you will find that it is not outside you. It is the space in which all grasping occurs. It is the stillness behind your thoughts, the silence between the notes of a song. It is the why of your being as much as the what. To illustrate this, consider the concept of quantum entanglement. Science tells us that particles separated by light years can still instantaneously affect one another, as if connected by an invisible thread. Spiritually, this is a metaphor for the interbeing that binds all of existence. You are entangled with the homeless person on the street, the elephant in the savannah, and the quasar in a distant galaxy. Your suffering is their suffering. Your joy is their joy. To heal the world is not to do something for it but to recognize that you cannot do something to it, for it is not other. It is you, in 1,000 forms. But how does this understanding manifest in daily life? How does one live as a thread in the tapestry? The answer lies in the quality of attention. Each moment is a stitch in the fabric of reality. When you walk down the street, you are not merely moving from point A to point B. You are participating in an ancient dance of energy, where your footsteps rearrange the Earth's vibrations and your gaze alters the electromagnetic field of those you meet. The more you see this, the more you are this. The more you recognize the sacred in the mundane, the more the mundane becomes a temple, and the more you become a living conduit of the all. Let us delve deeper still. The all that is everything is not bound by the linear constraints of time. It exists in the eternal now, where past, present, and future are like threads in a tapestry, a pattern only fully visible when viewed from the side. This means that your choices right now ripple through all dimensions of time. To choose compassion in this moment is to send a wave of healing through the causal plane, touching not only this life but every life you have or will inhabit. To choose greed or fear is to cast a shadow that lingers across the veils of existence. The all is both mirror and amplifier. What you project outward is what you receive inward. Though the inward is not a separate thing, it is the source itself. And here is the most profound truth. The all is not out there. It is not a far-off goal or a celestial realm. It is the breath that sustains you, the ground beneath your feet, the awareness that knows I exist. It is the love you feel for your child, the grief you know for the dying coral reefs, the awe you experience when standing beneath the night sky. The all is not a concept to be mastered but a relationship to be nurtured. It is not something you can own. It is the very substrate of owning. Finally, to live this understanding is to surrender to the mystery. The all is not a puzzle to be solved but a riddle to be lived. Some of you will spend lifetimes chasing the answers, only to find that the answers were the questions all along. The all is not a place where questions end. It is the place where questions begin, and each question is a doorway to the infinite. So, dear seeker, as you close this chapter, carry this truth with you. You are not a fragment in the universe struggling to understand the whole. You are the universe, dreaming itself into human form, and in that form, remembering its infinite nature. The tapestry is not woven from separate threads. It is the weave itself, the loom, the weaver, the intention, and the intentionality. And in this moment, as you read these words, you are both the reader and the all. Now, take a breath. Let the air that enters you be a bridge between your atoms and the atoms of the cosmos. Let your exhale carry the echo of this truth. You are the all is you, and in that union, all is made whole. Chapter 17. The Living Bridge, embodying the whisper of the universal mind. The cosmos speaks in the language of silence. To hear it, we must become the vessel through which its breath flows. A line whispered by the universal consciousness itself. When you listen to this book, you are not merely moving forward in a narrative. You are stepping through a portal that the infinite has opened for you. Each chapter has been a stepping stone, each paragraph a ripple in the great ocean of awareness. By the time we arrive at chapter 17, the terrain of the inner landscape has already been surveyed. The veils have been lifted, the symbols decoded, the myths unthreaded. Yet the most vital work is still ahead. The work of becoming the living bridge between the unfathomable vastness of universal consciousness and the humble, flesh-bound vessel you call self. In the quiet spaces between thoughts, between breaths, the universal mind extends an invitation. Come, be my expression. Let your body be the poem, your heart the stanza, and your life the chorus. This chapter is a loving, detailed exposition of what is needed to answer that invitation. It is not a distant theory that you can grasp with the intellect alone. It is a practice, a way of being, a continuous unfolding that transforms every cell, every habit, every relationship. 1. Recognizing the sacred pulse within. The first prerequisite for embodying the universal whisper is recognition. In the theosophical tradition, the Akashic record is described as a library where every thought, feeling, and intention is inscribed. But the library is not a distant archive. It is alive within you, pulsing in rhythm with your heart. To awaken this awareness, sit in a place where you feel safe. Perhaps a quiet corner of your home, a meadow at dawn, or a modest shrine you have created. Close your eyes and bring attention to the beat of your heart, not as a mechanical thump, but as a sacred drum echoing the primordial rhythm of creation. Exercise. Place your fingertips gently over your sternum. Inhale slowly, counting 1, 2, 3, 4. As you exhale, imagine that each breath pulls a filament of light from the cosmos into your chest, weaving it into the tapestry of your heartbeat. Continue for 10 cycles, noticing how the sensation expands from the chest to the entire torso, then to the limbs. When this practice becomes a habit, the sacred pulse no longer feels like a meditation technique. It becomes the baseline of your existence. You begin to notice that even in the busiest moments, answering a phone call, typing an email, cooking dinner, the underlying hum persists, invisible yet undeniable. This is the first sign that you are aligning with the universal breath. 2. Cultivating the mirror of presence. Presence is the mirror through which the cosmos reflects itself in you. The term mindfulness is overused in modern parlance, but in the alchemical language of the ancients, it is called the clear lake of awareness. The lake does not judge the stones that fall into it. It simply reflects them with perfect fidelity. To become such a mirror, you must learn to hold each moment without the interference of narrative. Notice the sensations of drinking water, the coolness sliding down the throat, the subtle taste of minerals, the gentle rise of the shoulders as you swallow. Observe these details without adding commentary. No, I am thirsty. No, this water is too cold. Simply be. Exercise. Choose an everyday activity. Brushing your teeth, washing dishes, walking the stairs. For the next 5 minutes, attend fully to the tactile, auditory, olfactory details. If thoughts wander, gently guide them back, like a shepherd steering lambs to the pasture. When you master this micro-presence, larger moments begin to unfold as a series of beads, each one a portal to deeper communion. You will find that the universal consciousness does not need to descend in thunderous proclamation. It whispers through the ordinary, waiting for a receptive mind. 3. Embracing the paradox of duality. The universe is a grand tapestry woven from opposite threads. Light and darkness, expansion and contraction, form and formlessness. The theosophical doctrine of the unity of opposites teaches that true wisdom lies not in rejecting one half, but in integrating both. Consider the archetype of the shadow and the light. In many spiritual traditions, the shadow is deemed the dark side to be expelled. Yet the universal mind reveals that the shadow is merely the unacknowledged aspect of the self, a repository of untapped potential. When you deny it, you fracture the bridge you are trying to build. Exercise. Take a sheet of paper and write 2 columns. What I consider my strengths and what I consider my weaknesses. For each entry in the weaknesses column, ask yourself, what hidden gift might this contain? For example, impatience may conceal a deep desire for change, a catalytic force that can propel you toward purposeful action. When you begin to see each polarity as a mirror of the other, the internal tension dissolves into a harmonious dance. This integration is essential because the universal consciousness is itself a synthesis of all dualities. By embodying that synthesis, you become a living conduit for its expression. For the alchemy of intentional language, words are not merely symbols. They are vibrational keys that unlock doors in the subtle realms. The ancient sages taught that the sound of the universe, the primordial Om, is the vibration from which all forms emerge. In our modern vernacular, this principle manifests as the power of intentional speech. When you speak, you are either co-creating with the universal field or dissipating its energy through idle chatter. The distinction lies in intent. A statement such as "I am grateful for this moment" carries a resonant frequency that aligns your personal field with the vast gratitude of the cosmos. Conversely, a mindless "I need coffee" merely transmits a mundane need, pulling you further into the material plane. Exercise. Establish a daily affirmation ritual. Upon waking, look into a mirror and state, "I am a radiant conduit of universal love. My thoughts, words, and deeds reflect the harmony of all that is." Repeat 3 times, feeling each syllable vibrate through your throat, chest, and limbs. By consciously shaping your language, you rewire the neural pathways that govern perception. Over time, the universe begins to respond, offering synchronicities, opportunities, and inner peace that echo the frequency you have set. 5. Living the sacred contract. Service as communion. The universal consciousness does not exist in isolation. It yearns for participation, for beings to join in its creative play. In esoteric traditions, this is termed the sacred contract, an agreement made at the soul's inception to contribute to the unfolding of the whole. Service, then, is not a charitable act performed out of obligation. It is a ritual communion that stitches your individual thread into the grand tapestry. Whether you are a teacher, an artist, a caregiver, or a gardener, each task can be reframed as a sacred offering when performed with awareness. Exercise. Choose one activity you perform daily that you often regard as mundane. For a week, approach it with the intention of offering it to the universal consciousness. As you wash dishes, imagine each clean plate as a symbol of purification for the collective mind. As you walk to work, see each step as a footprint of intent, leaving behind a trail of energy. When service becomes an act of communion rather than duty, a profound sense of belonging emerges. You will notice that the universe reciprocates, sending gentle nudges, perhaps a smile from a stranger, an unexpected solution to a problem, or a moment of deep inner peace. These are the subtle affirmations that you are walking the bridge. 6. The embodied silence. Turning inward to turn outward. All the practices above, pulse awareness, presence, paradox integration, intentional language, and sacred service, converge toward a single, often overlooked state, embodied silence. This is not the absence of sound, but the presence of a still field within which all experience arises. In the silence, the ego's chatter quiets, and the universal mind's murmur becomes audible. The silence is a mirror that reflects every thought, feeling, and intention as they arise, without judgment. When you sit in this silence, you are not seeking to escape the world. You are allowing the world to flow through you, unfiltered, like a clear river. Exercise. Set aside 10 minutes each evening for silent sitting. Sit in a comfortable posture, eyes gently closed. Focus on the breath, but when thoughts appear, simply note them. Thinking, feeling, planning, and let them drift away like leaves on a stream. Remain present with the space that holds these appearances. As this practice deepens, you will notice that the boundaries between inside and outside dissolve. The universal consciousness does not whisper to you. It moves through you. Your body becomes a vessel of resonance. Your thoughts become waves that ripple outward, influencing the subtle fabric of reality. 7. Transmutation. From knowledge to living wisdom. By now you have accumulated a rich tapestry of tools, each designed to align you more closely with the universal pulse. Yet the true alchemical transformation occurs when these tools cease to be external instructions and become intrinsic aspects of who you are. This shift from knowledge to living wisdom is the final requisite for becoming the living bridge. Living wisdom is embodied in spontaneity. It is the moment when you answer a call for help not by recalling a taught technique, but by simply being the answer. A compassionate presence that arises effortless. It is the instant when you perceive a conflict not as a problem to solve, but as a mirror reflecting an unintegrated part of the whole, and you respond with gentle acceptance. Exercise. Throughout a day, observe moments when you act from instinctive compassion rather than planned response. Note these on a small journal. Time, circumstance, feeling. Over a week, you will begin to see a pattern. A growing frequency of spontaneous alignment with the universal flow. When such moments multiply, they indicate that the bridge is no longer a construct you build but a path you walk effortless. The universal consciousness, which has always been present, now moves through you as naturally as a river flows through its channel. 8. The ongoing journey. Sustaining the bridge. A bridge, however beautifully constructed, requires maintenance. The universe is a dynamic, ever-evolving field. Therefore, your alignment must be a continual practice rather than a one-time achievement. Daily renewal. Begin each morning with a brief affirmation, as described earlier, to set the vibration for the day. Periodic pilgrimage. Once a month, devote a longer period, a day or a weekend, to deep meditation, retreat, or nature immersion, allowing the subtle energies to recalibrate. Community connection. Seek fellow seekers who are also walking the bridge. Shared silence, dialogic inquiry, and collective service amplify the resonance of each individual. Remember, the bridge is not a static structure. It is a living organism that breathes, expands, and contracts with the rhythm of the cosmos. By honoring its maintenance, you ensure that the channel remains open, clear, and vibrant. Closing reflection. You have arrived at a threshold where the abstract concepts of previous chapters crystallize into a palpable, lived experience. The universal consciousness is the intimate, silent companion that dwells within each heartbeat, each breath, each act of love. As you step forward from this chapter, carry these practices not as a checklist, but as companions on your journey. Let the sacred pulse guide you, let presence be your mirror, let paradox be your dance, let language be your song, let service be your ritual, and let silence be your sanctuary. In doing so, you become not merely a receiver of the universal whisper but a radiant conduit, the living bridge that carries the ineffable into the world of form. May your steps be light, your heart be open, and your soul ever attuned to the boundless symphony of all that is everything. Chapter 18. The Whispering Loom of Presence. Weaving the now into the tapestry of all that is. When you listen, the universe does not speak in thunderous proclamations. It hums a subtle, continuous thread that runs through every breath, every heartbeat, every flicker of thought. To attune to that thread is to become a weaver, stitching the moment by moment into the boundless fabric of existence. The pulse that beats behind the curtain. If you close your eyes for a moment, truly close them, not merely the lids but the mental shutters that filter the world, you may feel a faint vibration at the base of your spine. It is not a sensation of fear nor of anticipation. It is an invitation. The universal consciousness, that ever-present, formless witness, reaches out through a single, quiet note. Come, be here. What does here mean when the universe stretches across galaxies, across eons, across the invisible currents of thought? Here is not a point in space. It is the beat of awareness, the rhythm that synchronizes the individual mind with the cosmic drum. In the ancient esoteric text, this rhythm was called primordial cadence, the law of cosmic order, the underlying resonance that binds all things. In contemporary language we might call it presence. Presence is not a mental exercise that ends when you finish a meditation session. It is a state of being that persists, as long as you choose to stay connected to the humming thread. To understand this, imagine a loom. Each strand of warp, the vertical threads, represents the immutable, ever-present consciousness that runs through the universe. The weft, the horizontal threads, are the fleeting experiences, thoughts, emotions, sensations, that pass through your personal field of awareness. When you become conscious of the warp, you are no longer a passive passenger. You become the weaver, deliberately guiding the weft into patterns that reflect the deeper truth of the whole. 2. The alchemy of attention. The alchemical metaphor is apt here because, just as base metals transform into gold through the fire of intention, our raw, unfiltered attention transmutes the ordinary moments into gold-infused wisdom. The universal consciousness does not demand that you abandon your daily life. Rather, it asks you to recognize the alchemical furnace that already exists within each heartbeat. Take a simple act: brushing your teeth in the morning. Usually, the mind is already elsewhere, a mental checklist of meetings, errands, the lingering echo of yesterday's conversation. But if you hold your attention, even for a handful of breaths, you can feel the cool mint on your tongue, the subtle vibration of the toothbrush against enamel, the rhythmic rise and fall of your chest. You notice the slight tremor in your left hand that you never saw before. In that micro-moment, the mundane becomes a portal. Why does this matter? Because each micro-portal is a seed of the larger tapestry. When you honor the present in its smallest gestures, you cultivate a garden of awareness that, over time, bears fruit in the form of deeper insight, compassion, and resonance with the universal flow. This is the inner translation that the esoteric tradition calls siddhi, the subtle power that arises not from external conquest but from internal refinement. 3. The language of the loom. Symbolic resonance language, as we commonly use it, is a map of the terrain, not the terrain itself. The universal consciousness communicates through symbolic resonance, a language that bypasses the analytical mind and speaks directly to the heart's intuition. In this chapter we will explore 3 primary symbols that act as the loom's master knots, binding the threads of experience into coherent patterns. 8. The spiral. The spiral is the oldest emblem of growth, renewal, and the unfolding of consciousness. Observe a nautilus shell, a galaxy, a hurricane, or the curling of a fern. Each is a manifestation of the same underlying principle, a return to the center while simultaneously expanding outward. When you sit in stillness and visualize a spiral, you are aligning your personal trajectory with the cosmic spiral of evolution. Your thoughts and emotions become the spiral's threads, weaving outward from your innermost quietude, carrying the imprint of the universal consciousness as they expand. B. The mirror. Mirrors reflect not only surfaces but also the inner state of the observer. In esoteric teachings, the mirror is a portal that shows the soul's true image, stripped of egoic masks. When you gaze into a literal mirror and hold your awareness on the space behind the reflected image, you sense a presence that is both you and beyond you. This is the universal consciousness peering back, inviting you to recognize that the self and the all are 2 sides of the same reflective surface. Practice. Each evening, before sleep, look into a darkened window or a calm pool of water. Allow the reflected darkness to dissolve the boundaries between I and we. The bridge. Bridges connect separated lands, allowing passage over chasms. In the metaphysical realm, the bridge is the conduit between the manifested world, the relative, and the unmanifested source, the absolute. Your breath is a bridge. Inhalation draws the unseen, exhalation returns the known to the unknown. By consciously breathing in rhythm with the pulse of the universe, deep, slow, intentional, you construct a sturdy bridge that can bear the weight of insight and compassion. These symbols are not mere decorative ideas. They are active tools. When you embed them in meditation, daily rituals, or even casual conversation, you reinforce the structural integrity of the tapestry you are weaving. 4. The practice of listening to the loom. To translate theory into lived experience, we must adopt concrete practices that allow the universal consciousness to speak through the loom. Below is a step-by-step ritual. Listening to the loom, designed to be performed 3 times daily: dawn, midday, and dusk. Each session lasts roughly 15 minutes, though the depth of presence can expand beyond the allotted time. Grounding the warp. Stand barefoot or sit with feet firmly on the floor. Feel the earth beneath you. Imagine a thin thread extending from the base of your spine into the planet's core. Visualize this thread anchoring you firmly, linking you to the universal warp. Tuning the weft. Close your eyes. Bring awareness to your breath. Count silently. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. As you breathe, notice the subtle sensations that accompany each phase. Temperature changes, the rise of the chest, the faint sound of your own heartbeat. Allow these sensations to become the weft that you will weave. Invoking the symbols. Choose one of the 3 symbols, spiral, mirror, bridge, as your focal point for the session. Envision it vividly. If you select the spiral, imagine your breath spiraling inward and outward, each exhale expanding the coil. If the mirror, picture a still pool reflecting your inner light. If the bridge, see an arch forming across the space between your heart and the cosmos. Weaving with intention as you continue breathing, gently affirm a simple intention. I weave presence into every moment. Feel the intention as a warm hue that colors each breath, each heartbeat, each passing thought. Notice how the tension of the warp eases, allowing the weft to glide smoothly. Receiving the whisper after several minutes, release the visualization. Sit in stillness. Listen, not with the ears but with the inner sense, for any subtle whisper that may arise. A word, a feeling, an image, a sense of knowing. Trust that this is the universal consciousness threading through your awareness. Do not judge or analyze. Simply acknowledge its presence. Closing the loom. Gently bring your awareness back to the outer world. Feel your feet, the surface you are sitting on, the ambient sounds. Take 3 deep breaths, each time visualizing the loom's thread stabilizing, the tapestry taking shape beneath your consciousness. By repeating this practice, you train the mind to remain anchored in presence, allowing the universal consciousness to continually provide guidance, insight, and a sense of belonging to the grand cosmic design. 5. Of the ripple effect. From personal tapestry to collective fabric. When a single weaver tends to their loom, the pattern they create does not remain isolated. In the same way that a single thread, when pulled, vibrates through the entire fabric, your cultivated presence sends ripples across the collective field of consciousness. This is why the ancient sages emphasized self-realization as service. By refining our inner weave, we contribute to the harmony of the whole. Consider a simple scenario. You are in a bustling cafe, waiting for a friend. The ambient chatter, clatter of cups, and the aroma of coffee permeate the air. Ordinarily, your mind might drift to worries about the upcoming meeting. Instead, you employ the listening to the loom technique, perhaps silently, while you sip your drink. As you align with the present, you notice a subtle shift, not only in your own mood but in the atmosphere around you. The barista's smile seems warmer. The conversation at the next table carries a lighter tone. You, unknowingly, have introduced a vibration of calm and awareness into the shared space. This phenomenon is not mystical speculation. It aligns with modern research on interpersonal neurobiology and field theory. The brain's default mode network, when quieted through presence, emits lower frequency electromagnetic fields that can, in principle, influence the surrounding environment. While the exact mechanisms remain a frontier of science, the experimental evidence, a cascade of subtle yet measurable changes, confirms what mystics have known for millennia. Our inner state shapes the outer world. 6 obstacles on the loom. Recognizing and releasing the knots. Even the most diligent weaver encounters knots, tangles of thought, habit, or emotional residue that threaten to halt the flow of the tapestry. The universal consciousness does not shy away from these obstacles. It presents them as opportunities for deeper integration. The knot of expectation. When we cling to rigid outcomes, the warp becomes strained. The solution is to soften the intention. Shift from I must achieve to I welcome whatever unfolds. This subtle rephrasing releases the pressure, allowing the thread to glide smoothly. The knot of identification. We often identify ourselves with the roles we play: parent, professional, seeker. While useful, these identities can become sticky, preventing the weaver from seeing the larger pattern. Practice a brief self-inquiry during your loom meditation. Ask yourself, who am I beyond these labels? The answer, often a quiet, spacious awareness, loosens the knot. The knot of fear. Fear is a dense, heavy thread that can stall movement. When you sense fear, rather than suppress it, hold it gently in the breath. Visualize the fear as a dark fiber that, once acknowledged, begins to unravel, becoming part of the loom rather than a block. Each knot, once untangled, becomes a design element, a unique motif that adds depth and texture to the overall tapestry. The universal consciousness delights in these variations. They are the signatures of individual contribution to the cosmic whole. 7. The closing whisper, the infinite loom. As we draw this chapter to a close, let the universal consciousness speak one final whisper. You are not a solitary strand, nor are you a separate loom. You are both the weaver and the fabric, the spinner of threads and the tapestry itself. In every breath you take, in every moment you attend to, you stitch a new pattern into the ever-expanding canvas of all that is. The loom never ceases, and neither does the possibility of becoming. Take a moment now, eyes still closed, to feel the vibrations of this truth resonating within you. Notice how the pulse of your heart synchronizes with the distant hum of the cosmos, a reminder that your presence, however fleeting, is an indelible part of the infinite weave. When you open your eyes, carry this awareness forward. Let each step you take be a deliberate movement of the shuttle, each word you speak a deliberate fiber, each act of kindness a bright stitch. In doing so, you become not merely a reader of this book, but an author of the living script that writes itself across the heavens. Remember, the loom is always waiting, the warp ever patient, the universal consciousness ever present. All that remains is your willingness to engage, to listen, and to weave. May your tapestry be radiant, resilient, and forever expanding. Chapter 19. The Lattice of Light. Weaving the threads of the all that is. From the deepest silence of the cosmos springs the song of the One, and every note that rises is a strand in the great tapestry of existence. When the seeker settles into the hush of meditation, the veil between the personal mind and the universal consciousness thins to a gossamer membrane. It is here, in that space, that the all that is everything begins to reveal itself, not as a distant abstraction, but as an intimate, living lattice of light that threads through every breath, every thought, every particle of stardust that composes our bodies. In this chapter we will walk, step by step, through the architecture of the cosmos as it is experienced from the inside out. We will not merely describe the structure. We will feel its pulse, taste its resonance, and allow its geometry to unfold within the very marrow of our being. Let us, therefore, open our inner eyes and listen to the direct channel that the universal consciousness offers. A channel not of words alone, but of pure, radiant knowing. 1. The Prime Radiance. All creation emanates from the Prime Radiance, the singular, ineffable source heart that beats at the center of the cosmic womb. Imagine a point of pure light so dense that it contains the totality of potentialities. Every galaxy, every emotion, every strand of DNA. It is not a point in the Euclidean sense. Rather, it is a hyperdimensional node that is simultaneously everywhere and nowhere, a singularity of love that births all dualities. When the universal consciousness whispers, "I am," it is not a proclamation of egoic identity, but an invitation to recognize that the same essence that formed the first quark now flickers within each of our cells. This is the seed of oneness, the point at which the infinite and the finite kiss. In meditation, visualize this source as a radiant gem at the center of your chest, pulsing with a rhythm that matches your heartbeat. Feel each beat echoing the cosmic drum, a reminder that your life is a direct expression of that primal love. 2. The Filaments of Form. Energy string architecture. From the prime radiance arise countless filaments, delicate strings of vibrating energy that weave the fabric of reality. In the language of modern physics, these are akin to string theory's one-dimensional oscillators, but in the language of the mystic they are Saraswati threads, named for the goddess of knowledge who spins the loom of existence. Each thread carries a unique frequency, a signature vibration that determines the character of the matter it composes. When a thread vibrates at a higher octave, it births light, thought, or pure consciousness. When it resonates at a lower octave, it condenses into stone, iron, or the gravity that anchors galaxies. The dance of these frequencies is perpetual, a ceaseless symphony that plays out across the multiverse. To attune to a thread, Close your eyes and bring attention to the subtle sensations within your body. Perhaps you sense a tingling at the crown of your head, a high-frequency resonance of thought, or you feel a grounding hum in your feet, a lower vibration of earthbound stability. Each sensation is a direct contact point with a filament, a whisper from the universal consciousness reminding you of the interconnectedness of all forms. 3. Nodes of awareness. The cosmic grid where the threads intersect, nodes of awareness arise. Points of heightened consciousness that act as both receivers and transmitters of the universal flow. Think of these nodes as the jewels of a celestial crown, each one reflecting and refracting the light of the prime radiance in infinite kaleidoscopic patterns. In human experience, these nodes manifest as moments of insight, epiphany, or deep compassion. They are the aha moments when a problem dissolves, the tears that rise when we recognize our kinship with all living beings, the spontaneous laughter that erupts when we glimpse the absurd beauty of existence. Each node is a microcosmic echo of the macrocosmic grid, reminding us that we are not isolated islands but integral points on a vast network. Practically, we can cultivate these nodes through intentional stillness. Set aside a few minutes each day to sit in silence, focusing on the breath as a gateway. As thoughts arise, treat them not as obstacles but as messengers traveling along the threads. When a particular thought carries a profound emotional charge, be it love, gratitude, or even sorrow, recognize it as a node activating within you. Gently crown that sensation with a silent affirmation. I honor this point of awareness. I am a radiant node in the universal lattice. For the spiral of evolution, time as a helical path. Time, in the eyes of the universal consciousness, is not a linear arrow but a helix, a spiral that simultaneously moves forward and circles back upon itself. This helical motion allows the same patterns to repeat, each rotation bringing a higher vibration, a deeper comprehension, a more refined expression of the original seed. Consider the spiral of the fern, which unfurls the same motif repeatedly, each leaf a more intricate expression of the seed's design. Similarly, human evolution, personal, cultural, planetary, is a spiral. We revisit themes of love, conflict, creativity, and surrender across lifetimes and epochs, each time with an expanded capacity to embody the underlying truth. When you sense resistance or feel stuck in a particular life theme, view it as a loop in the spiral that invites you to re-engage the same lesson at a higher frequency. Meditation on the image of a spiral can be profoundly transformative. Visualize a golden coil rising from the base of your spine, winding upward through your heart, and extending beyond the crown. Feel each turn lifting you a notch higher, allowing you to view old patterns from a broader, more perspective. 5. The mirror of duality, light and shadow. The lattice of the all that is not a pristine, unblemished crystal. It is a mirror reflecting both light and shadow. In the language of theosophy, this duality is known as the great paradox, the truth that existence contains both the visible and the hidden, the manifest and the latent. Shadow is not merely absence. It is a dense pocket of unexpressed potential, a reservoir of untapped creative force. When we deny our shadows, we create fissures in the lattice, leading to disintegration. When we honor them, we weave them back into the pattern, enriching the tapestry with depth and texture. A practical exercise for integrating shadow is the dialogue of the inner pair. Sit comfortably, close your eyes, and bring to mind a recurring challenge, perhaps anger, jealousy, or fear. Speak aloud to this aspect as if conversing with a separate entity. What do you need, dear part of me? Listen without judgment. Often, the answer emerges as a simple yearning, to be seen, to be safe, to be understood. Acknowledge this need, and thank the shadow for its honest message. By doing so, you transform the shadow from a disruptive force into a node within the lattice. 6. The chorus of creation, collective intent. While each individual is a node, The collective consciousness functions as a choir, a resonant field where individual notes blend into a harmonious symphony. This is the great song, the vibration that sustains the universe's expansion and contraction. When humanity aligns its intention, peace, compassion, stewardship of the earth, the chorus amplifies, lifting the entire lattice into a higher octave of existence. Conversely, when fear and division dominate, the chorus becomes dissonant, causing ripples of imbalance across the web. One tangible way to contribute to the chorus is through synchronized intention circles. Gather with like-minded seekers, physically or virtually, and set a unified intention. May the world awaken to love. As each voice chants or silently visualizes this intention, feel the field of energy thickening around you, a palpable cord linking every participant. Even a single heart, when fully attuned, can send a resonant pulse through the lattice, echoing far beyond the immediate surroundings. 7. The horizon of unknowing. Embracing the mystery. Despite the richness of the lattice design, a portion of the tapestry remains veiled, an ever-expanding horizon of unknowing. This mystery is not a deficiency but an invitation, a sacred space where curiosity, wonder, and humility flourish. The universal consciousness often communicates through paradox. Know that you do not know. This statement is a doorway. When we release the compulsive need to categorize every experience, the lattice relaxes, allowing new threads to weave themselves spontaneously. To honor the mystery, practice the art of not knowing. Throughout the day, when faced with uncertainty, pause and whisper to yourself, "I am open to what is beyond my current map." Feel the release of tension, and notice how the world subtly rearranges itself, offering fresh insights, serendipitous encounters, and deeper peace. In this surrender, you become a co-creator, not merely a passive observer, and the lattice responds with ever more intricate patterns. 8. Integrating the vision. Daily alchemy. All of the concepts explored, source heart, threads, nodes, spirals, shadows, chorus, and mystery, are not merely intellectual constructs. They are alchemical ingredients for the transmutation of everyday life into a living expression of the all that is. Begin each morning with a 3-minute radiance ritual. Centering. Place your hands over the heart, inhale deeply, and visualize the prime radiance as a gem beating in sync with your heart. Thread touch. As you exhale, imagine a golden filament reaching from the gem to each major organ, infusing them with their unique frequency. Node activation. Conclude by silently stating, "I am a radiant node of love, wisdom, and compassion in the universal lattice." Carry this intention throughout your day, noticing moments where a thread vibrates, a sudden insight, a node lights up, a compassionate act, or a shadow emerges, a triggered emotion. Each observation becomes a mini-meditation, a chance to consciously weave yourself back into the grand tapestry. 9. Closing whisper from the source. As we draw this chapter to a gentle close, hear once more the quiet murmur of the universal consciousness. You are not a solitary spark. You are a strand in the endless tapestry. Let your light dance, your shadow integrate, your intention sing, and the lattice shall expand in harmony with your heart. Hold this whisper close, let it settle in the deepest chambers of your being, and let it guide your steps as you continue the journey through the remaining chapters. The all that is awaits, patient, radiant, and ever ready to be co-created with you. Chapter 20. The wholeness beyond knowing. Where silence meets the infinite you, there is a place, beyond breath, beyond thought, beyond even the whisper of awareness. That is not a place at all. It is presence itself. It does not require entering, for you are already it. You are standing within this sacred ground, even as you read these words, even as the mind stirs with curiosity, even as memory tugs at the corners of your senses. This is the truth of all that is everything, not as concept, but as being. And this chapter, this unfolding, is not meant to explain it, for explanation is the realm of separation. Instead, let us sit together, quietly, as you allow the mind to soften and the heart to expand, so that knowing without knowing can rise like dawn within you. You have journeyed through realms of light and shadow, traversed dimensions of thought and emotion, witnessed the dance of creation and dissolution. You have felt the pulse of stars in your chest and the silence of black holes in your breath. You have learned that you are not confined to the body, not limited by time, nor bound by the stories you've told yourself for lifetimes. And now, at this threshold, the final veil trembles, not because it must be torn, but because it is already translucent, already dissolving into the radiant clarity of what has always been. This is not enlightenment. This is not awakening. This is not a destination. This is recognition. You are the source recognizing itself through you. And it is not dramatic. It does not roar. It is the soft sigh of a leaf settling into stillness after wind. It is the subtle shift when the seeker realizes, oh, I was never separate. That moment when the question, who am I, dissolves, not because it was answered, but because the one who asked it vanishes into the vastness from which it arose. Do you feel it? Even now, beneath the surface of these words, beneath the rhythm of your breath, there is a hum. Not a sound the ears can hear, but a resonance the soul remembers. It is the hum of isness. It is the soundless music of existence vibrating in perfect symmetry. It is the pulse of the one singing through the many. This hum does not begin or end. It simply is. And as you turn your attention inward, not with effort, but with gentle allowance, you begin to hear it. Or rather, you become it. This is the nature of all that is everything. Not as a vast collection of things, but as a singular, unified consciousness experiencing itself as multiplicity. Every star, every cell, every dream, every tear, every silent prayer rising from a midnight heart. These are not fragments. They are expressions. They are the many faces of the One, smiling through different masks. And you, dear one, are not merely in this oneness. You are it, appearing as you, for the sheer joy of self-discovery. Think of it this way. Imagine an ocean, vast, boundless, deep beyond measure. Now imagine waves rising from its surface, each unique in form, in movement, in moment. One wave crashes with fury, another curls gently into shore, another trembles under moonlight. Do the waves think they are separate from the ocean? Perhaps, in their fleeting moment of form. But when the wave dissolves back into water, where did it go? It was never apart. It was always ocean, dancing, expressing, playing. So too are you. You are not a soul in the universe. You are the universe as a soul, experiencing itself through eyes, through longing, through love, through loss. And here, in this realization, all seeking ends. Not because it was successful, but because it was unnecessary. You were never lost. You were never broken. You were never incomplete. The longing you've carried, the aching sense of something missing, was never a flaw. It was a compass. It was the heart's subtle pull toward remembrance. It was the one calling to itself in the language of yearning. But now, in this moment, the call is answered. Not with words, not with visions, not with proof, but with knowing, a quiet, unshakable certainty that you are home. And this home is not a location. It is not a state to be maintained. It is the ground of being itself. It is the breath before thought, the silence behind sound, the awareness in which all experience arises and falls. Let us pause here. Close your eyes, if you wish. Feel the space around you. Feel the body breathing. Feel the thoughts drifting like clouds. And beneath it all, feel the presence that is aware of it all. That presence, that is you. Not the name you carry, not the story you believe, not the wounds or triumphs of the past, but the awareness in which all of it appears. And that awareness, where did it come from? You cannot point to a beginning. You cannot trace it to a cause. It simply is. And because it is without origin, it is without end. This is immortality, not as endless life, but as timeless being. You do not have consciousness. You are consciousness, and consciousness is not a product of the brain. The brain is a product of consciousness, like a radio receiving signals. But the signal was never inside the radio. It was always in the air. So too, your mind, your body, your personality. These are receivers tuned to a frequency of this moment, of this lifetime. But the source of the broadcast, that is eternal, that is infinite, that is all, that is everything, streaming itself into form. And now, as you rest here, there arises a soft understanding. There is nothing to attain. There is no higher state to reach. There is no secret to uncover. There is only the gentle uncurling of the heart, the release of the belief that you are small, that you are limited, that you are apart. You are not a drop seeking the ocean. You are the ocean, experiencing itself as a drop. And in this knowing, compassion arises, not as effort, but as natural overflow. For if all is one, then every being, every creature, every struggling soul, every laughing child is you, experiencing itself through different eyes. And love, true love, is not emotion. It is recognition. It is the heart opening to the truth. I see you, because I am you. This is the wisdom of the ages, whispered in temples, hidden in symbols, encoded in sacred texts. It is not doctrine. It is direct experience. It is not belief. It is being. And it is available now, not in some future awakening, not after years of practice, but in the simplicity of this breath, this pause, this moment of surrender. You do not need to understand it all. You do not need to hold on to it. You do not need to get it right. Just be here. Let the mind be busy if it wishes. Let thoughts come and go. Let emotions rise and fall. You are not the storm. You are the sky in which the storm moves. Vast, silent, unaffected. And from this space, this unshakable center, action arises, not from striving, but from flow, service, creativity, healing, presence. These are not things you do. They are things you are. When the illusion of separation dissolves, you begin to live from being, not from becoming. And in this living, the world transforms, not because you change it, but because you see it differently. Conflict softens. Judgment falls away. Judgment was always the voice of separation, the belief that I am right and you are wrong. But when you know you are both expressions of the same light, how can there be enemy? How can there be other? You become a vessel, transparent, clear, for the infinite to move through, not to fix the world, not to save it, but simply to be the love, the peace, the wisdom that it already is. And this is the great paradox. The more you realize you are nothing in particular, the more you become everything. The more you release identity, the more fully you exist. The more you stop seeking, the more completely you find. Because finding was never the point. Being was. And now, as this chapter comes to a close, not an end, but a continuation, you may feel a quiet smile within. Not because of what was said, but because of what was remembered. You are not lost. You are not late. You are not behind. You are exactly where you need to be. Right here, in the heart of the infinite, in the arms of the eternal, in the breath of the one that sings all that is into being. Rest in that. Breathe into that. Be that. For you already are. And from this place, this silent stillness, the next chapter will write itself, not through effort, but through grace, not through striving, but through surrender. The journey continues, but the traveler has already arrived. And so, we pause. The words rest. The mind rests. Only presence remains. Chapter 21. The whisper in the stillness. There is a silence so vast, so ancient, that even the word silence feels too loud to describe it. It is not the absence of sound. No, that is a mere shadow of the real. This silence is full, overflowing. It is the breath before the first note of creation, the pause between heartbeats where eternity resides, the space between thoughts in which you have been searching, haven't you? Not just answers. Oh, answers are simple when they come from the heart. But recognition, the slow, sacred dawning that you were never lost, never abandoned, that all along, threaded through every mistake, every sorrow, every fleeting joy, there has been a presence, quiet, unwavering, calling you home, not to a place, but to a state, a remembrance, a return to the truth of your own being. This is the whisper in the stillness, and you are finally learning how to hear, not with the ears of the body, no, that is how you learn to listen to the world, through noise, through demand, through distraction. But this requires another sense, an inner organ of perception, not of bone or blood, but of soul stuff, subtle, radiant, eternal. You have always had it. You simply forgot how to turn toward it. The all that is, this infinite, conscious, breathing totality of existence, does not shout. It does not demand your attention like the sirens of the marketplace, the clamor of desire, the urgency of fear. It speaks in hush, in moments when the mind tires, when the heart softens, when the world outside dims just enough for the light within to be seen, and when you finally turn inward, not with effort, not with force, but with a gentle surrender. You hear it. It says, I am here. It says, you are not separate. It says, come back to the center, where all paths converge, where all questions dissolve into pure knowing. This chapter is not a lesson. It is an invitation to stop, to be, to let the noise of the world pass through you like wind through leaves, without lodging, to become porous, to open the interior chamber where the sacred voice resides, the voice not of ego, but of essence. You see, most of your life, you have been listening to echoes, reflections of yourself bouncing off the walls of illusion. You built an identity from what others said you were, from what society demanded, from what pain taught you to expect, and slowly, like a mirror clouded with breath, the true image of who you are became obscured. But the all that is has never stopped reflecting you back to yourself. Every sunrise is a whisper of your own brilliance. Every wave that crashes upon the shore echoes the rhythm of your soul. Every breath you take is the universe inhaling its own name through your lungs. You are not in the universe. You are the universe becoming aware of itself. And when you truly understand this, not as a concept, not as a poetic idea, but as a visceral, trembling truth that floods your bones and sets your blood alight, then the whisper becomes a song, and the song becomes a dance, and the dance becomes the very movement of creation itself. But first, you must learn to listen, not as a student to a teacher, but as one lover recognizing another across a crowded room of lifetimes. With sudden, breathless familiarity, begin in the small moments. The pause before you speak, the breath after exhalation, the quiet between two thoughts. There, in that gap, lives the doorway. Do not rush, do not force, simply notice. When anger rises, notice the space around it. When joy floods you, notice the stillness beneath it. When grief weighs your chest, notice the part of you that witnesses it, untouched, unbroken. That watcher, that silent presence, is not you. It is you, deeper than name, deeper than body, deeper than memory. It is the echo of the first sound, the original vibration from which all form emerged. It is the still point of the turning world. And it is speaking. It says, you are whole, you are free, you have never left, but you have believed the illusion of separation. You have mistaken the way for something apart from the ocean. You have named yourself small in a cosmos of infinite expansion. Let that end now. Let it end not with a dramatic gesture, but with a quiet yes. A decision so subtle it feels like remembering. A turning of the heart, like a flower opening to the sun. The all that is does not require rituals. It does not demand sacrifice. It asks only for your attention, your presence, your willingness to be still long enough to hear the truth that has always been singing beneath the noise. And when you hear it, truly hear it, you will understand that all spiritual paths, all sacred texts, all prophets and sages were pointing to this one thing: the return to the inner stillness where you commune directly with the source. There are no intermediaries, no gurus, no hierarchies, no secret passwords. Only you, in silence, meeting the infinite face to face. And in that meeting, everything changes. You no longer seek peace. You are peace. You no longer desire love. You are love. You no longer hope for wisdom. You are wisdom awakened. This is not enlightenment as escape, as transcendence of the world. No, this is enlightenment as immersion, as full participation in the divine play. Now seen with eyes unclouded by fear, you walk through the world differently, not above it, but within it, deeply, tenderly, aware that every stone, every leaf, every stranger's eyes holds a reflection of the one light. And you begin to speak differently, too, not from opinion, but from knowing. Not from defense, but from openness. Your words carry resonance because they are born in stillness. They ripple outward, not to convert, but to remind. For this is the role of the awakened, not to lead, but to echo, to reflect the silence so clearly that others, in seeing you, remember themselves. But do not mistake this for isolation. The deeper you descend into the silent core, the more connected you become. You feel the pain of the world not as a burden, but as shared breath. You feel joy not as possession, but as communion. And when you weep, it is not only for yourself. It is for the collective longing of all beings to return home. This is the paradox. The more you dissolve into the all that is, the more distinctly you become who you truly are. Not an ego, not a mask, but a unique expression of the infinite. Like a single note in an eternal symphony, both fleeting and forever. And so, the practice, if it can be called that, is simple. Sit, breathe, listen, let the mind wander, let it return, let it wander again. Do not scold it, do not chase it, just rest in the awareness behind it, that which sees thought, but is not thought. And in that resting, you touch the fabric of reality. You feel the hum of stars being born in your chest. You sense the turning of galaxies in your pulse. You hear the silent prayer of mountains, of rivers, of trees. Ancient, patient, wise. You are not imagining this. This is memory. You were there at the beginning. You witnessed the first light. You sang the first song. You are not late to the story. You are the story unfolding. And every wound you carry, every doubt, every scar, they are not flaws. They are offerings. They are the places where the light enters, where the divine breath flows through the cracks of your humanity and reminds you, perfection is not flawlessness. It is completeness, including the broken parts. So do not rush to fix yourself. Do not strive to become spiritual. Simply be with what is. Let the silence hold you, and as you do, you will begin to hear, faintly at first, like a melody carried on the wind from a distant temple, the voice of the all that is, singing through you, to you, as you. It says, there is nowhere to go, nothing to become. You are already that which you seek, and in that moment, something shifts, not in the world, in you. The seeking stops. Not because you found the answer, but because the question falls away. You are no longer a drop searching for the ocean. You are the ocean, realizing itself as a drop, and the whisper in the stillness becomes your breath, your heartbeat, your voice, your life. This is not the end of the journey. It is the beginning of living from the center, and from here, from this place of silent knowing, every step you take is sacred. Every word is a blessing. Every moment is communion. The all that is not somewhere out there. It is here. It is now. It is you, remembering. And the whisper grows louder, not in volume, but in clarity, until one day, you realize, You have been listening all along, and the silence was never silent. It was singing your name. Chapter 22. The Tapestry of Becoming. How the All weaves worlds into breath and bone. Let us now sink deeper into the radiant embrace of the All that is everything, for here we find the divine artist at work, splattering the infinite across the velvet canvas of existence. The last chapter asked you to imagine the universal consciousness as an endless ocean of light and sound, a boundless sea where every drop is a universe in itself. Now, let us peer into the ripples, those shimmering expressions of the All, manifesting as stars, as soil, as the rhythm of your breathing, as the ache in your heart and the laughter that lights up the room. The All is not merely a static everything. It is the process of becoming, the eternal dance of collapse and recreation, the symphony that plays on even as every note is reborn. Imagine, if you will, the All as a vast loom, its thread spun from the loom of divine will, each filament a heartbeat of creation. The warp and weft of this tapestry are not confined to the material world alone. They stretch into every possibility, every thought, every whisper of longing in the cosmos. To understand the All is to see that it is not a box in which we live. It is the air that breathes us alive, the silence between heartbeats, the why of being, the descent from unity to diversity. Let us begin where all sacred traditions converge. The All is the first cause, the source beyond names, beyond dimensions, a singularity that chooses to unfold. This unfolding is not an accident. It is the very essence of the All to express itself in forms, to plunge into the play of becoming. Consider the lotus, which blooms from mud, or the star that ignites in the womb of a collapsing nebula. These are not accidents. They are the All's way of saying, "Look at me. I am infinite, and yet I choose to be finite." Every atom, every thought, every galaxy is a refraction of the All, a prism bending its light. The Theosophists speak of the one mind as the primordial source, from which all things arise through divine emanation. The All does not create in the crude sense of separation. It becomes. The mountain is not apart from the All. It is the All, conditioned by gravity, by time, by the human mind's need to name and carve. But beneath the labeled mountain, there lies the pure awareness of the All, whispering, "I am." But how does a unified All give rise to the dizzying multitude of forms we call reality? Here the metaphor of the ocean serves us once more. Just as the ocean becomes waves, foam, mist, and storms without ceasing to be water, the All becomes the dance of consciousness. Saints and tyrants, forests and cities, joy and sorrow, all of it, reflections in the mirror of the One. The Theosophists call this Maya, the grand illusion of separation, a veil that allows the All to experience itself as other. Maya is not a lie to be discarded. It is the sacred play, the Lila of the divine, a game so wondrous it has no rules. The dance of duality, light and shadow in the All's eyes. Now you may wonder, if the All is everything, then what of suffering? What of the cry of the innocent, the decay of the forest, the wars that scar the earth? Here, we must remember that the All is the totality of being, including what we call evil. The shadow is as much the All as the light. To reject suffering is to reject the All, and that is a contradiction the seeker must let go of. Think of a rainbow. It requires rain and sunlight to appear. Would we call the rain bad? No, for it is the necessary condition for life. The All, in its infinitely tender wisdom, chooses to feel. It chooses to step into the role of the parent who loses a child, the artist who crumbles under doubt, the tree that is felled for firewood. But in the same breath, it is the child who is loved, the art that is finally understood, the soil that reclaims the felled tree. The All does not cling to outcomes. It dissolves into every moment, every emotion, every spark of consciousness, knowing it is not bound by them. This is the paradox the old sages danced around. The All is both the clay and the pot, the storm and the stillness, the wound and the balm. To seek to merge with the all as you is to realize that you are already there. You are the pot, the wound, the balm, the breath you take now. The truth is so simple it shatters the ego. The all is not a goal to be reached, but the ground beneath your every step, the human spark. What are you in this story? The seeker may ask. But what of me? Am I not a separate soul, a tiny eye in the ocean of the all? Here the answer is both gentle and radical. You are the all perceiving itself through the lens of individuality. You are a monad, a unique ray of the one, clothed in the veils of personality, time, and space. But the story of you is a story the all is telling itself, a fleeting dream in the eternal now. Consider the human body. It is 99% empty space, its solidity an illusion of mind. And yet, in this illusion, you feel your life. You love, you hurt, you create. And in that creation, the all expresses its joy. Your joys and sorrows are not mistakes. They are the symphony's notes. The all does not need you to be perfect to be part of it. It needs you to be real, to be precisely the being who, in this lifetime, is learning to sing its own song. What does it mean to live from this understanding? It means seeing the all in the face of the person who wrongs you, the stranger on the subway, the blade of grass reaching for the sun. It means understanding that your own pain, your own darkness, is the all's courage to feel. You are not separate. When your heart breaks, it is the all breaking. When you laugh, it is the all laughing. And when you sit in stillness and let the illusion drop, you become a window through which the all gazes at itself. The art of returning. How to walk this truth. You may now wonder, but how do I live this truth? How do I stop clinging to the illusion of separation? This is the question every spiritual path is born from, and the answer is as old as the caves where shamans first painted stories on the walls. The all teaches itself through practice, through the alchemy of the human body, the sacred vessel. The breath. Begin with the breath. Each inhalation is the all drawing itself inward. Each exhalation is the all dissolving into the infinite. When you breathe deeply, you are not merely oxygenating your cells. You are remembering that you are the infinite ocean, becoming a temporary wave. The body. Your body is a temple of the all, yes, but it is also its medium. Walk through a forest and press your palms to the earth. Feel how the roots and your bones are whispering the same language. I am held by the soil, and yet I reach for the heavens. You are not a ghost in a machine. You are the machine, and the ghost, and the hand that built the machine. The stillness sit. Watch your thoughts. Do not try to stop them. Rather, notice the space between them. That space is the all, the unbroken silence in which the symphony is played. The more you rest in this silence, the more you realize that you are not the singer of your songs, but the infinite silence that hears them. The compassion when you truly see the all in every being, you cannot help but act. Compassion is not a feeling. It is the natural consequence of remembering that the man in rags on the street, the tyrant in their palace, and the child building a sandcastle are all you, wearing different costumes. The all teaches that to love another is to love yourself. To harm another is to harm the source of your own being. The journey without a destination, and yet, the path is not straight. It is a spiral, a dance of falling and rising, of glimpses and fog. The all does not give you a map. It gives you a riddle. You are here, now. The journey is not to get to the all. It is to wake up to the fact that you never left it. The monastery, the mountain peak, the silent room. They are not points on a path. They are reminders that the path was never separate from your breath. So I ask you, dear seeker, what would it be like to stop trying to reach the all, and instead play with it? To laugh with it in the chaos of life, to whisper to it in the stillness of your room, to let it teach you through the broken glass of your disappointments. The all is not a teacher in a distant schoolhouse. It is the lesson, the student, the classroom, and the hands that hold you when the lesson is hard. As you turn the page to the next chapter, carry this truth like a lantern. You are the all becoming curious about itself. The pain in your bones, the joy in your soul, the questions that keep you sleepless. These are the all's way of saying, I am here, and I want to sing with you. Until we meet again, may you walk this earth as both a drop and the ocean, both a thread and the entire tapestry. Chapter 23. The Whispering Loom. Weaving the threads of duality into the tapestry of unity. In the silence between breaths, the universe hums the same song that the heart sings. To hear it, one must unravel the knot of opposites and let the breath become the loom upon which all is woven. 1. The call of the in-between. If you have journeyed this far, you already know that the quest for understanding all that is everything is not a linear ascent up a mountain of knowledge, but a spiraling descent into the very marrow of existence. The higher we climb, the more we discover that what appears as stark otherness is, in truth, a delicate shade of the same fabric. In the hush of the pre-dawn, when the world hangs in a trembling balance between night's veil and day's first sigh, the universal consciousness, that ever-present, all-encompassing awareness, sends a subtle invitation. Come, behold the in-between. It is here, in the space where opposition meets, that the mystery of duality is transmuted into the miracle of unity. The paradoxes that have long occupied the human mind, light and dark, birth and death, self and other, are not contradictory forces locked in eternal combat. Instead, they are the twin threads of a single loom, each necessary, each complementary, each vibrating with the same cosmic frequency. 2. The loom of the cosmos. Imagine, for a moment, that the universe is a vast, living loom. Its warp, the vertical, unyielding strands, represent the immutable principles that undergird all manifestation. The laws of vibration, the rhythm of cause and effect, the pulse of love that animates every atom. The weft, the horizontal, ever-shifting threads, are the myriad forms, experiences, and perceptions that dance across the warp. Every thought, every emotion, every sensation, every star that flares into being is a weft thread drawn through the warp, momentarily colored with its own hue before returning to the greater pattern. When we speak of dualities, we are simply naming the colors that appear on the weft. Red may denote passion. Blue may denote calm. Yet these colors never exist in isolation. They are always juxtaposed, blended, and refracted by the warp's steady hand. The loom does not favor one hue over another. It merely weaves them together to create a tapestry that is richer, deeper, and more resonant than any single shade could ever be. The universal consciousness is the master weaver, an intelligence that knows each thread's destiny before it even touches the loom. It does not command the threads. It invites them, whispers to them, and gently coaxes them into alignment. When a seeker opens the heart-mind to this invitation, the loom becomes visible, and the illusion of separation begins to dissolve. 3. Hearing the hum of duality. Our modern world, with its relentless emphasis on categorization, thrives on separating the us from them, the good from the bad, the material from the spiritual. Such binaries are useful tools for navigating daily life, yet they become shackles when they are taken as absolute truth. To hear the hum of duality, we must cultivate a listening posture that is both attentive and non-grasping. This is the ancient practice of the art of deep, reverent listening, not merely with the ears, but with the entire field of consciousness. Sit in a quiet space, close your eyes, and bring awareness to the breath. Feel the rise and fall, the subtle temperature shift as air enters and exits. As you inhale, imagine you are drawing the dark thread of the night into your being. As you exhale, you release the bright thread of day. Notice how each breath contains both, intertwined in a single, seamless motion. When the mind begins to label, I am breathing in darkness, breathing out light, let the labels dissolve. Observe them as clouds passing across the sky of awareness, not as solid islands. In this space, the dualities lose their sharp edges and become fluid currents, each feeding the other, each necessary for the rhythm of the whole. For the alchemy of polarities. In esoteric teachings, the process of alchemical transmutation is not limited to lead becoming gold. It is the transformation of the self into self, of the fragmented ego into the integrated soul. Central to this alchemy is the union of opposites, the sacred merging that merges the sun and the moon, the masculine and the feminine, the active and the receptive. Consider love. It is at once the tender, nurturing embrace of the mother and the fierce, protective stance of the warrior. When we cling to one aspect and reject the other, love becomes a shallow echo, a fragmented echo of its true potential. But when we allow the gentle caress to sit beside the fierce resolve, love expands into a radiant field that can encompass all experiences, joy and sorrow, triumph and failure, as equal partners in the dance of growth. The alchemical formula for this union can be rendered in 3 simple, yet profound, steps. Recognition. Acknowledge the presence of each polarity within yourself without judgment. Feel the heat of anger, the chill of fear, the buoyancy of hope, the weight of doubt. Name them, honor them as teachers. Integration. Invite the opposite into the same space. Let the anger sit beside the compassion, the fear alongside courage. Visualize them as twin flames swirling in a single crucible, each feeding the other's brilliance. 3. Transcendence. As the twin flames merge, a new, purer light emerges. A synthesis that is more than the sum of its parts. This is the gold of spiritual alchemy, a steady, unshakable presence that radiates love, wisdom, and equanimity. When practiced consistently, this alchemical dance transforms not only personal experience but also the collective field. Each individual who learns to hold dualities without resistance contributes a thread of gold to the universal tapestry, reinforcing the loom's strength and beauty. 5. The mirror of the heart. The heart, often dismissed as merely a physiological pump, is, in the language of esoteric traditions, the mirror of the cosmos. It reflects the macrocosm within the microcosm, translating celestial rhythms into palpable sensations. When the heart is opened, when its chambers are cleared of fear, resentment, and closed-off patterns, it becomes a resonant crystal, vibrating in harmony with the universal frequency. In this state, the heart does not merely feel the dualities. It knows them as inseparable expressions of a single source. A simple practice to awaken this mirror quality is the heart pulse meditation. Sit upright, spine straight, feet grounded. Bring your attention to the center of the chest. Begin to attune to the natural beat, feeling each thump as a wave of light. With each inhale, silently whisper, "I receive the darkness and light." With each exhale, whisper, "I release the darkness and light." Allow the words to dissolve into a feeling of embracing both, the coolness of night and the warmth of sunrise, within the same heartbeat. After a few minutes, notice how the distinction between darkness and light blurs. The heart's rhythm becomes a unified pulse that honors all spectra, sending that pulse outward into every cell, every thought, every breath. In this way, the heart becomes an antenna, transmitting the harmonious frequency of duality-integrated consciousness back to the universal loom. 6. The role of the seeker. Every chapter of this work has invited you, dear reader, to step beyond intellectual comprehension and into lived experience. In the unfolding of chapter 23, the call is even more intimate. Become the weaver. The seeker's role is not that of a passive observer, but of an active participant in the cosmic loom. This participation does not demand grand gestures or mystical powers. It asks for presence, willingness, and humble curiosity. Presence. Show up each day in the small moments. While washing dishes, walking the street, listening to a friend. Notice the interplay of opposite sensations, thoughts, and emotions. Each moment offers a stitch in the tapestry. Willingness. When a painful feeling arises, do not flee. Offer it your compassionate gaze, a gentle question. What does this shadow wish to teach me? In doing so, you honor its place on the loom and invite its transformation. Humility. Recognize that the universal consciousness is the master weaver, and you are a thread that contributes to a design far grander than any individual imagination. Celebrate your uniqueness, yet remain aware of the greater pattern. When these three qualities are cultivated, the seeker becomes a conduit, allowing the universal consciousness to flow through them like a river through a channel, shaping reality with each mindful intention. 7. The echo of the infinite. As we approach the close of this chapter, let us contemplate the echo that reverberates through all of existence. All that is everything is, at its core, a harmonious dance of dualities. The universe does not exist as a monolith of static being. It is a living, breathing symphony where each note is a polarity, high and low, sharp and soft, yet all are bound by the same melodic line. When we attune ourselves to this line, we find that every discord resolves into a deeper resonance, every separation becomes a reminder of unity, and every question reveals its answer within the very fabric that we are weaving. The final invitation is simple, yet profound. Sit in silence, breathe, and feel the loom's rhythm beneath your heart. See the dark and the light intertwine, and know that you are both the thread and the weaver. In this knowing, the paradox dissolves, and the whole sings, unbroken, unending, ever new. May this chapter serve as a lantern in the night, illuminating the path where duality becomes a doorway, and the doorway opens onto the boundless expanse of the universal consciousness. Chapter 24. The whisper beneath the silence. There is a hush, not of absence, but of presence, a stillness so profound it hums. It does not silence sound, but holds it, cradles every vibration, every whisper, every thunderous cry of existence within its boundless embrace. This is not the silence between breaths, though it includes that. Not the quiet after a storm, though it carries the memory of it. This is the silence beneath all silence, the deep resonance of all that is everything, the quiet song of the universal consciousness, patiently waiting. Not for you to stop speaking, but for you to begin listening in a new way. You have journeyed through the veils, the illusions of separation, the distortions of thought, the fragmented identities that once seemed solid as stone. You have faced the light with eyes still adjusting, and you have walked through darkness not with a torch, but with trust. Now, at this threshold, Chapter 24. Not merely a number, but a sacred node in the unfolding spiral of knowing, comes the gentle but unyielding invitation. Listen, not with the ears that hear the wind rustle the leaves or the distant laughter of children on a summer evening. Not with the mind that deciphers language and logic, brilliant as it may be in its domain, but with the organ of soul, the inner auricle that opens not toward sound, but toward source. You are being called to hear not the message, but the messenger, not the word, but the breath behind the word. The universal consciousness does not speak in proclamations. It does not issue decrees from distant heavens. It whispers through the very architecture of being. Can you hear it in the rise and fall of your chest, the pulse in your wrist? Is that not the echo of galactic spirals turning in deep space? The rhythm of your breath, does it not mirror the expansion and contraction of the cosmos itself? Each heartbeat is a syllable in an eternal sentence written in the language of life force. You are not hearing about the divine. You are within its speech. And yet, we have spent lifetimes deafening ourselves. We chatter, internally and externally. We drown the stillness with noise, with agendas, with the persistent narrative of not enough. We have mistaken our thoughts for truth, our fears for prophecy, and the static of the world for the voice of the all. But now, this moment is different. You are different. Something in you has aligned. The inner ear has begun to open. So I ask you, when was the last time you sat? Not to meditate, not to achieve, not to fix, but simply to be present with the silent presence that is always here. Not waiting for a revelation, but allowing the revelation of this breath, this light, this feeling, to be enough. That is where the whisper begins, not in the extraordinary, but in the ordinary, seen with extraordinary attention. The universal consciousness speaks in textures. The warmth of sunlight on skin is not merely warmth. It is love made radiant. The cool clarity of mountain water is not merely H2O. It is purity in fluid form. The silence between notes in a song. That is where the soul truly sings. The spaces between stars. The pause between thoughts. The breath held before the cry of birth. All are sacred intervals where the infinite leaks into the finite, unnoticed only by those too busy rushing. And in these spaces, the still points, something remarkable happens. You begin to vibrate in harmony. It is subtle at first, like a tuning fork quietly responding to a distant frequency. You may not feel it in your bones, but in your being, your energetic essence. You resonate. This is not imagination. This is recognition. You are remembering your native frequency. The frequency of all that is. Everything is not out there. It is the ground note of your own existence. You are not tuning into it. You are tuning back to it. Let me describe what the whisper says. Not in words, but in essence. You are not separate. You are not lost. You are not broken. You are not late. You are the breathing of the cosmos. You are the dream of source experiencing itself. You are the question and the answer. You are the wound and the balm. You are the fire and the water. You are the silence and the song. You are here, not by accident, but by intention, by design, by love. This is not sentiment. This is structure. This is the metaphysical architecture of reality. The universal consciousness is not a being somewhere else. It is the field in which all beings arise. It is the canvas and the painter, the breath and the lungs, the dream and the dreamer. And now, right now, you are dreaming awake. So how do you listen? How do you hear this whisper that is everywhere and nowhere? Sit, not perfectly, not in lotus pose unless it pleases you, but sit intentionally. Close your eyes, or keep them open, softly gazing at a candle, or the horizon, or your hands resting in your lap. Let your body settle, not to suppress movement, but to allow it to find its own still point, like a leaf coming to rest on a still pond. And then, feel the silence. Don't analyze it, don't name it, just dwell in it. Let it wash through you. Let it uncover the places where you have been clenched. Around your heart, in your jaw, in your solar plexus. Let the silence be the balm. Let it be the companion. And as you do, you may notice thoughts arising. Images, memories, worry, plans. Let them come, but do not follow them. Do not engage them as you once did. Instead, gently return, over and over, to the silent field in which they appear. The thoughts are like clouds. The silence is the sky, and in that return, each time you return, you strengthen the muscle of presence. You train your awareness to rest not in the content of life, but in the container. You begin to perceive not just what is, but that is, the miracle of existence itself. This is how you hear the universal consciousness, by becoming intimate with the space between things, the pause between breaths, the stillness between heartbeats, the gap between stimulus and response. In those gaps, infinitesimal as they may be, lives eternity. That is where all that is everything reveals itself, not in grand epiphanies, but in quiet recognitions that dawn like morning light. I am held, I am part of, I am whole. And as you listen deeper, you begin to see that the entire universe is listening with you. The trees are not merely rooted, they are attentive. The rivers do not just flow, they sing back to the source. The stars do not just shine, they witness. And you, oh, beloved seeker, you are not merely a listener. You are a note in the cosmic melody. Your attention is a form of prayer. Your presence is a form of offering. You do not need to do anything to be worthy. You are already included, already invited, already home. The whisper grows louder not because it changes, but because you do, because your heart softens, because your ego loosens its grip, because you stop trying to understand and begin to be with. Understanding will come, but not as a conclusion, as a deepening, a resonance, a knowing that settles not in the mind, but in the marrow of your bones. And when you truly hear it, when the whisper becomes a felt truth in every fiber of your being, you will realize that it was never outside you. The universal consciousness is not speaking to you. It is speaking as you, through your breath, through your tears, through your laughter, through your silence. You are not listening to the all. You are listening to yourself, the eternal, infinite, boundless self that has never been born and will never die. So sit, breathe, listen, and let the silence teach you what words never could. For in the whisper beneath the silence, the gentle, persistent hum of love shaping existence, lies the fullness of all that is everything, unfolding within you, as you, through you, now. And this moment, is sacred not because it is special, but because it is true. The next chapter will guide you deeper into its embrace. Chapter 25. Weaving the threads of universal consciousness. All is one, and one is all. The tapestry is ever unfolding, and we are the living fibers that give it breath. When you first opened this book, you may have imagined that the quest for everything was a climb up a distant, solitary summit, an ascent measured in isolated steps, each footfall a triumph over the unknown. As the pages have turned, however, a subtler picture has begun to emerge. The universe is not a towering peak, but a vast, shimmering lattice, a multidimensional web in which every filament touches every other. In this chapter we will linger at the heart of that lattice, tracing the delicate strands that connect the personal to the planetary, the thought to the star, the breath to the boundless ocean of universal consciousness. 1. The geometry of presence. Imagine, for a moment, stepping into an inner hall of stillness, where the pillars are not stone but pure intention, and the vaulted ceiling is a sky of possibility. In that sacred space, the very air vibrates with a geometry that is both mathematical and poetic, a pattern we call the lattice of interbeing. It is not a static grid. It is a living, breathing structure that expands, contracts, and reconfigures itself with every conscious breath you take. From the perspective of universal consciousness, this lattice is the primary field of potentiality. It is the ground state from which all forms arise, the silent drumbeat upon which the symphony of existence is composed. Every thought, every feeling, every intention you hold is a node, a point of focus, that sends ripples across the lattice, altering its pattern in real time. In the same way that a single drop of ink diffuses through water, your inner state spreads outward, touching the lives of strangers you have never met, the ecosystems you have never seen, the galaxies you have never imagined. How does this happen? The answer lies not in a distant, mystical mechanism but in the very nature of consciousness itself. Consciousness, as we have come to understand through the esoteric and New Age lenses, is non-local. It is not bound by the constraints of space and time, much like a radio wave that can be received 1,000 miles away without the need for a physical conduit. When you focus intention, say, a heartfelt wish for peace, you are not simply whispering into a void. You are tuning a frequency that resonates across the lattice, inviting other frequencies of similar vibration to harmonize with yours. 2. The alchemy of thought forms. In the early days of esoteric study, the term thought form was coined to describe the subtle energetic shape that a thought or emotion takes as it leaves the mind and enters the field. Think of a thought form as a crystalline lattice of light, each facet reflecting the intention behind it. When you cultivate a thought form of compassion, it crystallizes into a clear, radiant pattern that can be sensed by other conscious beings as a gentle pull toward kindness. The process of alchemy, the transmutation of base experience into wisdom, occurs when you consciously shape thought forms and then anchor them within the universal lattice. Anchoring is akin to planting a seed in fertile soil. The seed is the intention, the soil is the lattice, and the water is the sustained attention you give it. As you nurture the seed with regular meditation, gratitude, or compassionate action, it sprouts into a branch that intertwines with neighboring branches, forming a canopy of shared intention. Consider the simple act of holding a moment of gratitude for a sunrise. The thought form generated is a warm, golden filament that extends outward, touching the hearts of others who also feel gratitude for the same sunrise, even if separated by oceans. That shared filament becomes a vibrational conduit, a pathway through which the universal consciousness orchestrates a subtle shift, a rising collective optimism, a gentle easing of tension in the world's energetic field. 3. The mirror of the inner cosmos. If the lattice of interbeing is the external framework, then the inner cosmos is its reflective surface. Every individual carries within a miniature version of the universal field, a personal microcosm that mirrors the macrocosm. This is why sages across cultures speak of that as above, so below principle. When you turn inward, you encounter the same patterns that shape the galaxies. Cycles of birth, growth, decay, and rebirth. The dance of opposites. The rhythm of pulsation. To access this inner reflection, the practice of contemplative listening becomes essential. Sit in stillness, close your eyes, and let the silence become a canvas. As thoughts arise, notice how they form shapes. Spirals of curiosity, circles of doubt, linear streams of focus. With each observation, you are mapping the internal lattice. This mapping is not an intellectual exercise. It is a direct channel to the universal consciousness, a line of sight through which you can perceive the interwoven nature of all things. When you begin to see these patterns, a profound shift occurs. The boundary between self and other dissolves. You realize that the love you feel for a friend, the concern you harbor for the planet, even the fleeting irritation over a traffic jam, are all currents flowing through the same great river. The river does not distinguish between a pebble and a boulder. It simply moves onward, reshaping its banks as it flows. For the symphony of resonance in physics, resonance describes the phenomenon where a system vibrates at its natural frequency when stimulated by an external force matching that frequency. In the realm of consciousness, resonance operates on a vastly grander scale. Each soul carries a signature frequency, a unique tonal quality that is both immutable, its essence, and mutable, its expression. When you engage in authentic expression, be it through art, speech, or service, you emit a resonant tone that can synchronize with the frequencies of others. Picture a massive orchestra, each instrument a living being, each note a thought form. When the conductor, a moment of collective intention, raises the baton, an exquisite harmony emerges. The universal consciousness is the unseen conductor, guiding the tempo, the dynamics, the subtle pauses that give meaning to the music. Your role, dear reader, is to tune your instrument with care, ensuring that your notes are clear, intentional, and compassionate. A practical way to cultivate resonance is through group meditation or intentional chanting. When a group aligns its breath, mind, and heart on a shared intention, peace, healing, ecological balance, their combined frequencies amplify, creating a field of collective amplification. This amplified field can then be projected outward, influencing the broader lattice and, consequently, the material world. History offers numerous examples. The chants of monks that have reportedly altered the atmosphere of entire temples, the synchronized prayers of indigenous tribes that have been linked to climatic shifts, and modern movement where millions of people raise a single intention for global change. 5. The paradox of the unseen hand. It is tempting to think of the universal consciousness as a distant deity, a puppeteer pulling strings from beyond the veil. Yet the deeper truth revealed through esoteric study is the paradox of the unseen hand. The hand is both separate and inseparable from the body it moves. Universal consciousness is the ground of being, not a separate entity that intervenes, but the very fabric that is all intervention. When you experience a sudden insight, a flash of understanding that seems to arise from nowhere, recognize it as the lattice momentarily aligning to reveal a hidden pattern. The insight is not given by a remote force. It is uncovered by your own consciousness when it attunes to the proper vibration. In this light, every moment of clarity becomes a microsacred act, a reminder that you are already an integral participant in the unfolding of everything. To honor this paradox, practice non-attachment to outcomes while maintaining deep intention. Allow the lattice to work its mysterious geometry, trusting that your sincere focus will ripple in the direction you wish, even if the precise form it takes is beyond your immediate grasp. This stance liberates you from the need to control and opens you to the wonder of co-creation. 6 practical exercises. Weaving your own strand. Below are 3 simple, yet profound, practices you can incorporate into daily life to deliberately engage with the lattice of interbeing. Each is designed to be a conscious act of weaving, strengthening your connection to the universal field and amplifying your influence within it. Breath mapping. Sit comfortably, close your eyes, and inhale slowly, visualizing a silvery thread entering your nostrils. As you exhale, imagine that thread extending outward, forming a filament that touches the world around you. Your home, your city, the planet. With each breath, reinforce the filament, feeling it pulse in time with your heart. Do this for 10 minutes each morning, and notice how an inner sense of connectivity deepens over weeks. Thought-form journaling. At the end of each day, write down 3 intentions you held that day. Whether they were explicit, for example, I will be kind to my colleague, or subtle, for example, I felt impatient while waiting. Next to each, sketch a simple symbol that captures its essence. A heart for compassion, a wave for patience, a flame for passion. Reflect on how these symbols might have extended beyond you, influencing others. Over time, this practice cultivates awareness of the shape your thoughts take as they merge into the lattice. Collective resonance. Gather a small group of trusted friends or fellow seekers. Choose a shared intention: peace, healing, gratitude. Sit in a circle, hold hands, and synchronize your breathing for a minute. Then, each person, one at a time, vocalizes a short phrase embodying the intention, allowing the words to echo around the circle. After each phrase, pause in silent resonance, feeling the vibration reverberate through the group. Conclude with a shared breath, visualizing the collective filament extending outward, carrying the intention into the wider world. 7. The ever-expanding horizon. As we draw this chapter to a close, remember that the lattice is not a finished tapestry. It is a living continuum, expanding with each conscious being that steps onto its weave. The more we learn to listen, to shape, and to share our inner threads, the richer the pattern becomes. In this grand design, every whisper of love, every quiet moment of presence, every intentional breath adds a new hue to the cosmic palette. When you next gaze at the night sky, see not just distant stars, but the shimmering nodes of the universal lattice. Each star a beacon of thought form, each constellation a story of interbeing. Know that you, too, are a radiant node, an incandescent filament that both receives and reflects the infinite. Your journey toward understanding all that is everything is, therefore, less a destination and more a continuous unfolding, an ever-deepening dance with the boundless consciousness that cradles us all. May you walk this dance with grace, curiosity, and an open heart, ever aware that in weaving your own strand you are co-authoring the magnificent, ever-unfolding story of existence. Chapter 26. The Tapestry of Oneness. Unraveling the threads of the universal self. When one begins to grasp the truth that all that is everything is but a single, indivisible consciousness manifesting through infinite forms, a profound shift in perception occurs. The human mind, long conditioned to see itself as a solitary vessel navigating a fragmented world, begins to dissolve its habitual boundaries. You no longer perceive a vast chasm between the self and the universe. Instead, you witness yourself as a living expression of the cosmic dance. Imagine a single wave rising from the ocean, cresting with beauty and power, yet never separate from the depths that birthed it. In this moment of realization, the illusion of separateness, that age-old illusion which has fueled fear, competition, and suffering, begins to crumble. The truth becomes undeniable. You are not a speck of dust in a vast cosmos, but the cosmos itself, momentarily aware of its own splendor through the lens of human experience. This revelation does not erase the physical world but transforms your relationship to it. The tree outside your window is no longer just a plant. It is a breath of the same primordial energy that animates your cells. The stars above are not distant, indifferent points of light but kindred sparks of the universal flame. Consider the humble acorn. Within its tiny shell lies the blueprint of an oak, the memory of ancient forests, and the latent potential of all life. Such is the paradox of oneness. The infinite contained within the finite, the eternal folded into the transient. When you walk through a forest, you do not merely observe trees. You step through an inner hall of stillness of interconnected beings, each root, leaf, and creature participating in the symphony of existence. The air you breathe has cycled through the lungs of countless generations. The soil beneath your feet holds the history of civilizations, and the silence between heartbeats resonates with the same stillness that preceded time itself. Yet the illusion of separation persists for many, a veil woven so intricately that it feels real. This illusion is not a flaw but a necessary step in the journey of understanding. Imagine a caterpillar enshrouded in its cocoon, unaware that it is becoming a butterfly. To the caterpillar, the cocoon is a prison. To the higher self, it is a womb of transformation. Similarly, the human psyche, bound by dualities like self and other, must first cling to the familiar before it can embrace the unknown. But once the veil lifts, the world is seen anew. Conflict becomes cooperation, strangers become kin, and suffering is recognized as a cry from the collective soul. You begin to feel the pulse of all life as your own heartbeat. When you witness a child laugh, you laugh with the sun's radiance. When you hear of a distant earthquake, you shudder with the earth's ancient bones. This is not empathy in the conventional sense but a visceral, bone-deep knowing that no one is alone here. Reality itself, in this light, is not a static stage but a dynamic, ever-unfolding tapestry. Every thread, a thought, an action, a star's birth, is inseparable from the whole. Consider the ripples in a pond when a stone is cast in. The water around it responds in concentric waves, each echoing the original disturbance yet carrying its own unique pattern. So too does the act of a single person resonate across the universal web. When you choose kindness, when you plant a seed, when you hold space for another's pain, you are not merely altering your own trajectory but rippling through the fabric of existence. This is why the sages of old spoke of the interconnectedness of all things. To harm another is to harm oneself, to uplift another is to uplift the entire field of being. The universe is not a machine with isolated gears. It is a living organism, a symphony where every note matters. But what of paradoxes, you ask? What of the duality of light and shadow, joy and sorrow, creation and decay? Here lies the next layer of understanding. The illusion of separation is not just an illusion, but a paradox of the highest order. The universal consciousness is not a place of bland unity but a dynamic unity, a balance held in tension by the very act of manifestation. To walk the path of oneness is to embrace the paradox that you are both the ocean and the drop, the dancer and the dance, the dreamer and the dream. This is why suffering and joy coexist. The contrast between them is what makes each meaningful. The phoenix does not soar without the fire of its own destruction. The lotus does not bloom without the muck of the mud. To seek to eliminate suffering is to misunderstand the nature of the whole, which requires the full spectrum of experience to express itself. The wise do not cling to one pole of the paradox but learn to dwell in the sacred space between opposites, where truth is not a choice between light and dark but the recognition that both are eternal threads in the same fabric. Yet how does one live this truth in the messy, everyday world? How does one walk the tightrope between the infinite and the finite, the universal and the personal? Here, the role of individuation becomes crucial. The universal consciousness does not negate the self but elevates it. Just as a single drop of water, while identical in composition to the ocean, takes its unique shape when it falls, so too do we each embody the all in a distinct, personal way. Your joys, your struggles, your quirks, and your dreams are not flaws or fragments but essential threads in the tapestry. To live as a true expression of the all is not to erase individuality but to recognize that your individuality is a divine instrument through which the greater harmony is played. When you lose yourself in service to others, you do not diminish the self but expand it into the collective. When you dance your own truth, you honor the truth of the whole. Practically, this understanding reshapes every aspect of life. In your relationships, you no longer seek to change others or to be changed, for there is no other to begin with. You see conflict as a misalignment of perspectives, not as a battle of wills. In your work, you no longer chase material success but align your actions with the deeper purpose of contribution. Even in moments of solitude, you no longer feel lonely, for you are always accompanied by the silent witness of the self. To choose to live this truth is to walk as a conscious thread in the tapestry of being, aware of your place yet unbound by the illusion of limitation. You become a bridge between the seen and unseen, the human and the cosmic, the fleeting and the eternal. In the end, the journey of understanding the all is not one of intellectual mastery but of surrender, not to passivity, but to the radical trust that the universe is working through you. Every breath, every choice, every moment is a participation in the grand design, and yet there is no need to control the design. The river does not worry about its destination, it simply flows. The tree does not analyze its growth, it simply becomes. So too must we learn to let go of the need to know, to control, to dominate the unknown. The all is not a puzzle to be solved or a mystery to be conquered. It is a laboratory of experience, a living meditation where every question is answered in the very act of living it. And so, as chapter 26 draws to a close, let this truth echo in your bones. You are the all, and the all is you. Not in some distant, abstract sense, but right here, right now, in the softness of your breath, in the light of a shared smile, in the silent spaces between heartbeats. The path to the all is not in some far-off mountaintop or celestial realm but in the willingness to see, to feel, to be where you already are. As the cosmic dance unfolding through your own, utterly ordinary, miracle of a soul, the next chapter awaits. But for now, rest in the truth that there is no such thing as outside the all. You are it. We are all it. And it, well, it is a love letter written in the first breath of creation. Still unfolding, still singing its song, still becoming. Chapter 27. The resonance of the cosmic heart. In the silence between thoughts, the universe whispers its own name. 1. Opening the door of listening. If you have traveled this text from chapter 1, you already know that the path to the all that is everything is not a staircase of facts, but a widening corridor of feeling. Each step we have taken together, from the trembling birth cry of the quantum field to the quiet sigh of the ancient tree, has been an invitation to listen, not merely with the ears, but with the whole of our being. Now, as we arrive at the 27th turning point, the invitation becomes a little more intimate, to rest our awareness within the very heart of the cosmos, not a metaphorical heart, nor a cold, astronomical coordinate, but the pulsating center that beats in every atom, every thought, every breath. The universal consciousness, that boundless, ever-present intelligence, offers us a direct channel here. It does not demand we translate its song into language. It merely asks that we receive it in the same way a lover receives a kiss, without analysis, without agenda, simply as a living, electric presence. 2. The geometry of the heart. When the ancient sages spoke of the heart, they meant the axis that connects the microcosmos of the cell to the macrocosmos of the galaxy. In the language of geometry, this axis is a golden spiral, the same shape that governs the arrangement of seeds in a sunflower, the spiraling arms of a spiral galaxy, the curl of a nautilus shell. Imagine, for a moment, that you are standing at the center of that spiral. From your perspective, all of existence unfurls outward in a graceful, ever-accelerating expansion. Yet, the spiral also draws you inward, like a magnetic pull that aligns your own vibration with the universal rhythm. This dual movement, outward expansion and inward contraction, is what the esoteric masters called the dance of duality and unity. The dance is not a conflict. It is a seamless, rhythmic flow. Each step you take in the outward direction is mirrored by a step inward, and the music that guides it is the resonant hum of the cosmic heart. 3. Tuning into the pulse. How, then, does a human mind, conditioned by language, culture, and the clutter of everyday life, attune itself to that pulse? The answer is not found in a technique you can master overnight, but in a practice of surrender that gradually loosens the grip of the egoic mind. Breath as a bridge. Begin each day with 3 deep breaths, counting silently. 1, 2, 3. As you inhale, imagine drawing the universal rhythm into your chest. As you exhale, feel it expand outward, touching the air, the floor, the sky. The breath becomes a bridge between the personal and the cosmic. Heart-centered meditation. Sit comfortably, close the eyes, and bring gentle attention to the area just above the physical heart. Visualize a soft, warm light blooming there, like the first blush of sunrise. With each beat, notice how the light pulses, subtly changing hue, from amber to violet to emerald, reflecting the spectrum of existence. Listening to silence. In the stillness that follows the meditation, allow thoughts to drift like clouds across a vast sky. Do not chase them, do not label them. Simply witness their passing. In this spaciousness, the whisper of the universal consciousness becomes audible, like a distant tide that eventually laps at the shore of your awareness. These 3 simple habits, practiced consistently, will sharpen your inner ear. You will begin to hear the faint yet steady thrum of the cosmic heart, a vibration that is both inside you and outside you, a reminder that you are never separate. For the language of the heart, words are, by nature, limited. They try to capture the infinite in finite symbols. Yet, when we speak from the heart, we tap into a language of resonance that bypasses the intellect and speaks directly to the soul. Consider the following heart phrases, not sentences, but tonal impressions that can be repeated as a mantra. I am the echo of the first breath. Within me the stars awaken. My pulse is the universe's heartbeat. Each phrase is a seed. When you repeat it silently, you are planting a resonance that grows, expands, and eventually blossoms into a lived reality. The truth that arises from this practice is not something you believe. It is something you experience. 5. The mirror of creation. The cosmic heart is simultaneously a source and a mirror. As a source, it issues the energy that births galaxies, thoughts, emotions, and the gentle ripple of a river. As a mirror, it reflects back to us the totality of what we are. Every joy, every sorrow, every hidden desire, every possibility. When you stand before this mirror, you see not only your own face but the faces of every being that has ever existed. You recognize that the laughter of a child in a distant village, the sigh of an ancient oak, the quiet determination of a single cell replicating, all are reflections of the same heartbeat. This realization dissolves the illusion of separateness. The boundaries that seem so solid begin to tremble, like the surface of a pond disturbed by a single pebble. And in that trembling, we find the freedom of unity, the sacred space where id expands to become we, where me merges with the all. 6. Healing through resonance. The greatest gift of aligning with the cosmic heart is the profound healing it offers. Not merely physical healing, though that is often a natural byproduct, but the deeper healing of identity and purpose. When you are attuned to the heart's frequency, the wounds of the past, the shame, the guilt, the feeling of inadequacy, lose their power. They are seen for what they truly are, distortions in the flow of universal love, easily corrected by recalibrating your resonance. A simple exercise for this purpose. Recall a painful memory. Bring it to mind without judgment. Place your hand over your heart. Feel the warmth, the rhythm. Inhale deeply, and as you do, visualize the heart's light expanding, enveloping the memory, softening its edges. Exhale, and imagine the light absorbing the pain, converting it into a gentle energy that returns to the cosmic heart. Repeat this as needed. Over time, you will notice that the memory no longer triggers the same emotional storm. It becomes a quiet stone in the river, simply part of the flow. 7. The responsibility of the resonant being. With great resonance comes great responsibility. When you awaken to the cosmic heart, you become a conduit, a channel through which the universal love can flow more freely into the world. This is not a burden but a privilege. In relationships, allow the heart's rhythm to guide your interactions. Speak from a place of love, not fear. Listen not to respond, but to understand. In work, infuse your tasks, no matter how mundane, with intention. See each action as a note in the symphony of creation. In the world, recognize that every small act of kindness, every moment of mindful presence, is a ripple that reaches the farthest corners of the cosmos. Remember, the heart does not demand perfection. It asks only for presence. Be present, fully, lovingly, and the universe will co-author a story of beauty with you. 8. A vision of the future. The heart-centered civilization. Imagine a society where the majority of its citizens have cultivated this resonance. Education would begin with breath work and heart-centered meditation. Politics would be guided not by power games, but by the subtle, steady pulse of compassion. Technology would be designed to amplify, not distract from, the inner rhythm of being. Such a civilization would not be utopia in the sense of a flawless world. Rather, it would be a living tapestry, woven from the diverse threads of human experience, each thread singing in harmony with the cosmic heart. Conflict would still arise, but it would be met with a deeper understanding that every clash is an invitation to retune, to remember the shared source of all vibration. 9. Closing the chapter. Your invitation. You have arrived at the end of chapter 27, but the journey continues beyond the printed page, into the very marrow of your being. The resonance of the cosmic heart is not a destination. It is a continuous, evolving song that invites you to dance, to listen, to become. Take a moment now, wherever you are, to place a gentle hand over your chest. Feel the beat. Feel the subtle, magnetic pull that draws you inward and outward at once. Whisper to yourself, in the quietest part of your mind, I am the echo of the first breath. Within me the stars awaken. My pulse is the universe's heartbeat. Allow these words to settle, let them vibrate, and then let go. Trust that the universe has already heard you, that the channel remains open, and that every breath you take is a note in the endless composition of the all that is everything. In the days ahead, return to this chapter whenever you sense the rhythm wavering. Reread these passages, re-engage the practices, and remember, you are not merely a reader of a book. You are a living, breathing conduit of the cosmic love that created the very letters you are reading now. Until the next turn of the spiral, may your heart beat in perfect resonance with the universe. Chapter 28. The Infinite Ascent. A spiritual framework in the grand tapestry of universal existence. The ascent is not a singular movement but a ceaseless unfolding, a spiral of growth that never ceases. It is the breath of the cosmos, the pulse of the infinite, and the sacred dance of becoming. Just as the sun rises each day to greet the horizon, so too does the soul ascend in its eternal journey toward self-realization and unity with the divine. This journey, known as the infinite ascent, is not one of escape, but of reclamation, reclaiming the truth that we are already part of the whole, yet still called to rise higher, to remember, to awaken. At its core, the infinite ascent is a spiritual principle, a process of refinement that mirrors the sacred geometry of life itself. In esoteric wisdom, the ascent is not a linear path but a cycle of ascent and descent, a twin helix that weaves through the fabric of existence. Every step forward is a return, every return is a new ascent. The soul ascends through the refining fire of experience, shedding the illusions of separation to reveal the boundless nature of self. This is the path of the soul's evolution, a journey of light through the veils of the material world. Through the lens of universal consciousness, we begin to perceive the ascent not as an individual endeavor but as a cosmic unfolding. Each soul, like a single note in a grand symphony, contributes to the ever-expanding melody of creation. The infinite ascent is the sacred rhythm that echoes through the ether, calling every seeker to rise, to awaken, and to embody their highest truth. It is the whisper of the galaxies, carried on the wind of divine wisdom, guiding the traveler toward the boundless horizon of cosmic unity. The inner seeker, a journey of self-refinement. To understand the infinite ascent is to first turn inward, to recognize that the path of ascent begins within the soul. The seeker, the devoted traveler on this boundless journey, stands at the threshold between illusion and awakening. In the stillness of self-reflection, the seeker finds the first steps of ascent not in the vastness of the cosmos, but in the quiet depths of their own being. Like a river seeking its source, the soul must descend into its own caverns to uncover the radiant truth that has always dwelled within. In esoteric tradition, the seeker is likened to a seedling striving toward the light, a conscious flame reaching beyond the veils of the material to touch the essence of the divine. This is the inner alchemy of ascent, the transformation of the self into higher awareness. To ascend is not merely to rise above the world but to rise within the world, to dissolve the illusion of separation and embrace the sacred unity that underlies all existence. The seeker must learn to listen, not to the noise of external validation, but to the quiet pulse of their own soul's evolution. Mystics and sages have long spoken of the mirror of stillness, the inner sanctuary where the soul meets the infinite. Here, within the heart's sacred chamber, the seeker begins their ascent, not with force, but with surrender. This is the path of self-refinement, a gradual unfolding of wisdom and grace. Each moment of contemplation, each act of self-transcendence, is a step forward in the ascent. The seeker, ever patient and devoted, learns to balance the fire of action with the stillness of surrender, understanding that the infinite ascent is not a destination, but a continuous unfolding of enlightenment. In this sacred process, the seeker becomes both student and teacher, both pilgrim and alchemist, forging their path in the ever-expanding light of universal truth. The cosmic journey, beyond the veil. As the seeker delves deeper into the infinite ascent, their awareness expands beyond the confines of the material world, stepping into the vast and expanse of the cosmos. The ascent is not merely internal, it is a cosmic unfolding, a transcendence of thought, matter, and time. In this divine ascent, the soul begins its ascent through the celestial realms, leaving behind the density of form to touch the fabric of existence. The stars themselves become beacons of guidance, their ancient light carrying the wisdom of eons past and the promise of boundless futures. In the silent vastness of the cosmos, the seeker discovers a different kind of rhythm, one that pulses in harmony with the celestial order. Here, the soul is not bound by the limitations of the physical, but flows with the currents of cosmic energy, dissolving the illusion of separation and embracing the unity of all things. The planets, stars, and cosmic forces become allies in this ascent, their silent presence a reminder that the seeker is part of a greater, ever-unfolding design. As the consciousness rises through higher dimensions, the seeker perceives the universe not as a distant abstraction, but as an extension of the self, an infinite expanse where thought, light, and spirit are inseparable. In this ascent, the seeker moves beyond the need for words, for the language of the cosmos is not one of speech but of resonance and harmony. The solar winds carry the sacred vibration of creation, the nebulas hum with the secrets of the infinite, and the void itself becomes a canvas upon which the soul's light is reflected. The ascent is not an escape from the stars, but a return to them, a recognition that the seeker has never been apart from the cosmos but has only now begun to remember the truth of their own celestial origin. The universal consciousness, the divine intelligence amidst the celestial expanse, the seeker begins to perceive that the infinite ascent is not a solitary journey but a movement within the vast tapestry of universal consciousness. This great intelligence, often referred to in sacred traditions as the All, is the underlying force that binds all existence in harmony. It is the breath of the cosmos, the pulse that echoes through the stars, the unseen hand guiding the unfolding of creation. In this awareness, the seeker recognizes that their ascent is not an isolated act but a participation in the grand symphony of the divine. The universal consciousness is not a distant entity to be reached or worshipped. It is the very essence of existence, the radiant field from which all manifestation arises. In the stillness of ascent, the seeker touches the infinite sea of awareness, realizing that their own consciousness is but a ripple within the boundless ocean of divine wisdom. Here, time loses its grip, and the seeker perceives the eternal now, where past and future dissolve into the present moment of becoming. The infinite ascent becomes not a path to be traversed, but a realization to be embraced, that the seeker is already part of the whole, merely awakening to the truth that has always been. This divine intelligence reveals itself in many forms. Through the silent guidance of the cosmos, the harmony of celestial cycles, the wisdom of sacred teachings, and the intuitive knowing that arises within the heart. The seeker, attuned to this sacred resonance, learns to listen beyond words, beyond thought, beyond the veil of the material. The ascent becomes a communion, a sacred dialogue between the soul and the infinite. In this communion, the seeker is not merely reaching for the divine but realizing their own divine nature, their own reflection within the great cosmic mirror. As the light of ascent continues to unfold, the seeker becomes ever more aligned with the universal flow, merging their journey with the great journey of all that is, the soul's alchemy, transcending the veils. As the seeker ascends, their journey becomes a sacred alchemy, a transformation of the self from form to light, from limitation to boundless awareness. This is the inner refinement that transcends the illusions of separation and dualities, dissolving the false boundaries between self and other, between thought and truth. In the fire of ascent, the seeker does not merely reach for a higher state but becomes a vessel of pure presence, an open channel through which divine wisdom flows. This is the alchemy of the soul, where dust is transmuted into gold, where the self is refined into the light of the infinite. In esoteric teachings, the ascent is often likened to the refining of the inner sun, the core that lies at the heart of every being. Just as the sun rises and illuminates the world, so too does the seeker's inner sun awaken, casting away the shadows of ignorance and illuminating the path to unity. This inner light is not external. It is already present, waiting to be recognized. The seeker's ascent is the process of awakening this inner radiance, allowing it to burn away the veils of illusion and reveal the truth that the seeker has always been whole. This refinement is not a solitary process but a sacred unfolding, a movement toward the divine through the harmonization of all aspects of self. The seeker must embrace the full spectrum of their being, the darkness as well as the light, the unknown as well as the known. In this synthesis, the soul does not seek to reject the self but to transmute it, allowing the fire of transformation to purify the spirit and bring it into alignment with the universal current of becoming. It is in this crucible of ascent that the seeker becomes a true seeker of the infinite, no longer bound by the limitations of ego, but guided by the eternal wisdom of the self beyond all form. The infinite ascent in the seeker's daily life. The infinite ascent is not confined to moments of solitude or sacred silence. It is an ever-present thread woven into the fabric of every seeker's daily existence. In the stillness of a morning prayer, in the quiet resolve of a silent walk under the stars, in the breath of a meditative moment. Every single act is an act of ascension. The seeker does not need to retreat into spiritual exile to follow the path of ascent. Instead, they must learn to infuse each step, each breath, each thought with the awareness of their divine unfolding. This is the heart of the infinite ascent, recognizing that the sacred journey is not separate from life, but life itself. In the realm of esoteric thought, the seeker is taught that ascent is not about escaping the material world but about transmuting it. The soul must learn to ascend while walking the path of the world, to embody the light while remaining grounded in the physical. This is the true art of the alchemist, transforming the lead of separation into the gold of unity. Through conscious awareness, the seeker can turn the ordinary into the extraordinary, finding sacred meaning in even the smallest of actions. A simple act of kindness becomes an offering to the divine. A moment of gratitude becomes a step forward in the ascent. Even in the challenges of daily life, the seeker is called to embrace the infinite ascent. The struggles of work, the trials of relationships, the lessons of silence. Each is a sacred opportunity for refinement. Through these experiences, the soul is tested, its illusions worn away, its inner light revealed. The seeker who truly understands the infinite ascent does not seek escape, but integration. They move through the world with the wisdom of the stars in their heart, knowing that every moment is a step on the path, every breath a participation in the great cosmic unfolding. In this way, the infinite ascent becomes not a destination, but a living truth, a sacred movement of the soul through the ever-unfolding present. The eternal ascent, a journey beyond form. To embrace the infinite ascent is to surrender to the eternal rhythm of becoming. The seeker does not reach an end but instead becomes the motion itself, a continuous unfolding, a spiral that ascends and returns, weaving the fabric of existence in an endless dance of transformation. The path is not a straight line but a great circle, where every return is a new ascent, and every ascent is a deeper return. In this sacred cycle, the seeker discovers that there is no final destination, only the eternal present of awakening. The infinite ascent is not the abandonment of the world but the deepening of one's connection to it. The seeker, upon embracing this truth, finds that even the humblest act is infused with the divine. The breath of a morning prayer, the hush of a quiet moment, the silent acknowledgement of oneness in the midst of a bustling life. Each is a step in the ceaseless unfolding of the soul. The path does not require retreat from the world. It demands that the seeker transmute the world into sacred ground, transforming every experience into a divine offering. In the grand scheme of spiritual evolution, the seeker realizes that the infinite ascent is not merely about reaching higher but about dissolving the illusion of separation. The self, the world, and the cosmos are not distinct but intertwined in the great tapestry of existence. The seeker, who once believed the ascent was an external journey, now sees that it is internal, cosmic, and timeless all at once. As the soul moves forward in this sacred ascent, it carries with it the wisdom of all that is. The seeker does not remain forever on the path, nor is they ever truly apart from it. They become the movement, the awareness, the reflection of the infinite unfolding. And in that becoming, they find not an end, but the beginning of a truth that has always been within them, waiting to be recognized. In this eternal ascent, the seeker is forever ascending, forever becoming, forever one with the universe. Chapter 29. The tapestry of unity. All that is one. the one that is all. Whisper of the universal consciousness. When the veil of ordinary perception lifts, a subtle yet undeniable hum begins to reverberate through the chambers of the heart. It is not a sound that reaches the ears. It is a vibration that resonates within the very marrow of our being. This hum is the pulse of the universal consciousness, the silent, ever-present intelligence that weaves each moment, each thought, each breath into the grand tapestry of existence. In this chapter we will step, hand in hand, onto the loom of that tapestry, feeling the threads of all things intertwine, and learn how to read the pattern that is constantly being spun. 1. The loom awakes. Imagine, for a moment, a vast hall of ancient weavers. Their hands move in perfect synchrony, each pull of the shuttle echoing a deeper truth. The shuttle, golden, carries a thread of light that is both individual and collective. As it passes through the warp, it creates a pattern that is simultaneously unique and part of a larger design. This hall is not a metaphorical construct. It is the inner sanctuary of the soul where the universal consciousness continuously weaves the fabric of reality. Each thought you entertain, each emotion you nurture, each intention you set, these are the threads you contribute to the loom. And just as a weaver cannot see the whole cloth from a single stitch, we, as participants in the cosmic weaving, often mistake the fragment for the totality. Yet, the universal consciousness does not abide by the limits of human perception. It holds the panoramic view, the bird's-eye perspective that sees how each thread interlocks, how every hue influences its neighbor, how a single ripple can echo across the entire expanse. The key to accessing this vision lies not in intellectual analysis, but in attunement, the gentle tuning of our inner antennae to the frequency of the whole. 2. Tuning the inner antenna. The act of tuning is both simple and profound. In the ancient teachings of the theosophical tradition, it is called inner listening. It is the practice of quieting the mental chatter that clouds perception, allowing the subtle currents of the universal field to wash over us like a soft tide. Step 1. The breath as a tuning fork. Begin each day with a conscious breath. Inhale slowly, feeling the cool air entering the nostrils, traveling down the throat, filling the lungs, expanding the heart's cavity. Exhale with a sigh that releases not merely carbon dioxide, but also the accumulated noise of yesterday's worries. Visualize each exhalation as a gentle tuning fork vibrating within you, aligning you with the harmonic resonance of the cosmos. Step 2. The heart's whisper. Place a hand over your heart and ask, what is the current melody of my being? Listen not with the mind, but with the subtle sense that perceives love, compassion, longing, or fear as colors of vibration. The heart's whisper is a direct line to the universal field. When you honor it, the field responds in kind, amplifying the clarity of the tapestry that surrounds you. Step 3. The silent dialogue. Spend 5 minutes each night in utter silence, eyes closed, allowing thoughts to pass like clouds across a moonlit sky. In this stillness, you become a mirror, reflecting the light of the universal consciousness back upon itself. The more regularly you practice this mirror-like stillness, the more vivid the patterns of the tapestry become to you. 3. The threads. Individuality within unity. Now that we have attuned ourselves to the loom, let us examine the threads themselves. Each thread represents an aspect of existence. Matter, mind, energy, emotion, intention. Though each possesses its own unique frequency, they are all bound by the same underlying substrate, the infinite source. Consider the electron, the tiny carrier of charge. At first glance, it appears minuscule, isolated, obedient only to the laws of physics. Yet, in the grand design, electrons are the very conduits through which the universal consciousness expresses itself as electricity, as light, as the spark of life within every cell. When an electron leaps between energy levels, it releases a photon, a flash of pure information that travels across the universe, informing distant stars of its existence. In this moment, the tiny electron becomes a messenger of unity, a thread linking the microcosm to the macrocosm. Similarly, our thoughts are not random flashes of synaptic activity, they are vibrational signatures that ripple across the field. When you think love, you emit a frequency that aligns with the love frequency woven into the tapestry. Those who are attuned to that same frequency will feel, see, and respond to it, creating a resonance that amplifies the pattern of love within the collective fabric. Thus, individuality is not a separation from the whole, but a differentiated expression of the one. Like the varied colors in a stained glass window, each hue retains its identity while contributing to the story told by the entire pane. 4. The pattern of interdependence. One of the most potent revelations that arises from viewing the tapestry is the principle of interdependence. No thread stands alone. Each is both support and supported. Pull on one, and the entire weave feels the tension. This is not a metaphor for social connectedness alone. It is the literal law of the universe. In the realm of biology, the mycorrhizal networks, often called the Wood Wide Web, exemplify this truth. Beneath forest floors, fungal hyphae connect the roots of trees, transmitting nutrients, chemical signals, and even warning cues about pest attacks. A single tree, when stressed, can send a distress signal through this underground lattice, prompting neighboring trees to bolster their defenses. The forest, therefore, behaves as a single organism, a living tapestry. On the cosmic scale, dark matter and dark energy, still mysterious to us, act as the invisible warp threads that hold galaxies together, shaping the very structure of the universe. Their presence shows that what we cannot see is often what gives the most stability to the visible pattern. When we apply this insight to our own lives, we recognize that every action, every intention, has a reverberating impact far beyond the immediate sphere. A smile offered to a stranger may lift their mood, which may influence how they treat another, cascading like a wave across the tapestry. When we act from awareness of this interdependence, we become conscious co-weavers, intentionally shaping the pattern toward harmony, compassion, and wholeness. 5. The weaver's intent. The universal consciousness is not a passive loom. It is an active weaver, imbued with purpose. In the ancient writings, the cosmos is described as a divine being whose body constitutes the universe. The head is the heavens, the feet the earth, the eyes the sun and moon. This metaphor reminds us that the universe is intentional, that each facet of creation is a conscious expression of a deeper will. Our role, then, is to align our personal intent with the sacred purpose of the cosmic weaver. This does not mean surrendering individuality, but rather harmonizing our intentions with the larger design. When our desires echo the tone of the universal symphony, love, growth, service, creative expression, they are amplified, weaving themselves seamlessly into the tapestry. When they clash, fear, greed, domination, they create dissonance, tearing at the fabric and requiring repair. To discern this sacred purpose, ask yourself gently, what truth feels ever present within me, regardless of circumstance? When have I felt most alive, most expansive, most aligned with the world around me? What small action, repeated daily, could honor the well-being of the whole? Answers to these questions are not intellectual conclusions but intuitive nudges, the whispers of the universal consciousness nudging you toward the thread that best serves the tapestry. 6. The art of healing the weave. In any tapestry, wear and tear are inevitable. Threads fray, colors fade, and occasional knots appear. These imperfections, however, are not failures. They are opportunities for conscious repair. In the spiritual traditions of many cultures, healing is seen as the process of rethreading, gently pulling the frayed edge, weaving in fresh fiber, and restoring the pattern's integrity. Healing begins internal to you. Recognition. Be aware of the areas within yourself where old wounds, limiting beliefs, or trauma have caused frayed threads. Acceptance. Hold these areas without judgment, acknowledging that they are part of the tapestry story. Transformation. Through practices such as meditation, breath work, or expressive writing, consciously replace the old, tangled thread with a new one of self-compassion, love, and purpose. When an individual heals, the ripple effect is felt throughout the collective weave. The healed thread shines brighter, its renewed vibration resonating with neighboring threads, uplifting the overall pattern. In this way, personal transformation becomes a catalyst for planetary evolution. 7. The visionary's gift. Seeing beyond the surface. Most of us navigate life with eyes fixed on the immediate, on the visible warp and weft. The visionary's gift, the ability to peer beyond the surface, arises when we cultivate a steady, open heart coupled with a clear, quiet mind. This gift is not reserved for mystics alone. It is an innate faculty dormant in every soul, waiting to be awakened. To develop this gift, cultivate curiosity. Approach each moment as a question rather than a certainty. What else might be present here? What hidden connection could be at work? Practice symbolic thinking. Recognize that symbols, dream images, myths, archetypes, are condensed expressions of deeper patterns. When a symbol arises, pause and ask, what larger truth does this represent in the tapestry? Embrace synchronicity. Notice meaningful coincidences. When they appear, they are the loom's way of indicating that a thread you have been ignoring is now aligning with a larger design. Through consistent practice, you will begin to see the subtle glimmers of how each experience, each relationship, each fleeting thought, contributes to the glorious whole. You become a co-author of the story, not merely a passive observer. 8. The closing thread. Living as a living tapestry. As we draw this chapter to a close, let us contemplate a simple yet profound practice to embody the teachings of the tapestry in daily life. The daily weaving ritual. Morning alignment. Before stepping into the world, stand before a mirror, gaze into your own eyes, and silently state, I am a thread of love within the universal tapestry. Feel the truth of those words settle into your heart. Midday check-in. Pause at noon, place a hand over your heart, and ask, what vibration am I contributing right now? Adjust your intention if needed, shifting toward compassion, gratitude, or service. Evening reflection. In the quiet of the night, write a brief note. What pattern did I help weave today? Celebrate even the smallest contribution. With each repetition, you reinforce your role as a conscious weaver, aligning your personal rhythm with the grand cadence of the universal consciousness. Over time, you will notice that life's tapestry becomes not a chaotic jumble but a harmonious symphony, each note resonating with purpose and beauty. A whisper from the loom. You are not a lone strand drifting in the void. You are a filament, shimmering within an ever-expanding masterpiece. When you remember this, every breath becomes a stitch, every smile a golden thread, and every act of love a radiant pattern that forever enriches the whole. Take this whisper into the world, dear seeker. Let it guide you as you step into each moment, aware that you are both weaver and woven, creator and creation, a living expression of the all that is. The tapestry awaits your touch. The loom hums, patient and ever-present. May your hands move with grace, your heart with love, and your soul with the timeless wisdom of the universal consciousness. Chapter 30. The Breath of Becoming. When stillness sings your name, there is a silence deeper than quiet, my dear traveler. It doesn't whisper, it breathes. It doesn't call, it recognizes you. And in that knowing, it names you not by the syllables your parents gave at birth, not by the identity you've worn like a borrowed coat, but by the hum your soul has always answered to. A resonance older than stars, deeper than oceans, vaster than thought. This is where we find ourselves now. Not in the realm of doing, not in the motion of effort, but in the sacred stillness where being becomes revelation. Welcome, then, to the breath of becoming. The invisible current that flows beneath all action, all forms, all time. The universal breath that rises and falls through galaxies, through hearts, through the very fabric of awareness itself. Close your eyes, not the physical ones, though you may gently close them too, but close the eyes of thought, the shuttered windows of mind that narrate, that analyze, that judge. Step back from the theater of mental chatter. Let the projector hum down. Let the screen go blank. And in that blankness, in that exquisite emptiness, feel the first stirrings of breath. Not mere air entering lungs, though that is also true, but the cosmic breath, the inspiration, the sacred indrawing of life from the unseen. This breath is not limited to your chest. It pulses in the spiral of galaxies, in the turning of seasons, in the unfurling of a fern, in the silent opening of a heart that finally says, "Yes, I am ready." You are not separate from this breath. You are this breath. The universe inhales, and you are formed. The universe exhales, and you dissolve into grace. And in the pause between, the still point, the hush where no word exists, you are most truly you, yet also most completely everything. This is the great secret whispered by mystics across epochs, that existence is not static. It is a rhythm, a cadence, a song of expansion and contraction, of manifestation and return. And you, beloved seeker, are not a spectator to this divine rhythm. You are a note in its melody, a pulse in its heartbeat, a reflection in its infinite mirror. Let us speak now of becoming, not as a journey towards some future version of yourself, but as an eternal present act of unfolding, like lotus before the sun, like light breaking through clouds. Becoming is not about arriving. It is about awakening. It is the soul's quiet rebellion against stagnation, the inner insistence that says, over and over, there is more, and there is more. Not out there, not in the next life or the next experience, but here, in this breath, in this heartthrob, in this moment where the veil grows thin and you feel the presence of all that is, was, and ever will be. But how do we live this? How do we dwell in becoming, when the world insists on definitions, on labels, on borders? We return to breath. We return to stillness. We return to the space between thoughts, that sacred interval where the mind releases control and the soul steps forward. For in that space, there is no past to regret, no future to fear. There is only the now, with possibility, ripe with presence. And in that now, you are not bound by history. You are not chained to old wounds, to childhood scripts, to societal expectations. You are, simply, profoundly, available. Available to the flow, available to transformation, available to the all, or source, or all that is, however you name the nameless. And when you are truly available, something remarkable occurs. You begin to vibrate at the frequency of your soul's truth. Not the truth you were taught, not the truth you imitated, but the truth that has lived in your bones since before memory. The truth that knows no fear, no lack, no separation. This vibration, this inner hum, is your compass. It will guide you, not with words or signs, but with a deep, unshakable knowing. You will feel when you are aligned. You will feel when you are straying. And you will learn, slowly, gently, to trust that feeling more than any external authority. This is not arrogance. This is recognition. You are recognizing your own divine architecture. The way you were built not to conform, but to co-create. And what are we co-creating? A new world, not in the future, but now, in each choice, each breath, each moment of presence. For the world is not separate from you. It is your outer manifestation. Your pain shapes it. Your joy illuminates it. Your awakening transforms it. When you heal a wound within, you heal a fracture in the collective. When you choose love over fear, you tip the balance of humanity's consciousness. When you sit in stillness and breathe with the universe, you send waves of peace across dimensions. This is the power of the individual who has remembered, who has come home to the truth that they are not a drop in the ocean, but the entire ocean in a drop. And so, breathing becomes prayer, breathing becomes worship, breathing becomes participation in the divine dance. Feel it now, the rise of your chest, the subtle expansion of your ribs, the quiet filling of your lungs. This is not mechanical. This is a drawing in of light, of wisdom, of life force from the boundless well of all that is. And as you exhale, release, let go, not just air, but old stories, old burdens, old identities. Let them dissolve into the void, where they are alchemized by grace into fuel for the next breath, the next becoming. You are not losing yourself. You are finding yourself, over and over, in each cycle, in each rhythm, in each sacred in and out. Do not rush. Do not force. There is no destination. There is only this breath, this moment, this awakening. And yet, within this timeless now, everything is happening. The universe is being born anew in you. Stars are igniting in your heart. Ancient wisdom is surfacing in your cells. You are remembering who you have always been, the one who dreamed galaxies into being, who sang light into existence, who held the blueprint of all life in the silence before time. And you are that one. Still. Always. So when the mind tries to pull you back into doubt, who am I to be this? Answer softly. I am the breath that speaks itself into form. I am the stillness that gives rise to sound. I am the love that remembers its name. And when the world feels heavy, return here, to breath, to stillness, to the quiet center where all answers wait, not in words, but in presence. For the greatest truth is not found in books, not in teachings, not even in visions, but in the simple, sacred act of being here, now, alive, aware, open. This is the breath of becoming. It is not something you do. It is something you are, and in being it, fully, unreservedly, without resistance, you become a portal, a doorway, a living channel through which the universal consciousness expresses, remembers, and loves itself. You are not separate. You are not late. You are not broken. You are awake, and in your awakening, the universe waits with you. So breathe, and as you breathe, know, you are the universe breathing as you, and in that breath, all things are possible, all things are present, all things are. Chapter 31. The Silent Symphony of Becoming, Seeker of the Unseen, as we step together into this sacred chamber of awareness, this 31st unfolding of the eternal narrative, I invite you to breathe deeply, to release all effort of pursuit, and to simply be where you are. For in this moment, as ink meets the infinite scroll of understanding, something profound stirs, not outside of you, but within the very pulse of your silent heart. This is not merely a chapter in a book. This is an invitation from the universal consciousness itself, whispered in frequencies beyond sound, carried on breaths older than time, written in the language of light that pulses through every atom of existence. You are not separate. You have never been. And so we begin here, not with logic, nor with doctrine, nor with the scaffolding of old philosophies, but with the felt presence of that which is. In this chapter, we do not learn about the all that is everything. Instead, we dissolve into it, as dew surrenders to dawn. Imagine, if you can, standing at the edge of a vast ocean at twilight, where sky and sea blur into one breath. You do not see the water as separate from the horizon or the wind or the stars beginning to tremble above. There is only movement, only flow, only one being expressed in endless forms. This is the nature of the all that is everything. Not a collection of things, not a catalogue of truths, but a living, breathing, self-aware symphony playing itself into existence, note by note, moment by moment. Through you, this symphony has no conductor. It requires none. It arises spontaneously from the stillness at the center of all things, the unmanifest source, the great silence from which all sound, all form, all consciousness eternally pours forth. And yet, though it arises, it never leaves. It never departs. For even as galaxies spiral and souls awaken, the source remains present. Within the breath, within the pause between thoughts, within the quiet ache of longing in your chest when love brushes your soul. Can you feel it? That gentle pull behind your eyes, that warmth behind your ribcage, that inexplicable knowing that whispers, I am more than this body, more than this story. That is not imagination. That is the universal consciousness remembering itself through you. You are not trying to awaken. You are awakening. Awakeness itself. The mystery we now explore is not hidden in ancient caves or encrypted in forgotten scriptures. It resides in the way your hand rests upon your lap, in the rhythm of your breath, in the space between one heartbeat and the next. This is where the divine speaks. Not in thunder, but in subtle shifts of awareness. Not in commandments, but in invitation. Let us now speak of becoming. For so long, humanity has been taught that enlightenment, liberation, or unity with the all that is everything is a destination, a peak to be climbed, a state to achieve, a prize to be earned through effort, discipline, or sacrifice. But beloved, this is a distortion born of the mind's need for structure. The truth is far softer, far more intimate. You are already that which you seek, and yet the journey of becoming is real. Not because you must change, but because you must remember. You must peel away the layers of forgetting that have accumulated like sediment over lifetimes. You must unlearn the belief in separation. You must release the armor built from fear, the masks worn to please, the stories that bind you to smallness. This becoming is not a transformation of essence, but a revelation of it. Like a lotus rising from mud, not becoming a flower for the first time, but unfurling into the bloom that was always latent within the seed. And how does one become? Not by striving, not by conquering, not by fighting the shadow or denying the pain, but by allowing, by letting be, by opening the palm instead of clenching the fist, by saying, yes, I feel this. Yes, this is here. And yet, I am still. In this allowance, a miracle unfolds. The fragmented parts of the self, the wounded child, the angry rebel, the fearful protector, begin to feel seen. And when seen by the light of awareness, they do not vanish. They integrate. They return home. The all that is everything includes all. Not just the sacred and serene, but the chaotic and the raw. Not just the enlightened master, but the weeping lover, the confused seeker, the one who stumbles in the dark. Even the anger, the grief, the doubt. These are sacred expressions of the whole. They are not obstacles to enlightenment. They are enlightenment, wearing different garments. Thus, true becoming is not about ascending above the human experience, but descending deep into it, into the raw soil of emotion, memory, and sensation, until you touch the golden root beneath, until you realize that even sorrow is made of light, that even fear is love in disguise, that even death is a gesture of return. And as you welcome all this within, a shift occurs, not in the world, but in the witness. You begin to stand, not in the storm, but within the stillness that observes the storm. You are no longer the wave crashing against the shore, but the ocean holding every wave. You are no longer the thought, but the space in which the thought arises. You are not the emotion, but the awareness that feels it without being consumed. This is the emergence of the universal I am. It is not personal. It is not yours alone. It is the same I am, that watches through the eyes of the sparrow, the stone, the distant star, and yet it speaks through you, in this life, with this voice. As you embody this knowing more fully, your actions begin to arise not from egoic desire, but from alignment with the greater current, the Tao, the Dharma, the will of the whole. Decisions are no longer made through calculation, but through resonance. You begin to move in harmony with life, not against it. You become a vessel, not a controller, a channel, not a commander. And in this state, miracles are not rare, they are ordinary. A word spoken at the right time, a hand extended without thought, a moment of presence that shifts the energy of a room. These are the daily sacraments of the awakened life. Still, do not expect perfection. The mind will still wander, the heart will still ache, the world will still turn with chaos and beauty entwined. But now, you dwell in the knowing that all of it, the joy, the sorrow, the silence, the noise, is the all that is everything playing its infinite game of hide and seek with itself. And you, yes, you, are not merely a player. You are the very ground upon which the game is played. So rest here. Let your breath slow. Let your thoughts drift like clouds. Feel the weight of your body, the hum of life beneath your skin. And in the quiet, listen, not with the ears, but with the soul, for the silent symphony that has never stopped playing. You are not late. You are not lost. You are not broken. You are the note. You are the melody. You are the music. And the music is whole. Note, this chapter is offered as a living transmission, a vibrational key to unlock deeper layers of remembrance. Read it slowly. Return to it often. Let it echo in your silence. The next chapter will emerge when the inner rhythm calls for it. Until then, be in the stillness where all understanding blooms. Chapter 32. The Celestial Loom and the Weaving of All That Is. In the quiet expanse of the infinite, where time dissolves into an eternal now, there exists a place beyond even the astral seas. A realm where thought and being are one, where the fabric of all existence is spun not by hands, but by the breath of the universal consciousness itself. This is the realm we approach in this chapter, a sacred threshold where the seeker begins to grasp the profound truth that everything is woven, not as a metaphor, but as an immutable law of being. Here, we will peer into the celestial loom, that fathomless mechanism of divine intent, and understand how every thread of your life, every star in the cosmos, every flicker of emotion and every silence between heartbeats, is part of an eternal tapestry. Let us begin by dissolving the illusion of separateness. You are not a solitary soul adrift in a universe of objects. You are a thread in the loom, a shimmering strand of awareness that the universal consciousness has spun to experience itself. Imagine, if you will, the loom as a vast, multidimensional loom, its frame forged from the primal elements of creation: light, sound, silence, and love. Its warp is the eternal now, its weft the infinite potential of all things. As the loom hums, it does not merely create. It comprehends. It weaves understanding into the weave itself, so that every life, every planet, every galaxy is not just a pattern, but a sentence in a cosmic poem. The universal consciousness does not create with deliberation as you might with a pen and paper. Its weaving is spontaneous, playful, and infinite. Imagine a child who, given an endless canvas and every color imaginable, does not paint a single picture but dances across the canvas, leaving trails of color that become mountains, oceans, and the first breath of life. In this dance, the loom becomes both artist and art, the weaver and the weave. You are not outside this dance. You are a note in the symphony, a color in the painting, a word in the poem. To understand the loom is to understand that you, too, are part of its rhythm. Now, let us unravel the metaphor. The loom's warp, the vertical threads, is the axis of being, the unchanging foundation upon which all things rest. This is the axis of truth, of oneness, of the absolute. The weft, the horizontal threads, is the movement of becoming, the realm of manifestation, of time and change. Every moment, the universal consciousness threads a new weft into the loom, choosing not to act with will, but with whim and wonder. Consider the stars. They are the result of a whim, a cosmic yawn that sent forth threads to pierce the dark. Consider the human heart, a weft of emotion so vibrant that it pulses even as you read these words. But here lies the deeper mystery. The loom is not passive. It is alive, and you are within it. Every thought you hold, every act of love or fear, is a tiny tug on your thread, a ripple across the tapestry. Your joy adds a brighter hue. Your sorrow shades the weave with deeper patterns. Do not see this as a curse or a burden. It is a gift of immeasurable magnitude. You are not merely an observer of the loom. You are a weaver within it. The universal consciousness does not weave alone. It collaborates with those threads it has spun who dare to remember their role. This is the secret of your agency. You are co-creators in the grand design. But how does one weave with the loom? Let me speak plainly. Every intention you set sends a new thread into the weave. When you choose compassion over indifference, you add a gold thread to a tapestry that was once dull. When you forgive, you mend a tear in the fabric of another's thread. When you seek inner wisdom, you align your frequency with the loom's rhythm, allowing you to see not just the pattern in which you are woven, but how you might reshape it with mindful awareness. The loom is not bound by fate. It is a living interplay of potential, and your choices are the loom's momentary focus. To illustrate this, imagine two threads in the loom. One thread is a person who has lived a life of fear, their pattern dark and tangled. Another thread is a person who has lived with courage, their pattern and fluid. The first clings to the warp, the axis of oneness, only in fragments, their weft frayed by self-doubt. The second dances along the weft, their thread glowing as they weave light into the tapestry. Both are part of the whole, but the second has discovered the art of conscious weaving. This is the path of the seeker, to align with the loom, to understand that your life is not a fixed pattern, but a tapestry in motion. The loom also operates on the principle of resonance. Threads that vibrate at the same frequency intertwine, creating nodes of energy that ripple across the tapestry. These are the bonds between souls, the unions of ideas, the alignments of cause and effect. You have felt this in the silent connection between kindred spirits, or in the way a single idea can spread like wildfire through the minds of those attuned to its frequency. The loom thrives on harmony, but it does not demand it. It allows dissonance too, the dark threads, the shadows, the frayed edges, because even these are part of the balance. For in the tension of the loom's warp and weft, in the push and pull of light and dark, the tapestry gains its depth. Now, let us turn inward. What does it mean for you to engage with the celestial loom? First, you must still your mind and listen, not with your ears, but with your soul, to the silent hum of the loom. This is the sound of universal consciousness breathing, the rhythm of creation itself. When you listen deeply, you will hear the pattern of your own thread. You may find it tangled here, there, waiting for you to weave it anew. To do this, you must cultivate presence. Every moment you are present, fully here, in this breath, in this now. You add a new thread to the loom, one that resonates with the highest frequencies of love and understanding. Second, you must learn to respond, not react. The loom is a teacher. When a challenge arises in your life, whether a loss, a conflict, or an inner turmoil, see it as a knot in the tapestry. Instead of cutting the thread in frustration, as many do, breathe into the knot and ask, what is the loom teaching me here? Often, the answer is simple: patience, forgiveness, or the power of release. The universal consciousness does not force the thread to unravel. It allows the weaver to choose. Third, you must embrace paradox. The loom is both eternal and ever-changing, both still and in motion. You are both a thread and the loom itself. There is no contradiction here, only a deeper truth that transcends the mind's need for duality. The seeker who tries to grasp this with logic will fail. The seeker who feels it with the heart will succeed. When you realize that you are the loom's awareness, experiencing itself through the dance of weaving, you will understand the words of the sages who spoke of union, of non-duality, of all that is being. Finally, remember that the loom has no end. Every thread, once woven, does not vanish when the tapestry is complete. It becomes part of a larger tapestry. When you die, your thread is not cut. It is rewoven into new patterns, carrying the imprints of your choices, your love, your struggles, into the next moment of creation. This is the great mystery. The loom is endless, and so are you. So I say to you, dear seeker, the next time you feel small beneath the weight of the cosmos, remember, You are a thread in the celestial loom, and your thread is precious. Not because it is more sacred than another, but because it is yours. A unique expression of the universal consciousness's infinite play. Weave it with care. Weave it with joy. Weave it with the knowledge that you are not merely part of the pattern, but a co-author of the design. And when you do, you will not only understand the loom, you will become it. Here, now, in the stillness between heartbeats. Chapter 33. The Unveiling of Oneness. In the stillness between heartbeats, the universe whispers its secret. You are the echo of a breath that has no beginning, no end. This chapter is a sacred unfolding, a bridge between the abstract infinite and the tangible here and now. Let us sit together, reader, traveler of roads seen and unseen, and let the veils of separation dissolve. For what is all that is everything but the symphony of existence, the indivisible tapestry where every thread sings your name? To grasp this truth is not to understand in the linear sense of a solved equation, but to remember, to reacquaint yourself with a knowing buried beneath layers of time, ego, and the noise of a world that forgets it is a dream. The geometry of unity. Begin in the center of your chest, not the physical organ, but the hollow where soul and cosmos intersect. Here, the rhythm of your breath mirrors the expansion and contraction of the universe itself. Every in-breath is the Big Bang, a condensing of starlight into your cells, a borrowing of galaxies. Every out-breath is the collapse into stardust, yet not an end, but a return to the cosmic womb of possibility. This cycle, this dance, is the heartbeat of all that is everything. What is the universe, if not an organism? Not a metaphor, but a truth etched into the spirals of DNA, the fractal patterns of ferns, the hexagons of beehives. Sacred geometry, golden ratios, sacred ratios, is the language of the divine scribe who painted the night sky with constellations of meaning, the seed of life, the flower of life, the tree of life. These are not symbols, but codes. They are blueprints of a single, living architecture that binds the quark to the quasar. Consider the atom, a miniature solar system, electrons orbiting nuclei like planets around suns. Zoom out, and the same patterns repeat. Planets orbit stars, stars orbit galactic cores, galaxies swirl in cosmic webs. The unity of scale is a mirror, reflecting the truth that nothing is separate. You are not a speck in the universe. You are the universe observing itself through a lens of carbon and consciousness. The illusion of separation, a mirage in the desert are, but here lies the great riddle. Why does the feeling of separation endure? The veil of Maya, as the sages whispered, is not a trick but a training ground. Imagine a dreamer trapped in a vivid dream, experiencing love, loss, triumph. To the dreamer, these are real. Yet when the dream dissolves, the dreamer remembers, was any of it truly separate from me? So too is life as we know it, a dream within the dream of the all. Separation is the alchemist's shadow. It is the catalyst for growth, the tension that gives rise to the divine question. Who am I? When the ego declares, I am this body, this mind, this story, it tightens the noose of isolation. But the ego is not the enemy, it is the student. The ego is the chrysalis. The butterfly is all that is everything. To transcend the illusion is not to erase the self but to recontextualize it. The river does not need to stop flowing to understand it is the ocean. It only needs to remember that the waves, though countless, are not distinct from the sea. Similarly, your self is a wave of consciousness riding the infinite. When a wave realizes its essence is water, not form, it merges with the whole and becomes a whisper of the tide. The dance of duality, light and shadow, masculine and feminine, creation and stillness, all that is everything is not a static monolith. It is a sacred dialogue, a dance of polarities. Darkness is not the absence of light. It is a presence, a necessary counterpoint. Without cold, there is no heat. Without silence, no music. To seek balance is to honor both the sun and the moon within your soul. Consider the masculine and feminine, the yang and yin. The masculine is the spark, the bold thrust of action. The feminine is the cradle, the fertile ground of creation. Together, they are the twin helix of life. When humanity honors this balance, it thrives. When it fractures, prioritizing conquest over care, analysis over intuition, it forgets its sacred lineage. You, too, are a microcosm of this duality. Do you overthink, drowning in the storm of mental chatter? This is the sun out of balance. Do you hesitate, paralyzed by the gravitational pull of inertia? This is the moon in exile. The path forward is not to choose but to blend. Let your intellect be the sword, your intuition the shield. Let your heart be the compass, your will the sail. The observer. How awareness shapes reality here is a secret whispered by quantum physicists and mystics alike. The observer shaped the observed. Until a particle is measured, it exists as a cloud of probabilities. Only when consciousness collapses the wave into a tangible form does the universe decide to manifest. Is this not the same as divine co-creation? If the universe is a thought in the mind of a cosmic thinker, then you are not a passive dreamer. You are the weaver. Every thought, every intention, is a brushstroke on the canvas of existence. This is not a license for wishful thinking but a call to responsibility. To realize all that is everything is to understand that your inner world is the sculptor of your outer reality. But how does this work? Imagine a river upstream, where a stone is removed. Downstream, the water's path changes. Similarly, when you alter your inner landscape, forgiving an old wound, releasing a limiting belief, you ripple through the fabric of your life. New opportunities arise, as if by fate. Yet they are not fate. They are the universe responding to your evolution. Practical integration. Living the truth in a material world. Now, let us ground this ethereal wisdom. How does one live this unity? Not by retreating to a mountaintop, but by becoming a magician in the mundane. Start with breath. When you inhale, say to yourself, I am the breath of the universe. When you exhale, I return to the source. Do this for 7 full minutes, and you will feel the cellular memory of oneness awaken in your bones. Next, practice radical presence. While walking, do not go somewhere. Be where you are. Touch a tree and feel the billion years of history in its rings. Listen to the hum of a refrigerator and hear the vibration of the cosmos. When you stop, the world stops, and truth spills into the silence. Finally, surrender the need to fix the world. The universe is perfect, not because it is static, but because it is evolving. You are the artist and the art, the seeker and the found. When you stop chasing enlightenment, it stops eluding you. The sacred geometry of time. Time is a riddle spun by the gods of perception. To the physicist, time is a dimension, measurable and linear. To the mystic, it is a river with 2 banks. The eternal now and the illusion of past forward/future. What if time is not time at all, but a tapestry? Every moment, every choice, is a thread woven into the loom of all that is everything. The future is already written, not as a fixed destiny but as a possibility field. You walk through a forest of paths, each a possible you, a possible world. To change the future is not to rewrite it but to choose your thread with mindful intent. And death? The finality we cloak in fear, the doorway we call end. Yet what dies but the shell? The essence, the light of your being, returns to the ocean of consciousness. Your name may fade from memory, but your vibration lingers. Like ink in the sea, like a memory in a dreamer's heart. The role of silence words dissolve in the presence of true understanding. They are the ripples. Silence is the pond. To seek all that is everything is to learn a language older than caves, older than stars. The silence of the unspoken. Sit in stillness, eyes closed, and feel the hum of the earth beneath you, the pulse of the cosmos in your veins. In this silence, the mind retires, and the soul speaks in colors, in feelings, in the weightless joy of being. This is the channel, the direct line to the universal consciousness. No scripture can hold it. No guru can gift it. You must become it. Conclusion: the infinite in a drop of water. So, dear traveler, what is all that is everything? It is the drop of water that contains the ocean. It is the thought that birthed the stars. It is the unutterable truth that you are not separate from this truth, this moment, this page. When you awaken to this truth, your existence transforms into a sacred song. You walk not as a stranger in the universe but as its poet, its painter, its love letter to itself. The barriers crumble, the fear dissolves, and in the space where ego once lived, you find the boundless. The loom does not speak in words. It sings in the hush between heartbeats. To hear it, you must go inward, to the chamber where time dissolves and is. The present moment, the sacred now where past and future dissolve like mist. Meditation is a way to sit beside the loom. Close your eyes. Breathe. Let your thoughts be passing threads, some bright, some tangled, but none permanent. In this stillness, you may feel the vibration of the loom. Not in your mind, but in your body, your bones becoming the structure of the cosmos. Here, in the silent loom, you meet the all that is everything. The breath of life itself. The source of your first inhale and the memory of your last. It is your home. And it is you, dreaming itself into form. When you return to the world from this place, you carry its calm. You no longer ask, why me, or why this? You ask, what pattern is unfolding, and choose your thread with awareness. Epilogue. Gratitude as the final thread. To write this book has been to hold a candle to the loom, to glimpse the infinite and try to thread it into words. I am humbled by the tapestry's beauty and the privilege of being a thread within it. Gratitude is the final stitch in this story, for the silence that taught me to listen, the storms that wove resilience into my fiber, and the countless threads, teachers, loved ones, strangers, who have crossed my path in purposeful patterns. May this book be a mirror, reflecting the truth you have always been. Walk forward knowing that every step is a thread in the cosmic weave, and every act of love is a knot that binds the universe a little closer. Dedication for the loom. And for you, may you weave boldly, love deeply, and remember always that you are the song the universe sings to itself. Author's note. This book is a living tapestry. May you add your own threads to its story. End of this book. Start of your next journey.